because it's been a very, very hectic day. So to begin, I'd like to introduce myself to those who do not know me. My name is Maj. I'm an epidemiologist based in Germany, and yes, also the founder of Diaspora Network Hub. And our co-host is not yet in. He is going to join later. So, as you have seen, we have a lot of development, let's say one major development in Kenya today. So, the topic today is to discuss what that actually means to you, how you perceive it, and what the next steps that you think should, in this case, be taken. Without further ado, I'll give the mic to the Godfather to begin, and then we proceed with Jose and Gen Z, then Mohammed in that order. Over to you, Godfather.
Thank you, Maj, the host, for this opportunity. It's always a pleasure to speak among fellow patriots. What a day today. And yes, to reflect on what has happened today. This has only happened over the last 20 years. We'd say it has only happened once before. So this is the second time this has happened. And what does it portend to the nation? So reflecting on the person that we're dealing with here, that is the person who occupies the office of the President of Kenya, Mr. William Ruto. We've always stated here that he's not a fool. If anything, he's one of the best politicians Kenya has had in the last few years, and currently the best politician alive in Kenya. That notwithstanding, of course, the fact that he also has his own weaknesses. So why is he the best? He has seized the moment to ensure that he capitalizes on it. And this is just one of the moves that we anticipate. It started with the rejection of the Finance Bill 2024. And then he came to engage Kenyans in the X spaces, though we feel that that was invasion of our privacy. These are our citizen, barazas. But anyway, he came, and that was equally a very calculated move. When we see that, we see someone trying to regain that which he has lost. Then, Ghafla bin Zu, we see he has dismissed the whole cabinet. What does that mean? It, on the face value, it looks like the president is listening to the people. Looked differently, maybe he's scheming on something bigger. What do we expect next? As the topic here suggests, maybe the government of national unity, maybe something else, dialogue, and which way forward? The Gen Z, as it were, do not have any leadership, or at least they claim they are leaderless. How do we capitalize and capture the moment so that our interests are represented while the heat is still burning, the fire is still burning? Those are some of the issues we want to discuss here as we move forward. We want to discuss to understand what could be the ways forward, what options does the president have, together with this aspect of maybe the government of national unity. Probably Raila has a hand in all these things moving forward, and maybe as well, we know the foreign interest in the country. Maybe they also have a hand in this, because this was not coming. At least we didn't see this coming. So those are my initial remarks, my opening remarks, Maj, and we'll be willing to discuss the pros and cons as well as speculate on way forward.
Thank you so much, the Godfather. Yes, that was a surprise. Is it stopping the hemorrhage? What is it? And this is why we are here to discuss that.
Hello, can I speak, Maj?
Gen Z, can you hear me? Can you hear me, Gen Z? Okay, let's go to Jose Maria and then Gen Z.
Hi, Maj, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Fantastic. Yes, it is an amazing day to be a Kenyan today. Yes, I know that as I say that, I'm cognizant that it is still a very small win. And as Godfather was saying, it's still we are still not clear what game is being played here, despite, of course, the optics looking as if the president is listening to us and to the people. I just want to first of all, just acknowledge the work that has been done by so many of you. But the ones who come to mind is, for example, you, Marge, you've hosted many of these spaces, and other people, Kimuzi and others who have done quite some work in terms of bringing us together and giving us a platform where we can share and encourage each other. For me, when I'm looking at what is going on, I'm happy that even though the president may be calculating and doing his own scheming, he is doing what we want him to do. And we would hope that he continues to do that. Can you still hear me?
Yes, please,
Marge?
go ahead.
Oh,
Go ahead.
okay, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
I would still hope that he continues to do that. However, as we go along, and this question of us being leaderless or having a leader and so on is fine. For me, I am encouraged by the fact that there is everywhere, even when the president invaded our space and came to speak on X, there were young people who believe exactly what we believe who were able to express our message. However it happened, notwithstanding, but at least our message still got across. And that solved the problem of us, whether we are leaderless or not. But young people are speaking with the same voice, irrespective of where they are speaking from or at. So that's for me, number one, that we continue doing that and speaking, and we continue this place because as long as we don't have leaders, then we can't be compromised the way we see people being compromised in our country. So having said that, I have one simple thing that I want to bring to the front. The biggest reason why we want Ruto out is lack of accountability, lies upon lies, funds being misused and misappropriated. I was looking at an MP, the former CS for Labour and the former CS for Labour has just, something was said that she claimed a mileage of 43 million in her first year of government. My call for us is that we need to get to a place where we are having a conversation about the kinds of laws we want these people to push or to pass. We take it to Parliament ourselves and we make sure they pass, because we have shown that when we are united, we can actually have them do what we want and pass the laws that are going to be favorable to us. And one of that laws would be around corruption. We need a law that they will pass, that they themselves will be afraid of. Otherwise, the way we are, and I know we have many of those laws that we don't obey, but I think if we had a proper law around corruption, we would be seeing less and less of this kind of misuse of funds and at least better public accountability. Mine is just to continue asking us to continue engaging, continue speaking up. Even with the president dissolving the cabinet, does not mean that we are out of the woods, because we do not know who is going to bring on that place. Will he reduce the cabinet to 14 so that we can save money? Will he then go down and look at who the principal secretaries are? Because again, that's another swamp of incompetence as well. Who will be running government now that there are no CSs? Imagine the kind of looting and misuse that could happen before he can make the next step. So, we need to continue challenging him and keep the momentum so that he does not get to a place and think that he has won or he has beaten us in our own game. He, as Godfather said, he's very clever. And he has already seen that there is a generational boom, what you will call, I think people in populations will call it a bulge of young people getting into now the political space. Those who couldn't vote in 2017 and who did not care to vote perhaps in 2022, now There's a whole generation of young people now maturing into getting into politics, and they are reviving the conscience of the nation. And now that Ruto has seen that if he does not listen and find himself somewhere, get some trust in this group, he will probably not be able to get back into power in 2027, which of course my prayer would be he doesn't get back there, because we need to change our politics and look for new leaders who actually embody our aspirations for better hope and a better Kenya, and where people are not sleeping hungry, where I don't walk. I drive along the Thika Road, and you find people sleeping on the street in hopelessness. And while I saw a school today where kids read on the floor. Yamchanga, if I may use Swahili there, Yamchanga, while the governor in that county is walking around in helicopters. It doesn't make any sense. So we need to continue. And I think for me, the one part I would like to really focus on is what next when it comes to accountability. How do we force this government to pass laws that actually work for us? I was very sad that we allowed them to pass this IBC bill and sign it into law, which is the exact creation of what had been created by Uhuru on 5th of August 2021, when he and Raila brought in some weird additions to the commission. Now, this is a similar situation where now politicians are deciding who becomes the people who appoint commissioners.
Jose, land,
it's
please.
terrible.
Land.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I am sorry for going into tangents. But my point is, that's my contribution. I don't know that I'll be able to speak again, but all the best. Let's keep going. Marge, continue hosting as much as you can, and we will support you and continue engaging on this topic. Kenya, it has changed. From 25th of June, we have a new Kenya where the population is conscious, is no longer complacent, and that's a beautiful place to be.
Thank you so much. We move to Gen Z. Gen Z, over to you, and let's try to take 3 minutes each, so that because we have a lot of requests. Gen Z? Gen Z King, are you able to speak? Okay. Then we move to Mohammed. Sam, can you hear me?
Gen Z.
Maybe they can't hear you.
Yeah. Mohammed, Gen Z, can you hear the host? Gen Z and Mohammed, can you hear the host? I don't think that maybe they have.
I don't think they hear you much, but not a problem. Maybe they can, Hannah, if they can hear you, let them maybe leave the space and come back, and they'll be given an opportunity again so that we can move forward. Back to you, Madge. Who is next?
I think Sam is trying to open his mic. Yes.
Yes, good evening.
Good
Can
evening.
you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Please proceed.
Oh, great. First of all, I want to say that we have made a great move. However, I would say that this guy is very schematic. Because one, he already has the parliament at hand, which will vet the next team. And also, the PSs, who are actually the drivers of those institutions. So as far as I am concerned, I would say that we still have a long way to go in terms of accountability, because we also need now to look on the allocations of all those institutions and how money has been spent, and now all these cabinets or those former CSs now be put to land so that we can get back the money that they have misused back to our coffers. For now, I'll listen to you, then we shall continue. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I would like to, there's another co-host still coming on board, Hillary, as you know, but I would like to introduce also a co-host that we have today, KDR TV News, that Kibato Omweri. Kindly introduce yourself before we proceed.
Thank you so much, Madam Madge. most obliged to be part of this particular team. And today I'll definitely have to play an elderly role, and if there are any questions, I'll definitely chip in and help out. Thank you so much, Mike.
Thank you. Let's now proceed to Alfred and then Kevin in that order. Alfred cannot hear me. Kevin?
Alfred, can you hear me? Alfred Ochieng? It's your time. If you can't hear me, sorry. Okay, Kevin.
So, Kevin, please go. Otherwise, go to Mohammed. Those who cannot hear, we'll drop them and add other speakers. Let me drop, and those who've spoken to, remove. If I'm trying to remove you from the speaker and I, in oversight, remove you from the mic, from the space, just have text me. Let's go. Jerry was on. Jerry, I just added you again. Take the mic directly. Okay, Jerry, you're next. Over to you.
Thanks very much, Marge. It's great to see the progress that's going on so far and what Gen Z has done. I'm not a Gen Z, I'm not a millennial. I'm actually in the Gen X at the borderline with the millennials. So I wanted to come in terms of perhaps what we need in terms of the list of things in terms of accountability. A lot of people have talked about how can we get these funds that have already been embezzled back to the treasury. People need to return those funds. So we need to push forward in terms of ensuring that money comes back, and that money can be utilized for other things. For example, education, health, higher education loans board. But another thing that I wanted to at least see in terms of the list of things that need to be on the demands is we have institutions in Kenya which are supposed to be performing their good governance or their accountability responsibilities, but they have failed totally. We have parliament, judiciary to a certain extent has also failed us. We have, for example, the Anti-Corruption Authority, and we need to demand that these institutions be cleaned up. We have the police as well in terms of protecting and providing security for the citizens of the country. So we need also to ensure that some of these institutions are also cleaned up. We don't want to just do these cosmetic changes, for example, the CASs, because if the institutions which are supposed to be providing the accountability and transparency and performing their responsibilities, they're not cleaned up, then in terms of the long term, will not have this sustainable, because people will just go to business as usual. Only that for now. I might come back later. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jerry, for chiming in. We go now to Hannah, and then Eric, and then Macau, and graduate in that order.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Asante Sana. KD, RTV, and everybody else on the space. I don't know, for me, dissolving of the cabinet, for some reason, I take it with a pinch of salt. And I will say the reason why, because I'm not sure. The cabinet has been dissolved, but individually, would they crawl into other ministries? Are these guys going to find their way somewhere else? Zabulon, if you don't mind, if you can go on mute, please. So for me, I take it with a pinch of salt, to be quite honest. Somebody's got their mic. I don't know. Zabulon, please, if you could put your mic on mute.
Let me try to mute him. Yeah, he's muted. Now, kindly proceed. He's opening a gate. Let me just mute. Okay, kindly proceed.
Yeah, so for me, because we've seen a lot of dodgy things over the years. So for me, I don't know. Did it really have to did it really have to take the Gen Zs to scream on top of their lungs, so the demonstrations and everything else that's gone, for him to actually dissolve that cabinet? Because it was a good for nothing cabinet. People who were there, if you look at them individually, you would wonder, why would anybody choose a cabinet like that? The one person that I can actually talk about is the Kilifi county lady, Aisha Juma. I don't know. Even her certificate of Form 4 has been forged. I mean, I don't know. I'm not sure. That's what the talk that is out there. What did she ever do? What has she ever accomplished for Kilifi County? Nothing other than a foul mouth, dancing on, giving us ladies a really bad name. So for me, I don't know, because he actually went beyond and above to put this cabinet together. And if you look at all of them individually, there is nobody who has a clean record. There is nobody who has not put his foot in the mouth while talking. There is nobody who hasn't lied. So I don't know, would these guys find themselves in other ministries? For me, I would say to everybody who's here and all the Kenyans, let's keep an eye on individuals. Yes, he has dissolved the cabinet, but let's keep an eye on those individuals. We have to stop them from crawling into other places. The rest of the things that he said, much, they're not here nor there. There's nothing substantial about it. And he has to stop calling for this press conferences when he knows people are going out there on the street. I don't know why he does that all the time. It's just to interfere with the demonstrations. But I say, Viva, kudos to Gen Zs. You've changed the face of politics. What you've achieved, trust me, it's nothing that has been achieved before. You've changed how people see politics. A lot of other parliaments in Africa are actually discussing you or on the floors of all the parliaments. So your echo is echoed around Africa. So kudos and thank you much.
Thanks, Hannah. Yeah, that's the feedback we keep receiving, where other African countries say, well, Kenya might not be in Africa, and there are many historical things that happened that we, of course, the deaths are, very unfortunate, and we have also other things that are very historical that happened. The Twitter space was not a good idea because, of course, that was something that's scripted. But nevertheless, we are the first country actually that managed to bring their head of state online. Phillips, kindly wait. And so there are many things that really happened there that are very historical, and we keep observing and hope that you're going to get to the right way. KDR TV, do you want to say something? Just feel free to open the mic and chime in.
Thank you so much. Generally speaking, Maj and Madam Hamna Ali, thank you for your insights and your contribution. What we are looking forward is a just society. Sorry. We are looking for a just society. Right now, as we are speaking, there are some young men who were abducted from Isiolo. I don't really have their information as we speak today. And we really need to know where those gentlemen or those young men were taken. Up to now, we saw the family really in anguish. The wife of one of the gentlemen is really in pain. She might even abort. So we really need this information to be out there. And then we have had our day. Kindiki's out, but we don't really just want him to go out. We need him to face the law. We need him to tell us exactly who are the policemen who are instructed to go and abduct our young people who are basically crying for food, basic necessities, food, water, jobs, for them to continue living as human beings. And then somebody blows their head with a machine gun. These are some of the things we are not going to forget. Yeah, it has come too late. We did tell President Ruto during the first Gen Z protest that the very best thing for you to do right now to de-escalate the situation is dissolve your cabinet. But he never listened. We told him several times. We wrote articles and all that, but right now, the boat has already left the dockyard, so we are looking at. I mean, we are stepping on his doorstep to tell him just to ship out. So it's too late right now. So Gen Z's, congratulations, you guys. We need my request is that all the comrades who died, we need their plaques in Parliament. We need their names to be inscribed somewhere before anyone actually enters Parliament. Is supposed to see that Rex died fighting for justice, because that is why we have Parliament. Parliament is there to fight for the justice, to make laws for people to thrive in a country. So thank you very much. I'll be giving an elderly approach or advice as we continue with this particular discussion. So any questions, Marge, I'm ready to answer.
Thank you so much. And now we proceed to engineer, and then to engineer Eric, and then to 54 for life.
Thank you very much. Confirm if you can hear me. Nice. Yeah. So, okay, for me, I've been thinking as we do.
I think March.
Engineer, could you kindly find
not me.
Mute him, and we move forward. Also, the co-host should also mute so that we have decorum here. Co-host, KDRT.
Me, I'm muted, sir. I understand.
It was actually Stephen who was not muted. Stephen Njogu, I've muted you now. So, engineer, kindly proceed.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
But it was not my house. That was not my house.
I know it was Stephen. So kindly proceed.
Yeah. So.
Okay, this is the last warning. If you don't mute your mic when you're on the panel, I'm going to have to remove you, because you will be then distracting the conversation. I think it's common sense that when one gets on, they have to mute your mic. So you don't mute it.
Mudge, it's Michael, and he's still on mute. I think it was the noise was coming from Michael.
Okay, so 254, engineer, proceed, and then 254. Engineer Eric? Okay, 254.
Thank you, Madge. I hope you can hear me. Thank you. Once again, thank you for the space. Thank you even for the co-hosts. It's been another opportunity to share space with you, Madge. So I'm really glad to hear of the support that the diaspora has been giving. So I give a very big up to you for that. And just to mention to everyone who's listening, if you're all observant, there's a lot of spaces going on around, and I think they're mushrooming up left, right, and center, but they're all talking about the same thing, which is the elephant in the room, that Ruto must go. And I think that is the underlying message and the underlying tone that everyone is going with. But I'll begin my submission by saying that I know my wife calls me a critic, but I take this as cautious optimism, simply because you don't need NIS officials, you don't need intelligence to tell you that the country is not in a right place. So I feel like even if you go to my timeline, I feel like all these addresses are coming in a day late and a dollar short, and they're really just creating more tension than solutions. And so much as, yes, we're happy that the cabinet has been fired, I think progressively the Gen Z have given us an idea, me being as a millennial, that we should look at every aspect of governance more critically. And I refer to the Law Society of Kenya President Faith Odhiambo, who mentioned that the CJ should either shape up or ship out. So for me, the long-term game would be, one, you've gotten the cabinet secretaries out. Yes, that's fine. Next would be the MPs. Recall as many MPs as possible, because even this so-called dialogue, it's the political elite playing politics. I am a student of political theory, so I believe there's aspects to politics that a lot of people forget, that when one politician is threatened, they will gang up against the people who are threatening them. So it's a different kind of colonialism. It's Afro-colonialism, as I call it, because as you can see, we now have the opposition joining government and saying, let's dialogue. But none of these Gen Zs asked for a dialogue. They were very clear about what they wanted. It's taking, it seems, a whole month or so to just effect one simple thing. And so I believe what Ruto is doing is just measuring the scale. Now that the Gen Z had called for a mass protest on the 16th, that he will dissolve cabinet and read the room again, see if the temperatures calm down. But I think every one of you can see that there's another call for, okay, we've sent them home, but we need to audit them. We need accountability. Even as much as they are gone, we need to audit them. So that presents also another cry for accountability, another cry for openness, and another cry for honesty, which I believe people are feeling like we do not trust anything that Ruto says. And that is the temperature in the room. And so I'll end my first submission there. Hopefully I'll get the mic again. But I'd like to hear what other people think, because I'm cautiously optimistic, but I'm also happy that progress is being made one by one. And I hope we continue with that kind of support. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Let's go to graduate.
Well, thank you much. I think I'm audible enough. Yeah. Well, I want to first to submit my gratitude to the diaspora guys for being supportive to the movement. You girls, you have the option of just staying there and saying that, well, where I am, there is peace, economy is working, but thank you for remembering that Kenya is your motherland. Secondly, the president, or rather Ruto, has just played these chess games again today. That guy is so calculative. We may celebrate and we forget the main agenda of the movement. It's like now the cabinet has been disbanded. So we should really ask ourselves, what is Ruto trying to achieve? Probably that guy is trying to achieve something. That guy is super smart when it comes to playing games with people. So what I can really say is that let us keep focused with the movement. For instance, the demonstrations that were meant to be on 16th of the next week, let us not be blindfolded by what has transpired today. Secondly, I hear people asking, why Musalia Mudavadi has been not been isolated, have not been sacked. You find out that last week Musalia Mudavadi did something that many people did not understand. Many people did not know why he dissolved ANC and he joined UDA. So Musalia Mudavadi, I think he saw something was cooking, and part of what was cooking was he knew that what happened today is gonna happen, and I think disbanding ANC is one of the sacrifices he made. So going forward, let those people with big platforms, let us deplatform opportunists, first of all. Secondly, as the previous speaker said, let us call for accountability even for the people who has been sacked. Those people who have been writing with pens worth 150,000, 4 million watches. Let the ESCC and all other bodies get to the necks of those folks, and then let them, if they are found guilty, they belong to committee and Naivasha, maximum prison. So I also wish to encourage fellow Gen Z. I'm so happy, and may the comrades who have fallen rest in peace. In fact, even if it's so little, their blood has not gone to waste, but we are continuing to push even for more reforms, even for the for Ruto. Ruto must go. That is the our song. So let us not kill the movement. Let us not over celebrate. By the way, I've come to realize excitement is a distraction. You can be excited and be distracted at the same time. So let us not even wake up tomorrow and continue Ruto has sacked Macies and whatever. Let us be vigilant. Let us watch closely because he is already planning the next move. He has sacrificed the CSs and he is already cooking another move. So let us remain united, comrades, and I know we are going to achieve what is really ahead of us. Thank you so much.
Thanks, graduate, for your very good submissions. And now we proceed to Professor Fred Ogola. Welcome to the space and over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much, host. I'm very happy to be here. I think this movement began with very many generations to come because the Gen Xers, the millennials began by talking, very angered, very annoyed, giving information, and the Gen Zs have executed. So, as far as I'm concerned, with all due respect, revolution has taken place. But the most delicate part of any revolution is always to ensure that you get what you want. So many revolutions have taken place, just like Shambhala Wanyama. But when it comes to now the details of getting what we really wanted in place, then sometimes we miss to get that act done. So what I want to just to ventilate here as an economist and as a governance expert, let's understand why should the cabinet be in place and why should they go out. The fact that Ruto has fired his own cabinet, it is a vote of no confidence on himself because he's the one who appointed them. How can a president be so wrong that the economic model is wrong that has brought us here? And that was his vision. Then a cabinet that was his first cabinet is all of them wrong that they have to go home. And at the same time, a finance bill that he has, the first one was wrong, people opposed. The second one is wrong, that is opposed. So it's like a leader of an army that has the wrong map and is pretending to take us to our destiny. So according to me, the ultimate thing is that Ruto must go home. And I don't think there's anything around that because in this sacking of the cabinet, we have to know that there's what they call the de jure and the de facto. The cabinet he sacked has never been the de facto cabinet. I've always said this in the media that the de facto cabinet are shadow cabinets who are sitting there and making all the decisions. That's why, even if the de jure has gone home, the de facto will continue with the corruption, will continue. So I'm even concerned how much corruption, how much theft, how much accountability, lack of it will be taking place as the de jure goes home because there's no one to blame. Guys, since we lost all the monies, Auditor General says we cannot account for 1 trillion shilling that was borrowed the other day. What's going to happen to that money, even if the cabinets are not there? I come from Siaya, and I'm sure all of us have where we come from. Whether we come from Muranga, come from Nyeri. Let us ask the basic questions. Was our ultimate goal just to be happy that somebody has gone home? Or we are looking for how that my mother, my grandmother, who has to take a child to school, who has to put food on the table, that young person I met in Kisumu, who is 42 years old, who has never worked and is 42 years old, he's only 12 years, 13 years away from retirement. If you have not worked until you're 42, how will you going to retire? We need to ask the question that matter. How will we feed our families? So that's about our livelihoods. What about our comfort? Do you have enough security? Do we have good road infrastructure? Do we have infrastructure for education for everything that is comfortable for Kenyans? And what is our future? When you borrow money and we shall pay, is that you are making our future worse or better? So let us not be distracted by this facade that is being created outside my cabinet. What is that money that the cabinet is supposed to earn go to? Then secondly, what is the cost of hiring a cabinet? Are they going to get the if they got 3 years, 5 years contracts, are still going to earn their money and the benefits for those years? What package are going? We need to ask those detailed questions because the devil is actually in the detail. But The big statement is there. And let me take this chance again to send my condolences to all those who lost their lives, families that got injured. I was on the street myself, and people wonder why I went to the street. Yet for us, we are or let's say professionals. But I'm trying to say, with all our qualifications, they are useless if the economy cannot be able to reward our qualifications. The Kenyan economy is so much behind the human resource development. So we are finding that the economy cannot reward the human resource development. So even if you are educated, can you be rewarded with the equivalence of your qualification? The opposite is other countries. You go to a country like Rwanda, the economy is so advanced that any Rwandese who is qualified gets rewarded. And I'm sure you can give examples everywhere. And I don't want to take all the time, but mine is just to thank you for the chance to speak here. And I hope that we continue engaging. Ruto must go.
Thanks so much for your submission. Of course, I agree that we need to look into the details of, what it actually means, and that's why we are holding this conversation to see, look, the nitty gritty of, sending a cabinet home, and of course the main agenda of what people were requesting for, is it being achieved or not, and just really have a critical look at how things are playing out. We go to Simon, then Peter, and then Godfather.
Thanks a lot, Madge. First of all, let me send my condolences to all the youths who have died at the hands of this administration. It's really sad. And secondly, I think firing the CSS is a really good step from the president towards addressing our issues that you raised. I think there are quite a couple which are still outstanding, and we should continue pushing until all those issues are achieved. First, and then again, honestly, I've never been a fan of this government, and more so the leadership of UDA. If you look at the cabinet minister or secretary for education, it reached a point I asked the guys who have children who go to school, if the cabinet secretary of education wakes up and tells you, we are going to open school today, are you going to trust his word, or you have to go and cross-check from other sources? That is where this government had taken us, where you can't trust any government information from the minister. Like, that was quite a high level of mistrust. Then the others who can't even read, like Aisha Jumwa, the others who were very proud, like Murkomen, Duale, CS Kuri, and so on. There are people, and even in this space, I think the question is, what next? Government of national unity. I think we are past government of national unity. I think that's a bare minimum as per the constitution. The government or any appointment should reflect the Kenya ethnic diversity. That's a bare minimum. The second point that we should go to is, there are very many qualified people who can take up the role of cabinet secretaries, who can take up the role of permanent, or what are they called, PSS, and they implement the manifesto of this government of UDA. Why can't you elect people who are competent, people who have know-how, who are ministry ranks? For example, in Ministry of Health, we have someone like Dr. Nikal. I think he's from SEME in Nyanza. Why can't you have someone like Dr. Nikal, if at all you want someone who is a politician? He understands the healthcare very well, and he has the political acumen to do whatever needs to be done by a cabinet secretary. Then to my second point, and this is about now going forward, about accountability. Why should the Office of the Auditor General give a damning report to a governor, to an MP, CDF, and they still continue holding that particular office, they need to take political responsibility and resign. They need, like if the damning report comes once or twice, I think we need to have some law which says you can continue holding that particular office because we've tried to entrust you with our resources, and the Auditor General keeps on giving such kind of reports so that people can be accountable to the people and to the Constitution. Because right now, the Auditor General reports are just like literature. They are just there, nothing happens. The Parliament is just there, it never does anything. And then that point now brings me to the role of the Parliament as it is now. Because the role of Parliament is threefold. One, it's representation. Two, it's legislation. And three, it's oversight. If we look at the role of oversight and legislation, honestly, I don't think that that the Parliament, as it is constituted right now, does that. We have the Office of the Auditor General, which does financial, that is Auditor General and I think Controller of Budget, which does oversight on the financial side. In terms of criminal culpability, we have institutions like DCI and so on and so on. So the type of oversight that the Parliament gives is very diluted. I remember when Mithika Linturi was being investigated for supplying fake fertilizer, at some point, instead of taking the fertilizer to labs for testing, the MPs were just smelling to know whether it's fake or whether it's not fake. Like, what kind of oversight is that, honestly? You need to be able to go to KEBS, request for tests, and then come back and tell the cabinet secretary, we went to this particular lab and we got this report. Why are you supplying fake fertilizer? Not just smelling the fertilizer. Like, so that is one role. I feel that the oversight role is pretty. They've done it very poorly. In terms of legislation, right now we do our legislation through public participation. So that means if the Parliament wants to do a proper legislation, they need to pass those laws through the people who elected them. After that, they should do very negligible alteration to what the people said, which unfortunately is not happening. Actually, it should be just like doing a report. This is what the people said. They are either agreeing or they are not agreeing. If they are agreeing, you put it in a legal way. So I feel that that role can be done in a more financially prudent way, instead of paying 300 and something MPs close to 1 million a month to just report what the people are saying. So whatever role they remain with, that they can do very well is representation. Then now comes the issue of CDF. The matters of development are purely left. That is what the Constitution envisaged. Should be purely done by the executive, either the county government or the national government. So this CDF is just like a ploy, just to keep on pleasing these MPs. Like if you want to do, or if you want to fund education through CDF, just take all that CDF, take it to the Ministry of Education, and the Ministry of Education has enough resources and enough reach to know which institution needs which type of development and so on and so on. If they need 3 classes, I think the Ministry of Education can be able to, through Ministry of the one which was being held by Murkomen. They can do some classes there instead of an MP doing a class in a place where it's not even needed. So I feel that the matters of CDF and all those bursaries which have been given, I feel that we are past that. Let them channel all those education-related bursaries through schools. The head teachers, the principals, will be able to do a head count. This is the number of students that we have, and they need this amount. So I think that's all I have. But just before I finish, I feel that also the government is really underperforming in terms of communication. Because yesterday I was just listening to the majority leader Kimani Ichung'wah and William Ruto, the president, saying that, like, trying to explain why there are demonstrations. Kimani Ichung'wah said that because they are political scavengers, and they're in the same meeting, and William Ruto says because there are foreign powers which are influencing the youth. Like, you're in the same meeting and you are saying totally different things. Can they just get their act together? And for guys who and just stop governing through propaganda, because it will never work. They've tried it for 2 years, it has not worked. They need to go back to factory setting and govern the way it should be governed. Those are my submissions. Thanks a lot, Maj, for giving me
Thank
the
you
space.
so much. May we, moving forward, take 5 minutes each and try to really stick to the topic, which is the cabinet dissolution. What you think about it, and what the way forward should be. And so welcome to the space, Hillary. And the next speaker is Odera.
Thank you very much, Maj. Can you guys hear me? Thank you very much. Thank you for the space, and thank you for this topic. I won't dwell much on what has been said. First, the cabinet dissolution. This was long overdue, and I don't give Ruto any marks for dissolving the cabinet, given that the likes of Linturi, Kindiki were still serving in the same cabinet. If this guy was serious about his administrative lineup, then he could have dealt with the likes of Linturi, Kindiki a long time ago. He didn't. So this does not show that Ruto is doing a good job. He's just under pressure. We've cornered this guy, and he's just trying to throw bits and pieces at us, hoping that we will probably step back and give him some breathing space. The dissolution of the cabinet is not a pointer to anything. I strongly feel that Ruto will not let his kitchen cabinet go. The likes of Alan, the likes of Duale, the likes of Linturi, Kindiki, all those guys will still be serving with Ruto. And the indicator is the likes of Sudi. Sudi is not on any appointment, but we see the amount of power he wields, Hawa ndio kitchen cabinet wa Ruto. So yes, they are not cabinet secretaries, but they'll still be advising and working with Ruto. So they'll try to map out their next plan. Ruto is not alone. He's still with these people. What I like about everything that is happening is we are cutting the executive to size, The checks and balances have failed. The three arms of government ain't checking each other. So with the citizens, with the civilians are doing the job of the legislature, which is a runaway legislature, and the judiciary. So we are cutting the executive to size. And I don't think that we should give Ruto any breathing space. No. Our agenda is Ruto must go, nothing short of that. Whether he dissolves the cabinet, whether he forms a government of national unity, Ruto must go is our bare minimum. So I think we need to continue pushing Ruto hard. Yes, we should count our blessings. We should celebrate our wins. but should not rest on them. We need to focus on one thing and one thing only: Ruto going and us getting back our countries. Briefly on a government of national unity, no, I am not for that. It will not solve anything. We've seen where the governments of national unities have left Kenya as a whole. So we've seen the other politicians starting to prepare for a government of national unity, and we see them trying to draw us back into our tribes. If you listen to the governor of Homa Bay speaking to the Luos in Luo, if you understand Luo, then you know what I mean. If you don't understand her speech, find someone to interpret it for you. And then Sifuna boldly saying that Raila is their leader. They don't care about the Gen Z, what the Gen Z are doing. They have their leader and they are looking to Raila. These are just preparing us for a government of national unity. And how these guys are speaking out is an indication of the kind of government of national unity that we are going to have in the near future, if that happens. So whether Ruto cobbles together a government of national unity, we should look beyond that. That's not our business. I don't care what this guy does. All I care about is Ruto leaving power, and then we reset our country, and then we do what we can do best with our country. If we can tame the executive, then everything else will fall into place. This I promise you. So let us kick out Ruto, and then let us bring back a constitutional order in Kenya. Thank you, Marge, very much for the time.
Thank you, Dara. Yeah. And now we move to Godfather. You wanted to chime in, and then we go to Komwanza.
No, I'll
Okay,
pass for now.
Komwanza,
Sorry.
over to you.
Well, thank you so much, Marge, and the panel and the listeners. Mine are few. One, the problem we've had in Kenya for the longest time is an imperial presidency where power centers around the person at the top. In all the constitutional making processes from 1963 to 2005 referendum to 2010, that has been the problem, wanting to dilute the power that centers around the presidency and devolve it. Now, what then does the dissolution of the cabinet today mean to us? Ruto is still the president. Ruto is still an imperial president. He gets to appoint his cabinet at any point. We do not have the criteria. He will decide tomorrow to appoint some guy from a backwater village in his rural home to the cabinet tomorrow, once this tide of protests has died down, and I don't know if we'll be able to come back and keep him in check. So the point here is that we shouldn't lose sight of the big picture, what we set out to do. Those who play chess know that when the king is cornered and is been checked, but not checkmated, when he's been checked, sometimes he sacrifices a few pieces that he does not find valuable so that he at least gets a way to maneuver out of the check. And then, so when possibly gives you the queen or maybe a knight or a rook, that's not the end of the game. He still gets to maneuver around and he can beat you. This is that point when the king, who is Ruto, has been checked but not checkmated. He has given you the queen and we are celebrating, but the game is not over. We set out to keep the government accountable. Ruto is the one who appointed his cabinet secretaries. There was a furore when he appointed the cabinet secretaries at that time because they were, I think Mbadi pointed out that they were very incompetent. But he said, let's give him, because the egg will be on the president's face. That is what has come to happen. So if the cabinet is incompetent, a fish rots from the head. If the cabinet is incompetent, I think it points to the president who appointed the cabinet, who set it up. So this reflects poorly on him, and maybe then we should keep insisting on Ruto must go. I don't know if the Ruto must go thing, that goal, that objective can be achieved in the interim, or it's a long-term aspiration that we can realize perhaps in the next election cycle in 2027. But whichever way, that system that where the president gets to appoint his cronies to cabinet and other very sensitive and critical positions has to be brought down in the long term. Now, how do we do this? We must first consolidate our gains. We agitated and the finance bill was rejected. We agitated, the cabinet has been dissolved. But we have not been able to consolidate this gain so as to as let me not call it Gen Zs, because I think this movement rather transcends any particular demographic. We need to consolidate the movement and consolidate our gains, and then this should reflect in policy changes. Could it be an amendment of certain loopholes that are in the constitution or in any laws, so that we do not get back to this position again, because the cost of the gains that we've had is very high. We've lost a number of people, 40 or so. So, Marge, I would urge that I don't know, because we've been saying we are leaderless and we are a diffuse body, and but we need to have structure. We need to have a body that, not a governing body per se, but something that sort of aggregates our views as a people and then disseminates them amongst the populace, and something that we will come back to 2, 3, 4, 7 months from now, because I think this Ruto must go hashtag is a long-term one. We do not have indicators on what time Ruto will be gone, but we know for sure that past 2027, Ruto will not be the president. So my parting shot is that let's get a way of organizing around our ideas, around our objectives, a way that is that assures continuity, and then we'll be home and dry. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Komwazo. Oh, Marge, how are you doing?
I'm fine, Hilary. Kindly proceed.
Yeah, thank you so much. We really appreciate our guys for coming always in these spaces and sharing the ideas. And we are happy that we are quarterly happy that cabinet is dissolved. But I'm wondering what Mudavadi is still doing there. And also, we need Mudavadi to go home. And last but not least, Rigathi and the president, I think that's the solution. We'll not wait 2027. The way he's doing it, that is a good way, and I hope tomorrow he will announce that he's the one who's going, so the team can find who to be the president. But thank you guys for coming and also chiming in on the agenda and seeing way forward. Most of the time, let us stick on the same, but also it is good to network always. Network always. That's what we are doing this. So when we do all these spaces, then we can always catch up on what is happening. Otherwise, back to you, Marge. Thank you so much, everybody.
No, thanks, Hilary. I just wanted to reiterate on a point that Komwanza shared. This is the leaderless idea. So from the very beginning, actually, when anybody asked for Gen Z leadership, I was baffled, because to me, the only leader that was present, the leader of the Gen Zs, was the constitution and the president, according to the in line with the fact that he is indeed sworn in constitutionally. So, and that would translate to him taking the responsibility and taking care of the needs. But given the things that have happened, and if you carefully look, you might say the term leaderless is a little bit fluid, because when our flyers are printed out, if it was indeed very leaderless, then we would have different flyers being printed out with almost the same thing, but we would see You know, but if there are almost identical flyers being printed out, then there is, of course, a leader behind this, or a few leaders, probably also not knowingly. But nevertheless, I think we shouldn't get into a situation whereby the populace have to look for their own leader when they have the government is not taking responsibility. So they got us here. But again, we need structure, and we want to see how this is going to play out, because obviously the mandate was taken from the ruling party when the demonstrators went on to parliament, and everything, and they shouting Ruto must go, and so that is we need a solid way forward. KDR TV had dropped. He's also co-hosting, but he's now technically we can co-host only the three of us, but he's co-hosting now from the speaker panel. I would like to say that given the fact that we are having a lot of requests coming in, let's now really reduce the speaking time to 3 minutes, and I go to Jasper. Jasper, over to you.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes, I'm Jasper. I'd like to say this. William Ruto, our president, is a guy who plays the game like he plays it from midfield and he can be able to score. I think we should think beyond disbanding the cabinet, and in a way of us from our space, we can be able to get to a point to have our own people proposed to him to have them in office, so that it will be very easier for the check. But now, if we not give him some proposed names to be included in his wish list, by the end of the day, we'll end up where we are as at today, because the powers of getting the cabinet secretaries, everything rests with him. If it rests with him, still he'll be able to pick whoever he has to pick. That's one. Number two, apart from that one, there's so much happening in the said government. Now we've crabbed that the cabinet is out. What about the principal secretaries? What about the head of parastatus, who are his colonies, who are doing the things left, right, center? For instance, my background is in the medical industry. Can say for free, we are extremely suffering, and HIV isn't paying. Even the information given from NHIF to the contributors, the meters in hospitals, we fight each and every day. There is so much needs to be done apart from dissolving the cabinet. Or other heads of parastatus need to go home, a new fresh and a new air, and rather new oxygen has to be breathed in this Kenya. That's my time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jasper, for keeping within the time. Let's have a lady now. Esther, please. Over to you.
Hi, Maj. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Thank you so much. It's been a while. So, I just had a few things to point down. Again, Gen Z here. But
We can't hear her. Is he talking much?
Yes, I can hear her.
okay. I thought I wasn't audible. So, the first thing, when it comes to the dissolution of cabinet and what next, I do not think we are even halfway there yet. The president made a good gesture of dissolving the cabinet and whatnot, but now the next thing that needs to happen is we need to pressure EACC to really probe and investigate those people who are those cabinet secretaries who have been sacked. Now, that is because we want to also set a precedent for the next CSs who come. They need to understand that they don't only work for the president, they work for the people. And for the people to tell you get out, it's not just get out and steal all the money you can and leave. It's steal all the money you want to steal, but at the end of the day, remember that we will come for that money, come rain or sunshine. So the next thing is we need to do now immediately is let's not stop the pressure from there. Like, let's not just celebrate. Yes, it's a win and whatnot, but let's not just celebrate that it's happened. We need to also make sure that EACC completely follows up and probes and investigates all these allegations that have been happening, the reports that have come out, and the billions that have been lost, because that's still government funds that still need to be accounted for. And then the other thing that now we need to do, I'm not for GNU really, personally, given that the president always appoints cabinet secretaries after parliament has approved, then we now need to go to parliament, get the poor leaders out. We need to recall members of parliament. That's the thing that we need to push 100%. And now you see Gen Zs who are really pushing for the recalling of their MPs are being arrested illegally. They're being harassed by the members of parliament in those particular counties. You know the story of the guy in Nanyuki who has been really trying to get signatures and collect signatures to recall their MP, and their MP has really been frustrating him. He's been arrested. He's stayed in detention for a while, but now he's out. So the next thing that we need to do now is go for parliament. Every single MP, and also not only those who have been elected, even the nominated ones, those people who have membership in parties. If you have UDA membership and the nominated MPs who have been put there are not working, aka Akina Karen Nyamu, we as the people who are in members of political parties, we need to tell our political party leaders, get them out, revoke their nomination, start afresh. So once the parliament is cleaned, that's the next thing that we need to do. We've dissolved cabinet. The people who will be appointed, quote unquote, by the president need to not accept their appointments until the CSs who have been dissolved, who have been sacked, are actually investigated by EACC, and EACC says they have open files on them. Then they can be able to now accept the seats, because now what will happen is they'll be inheriting debt, and they'll be inheriting the same chaos that has been there since Uhuru time. So they need to first of all tell president, you want to appoint us, that's fine. If we are qualified, that's okay, but you need to make sure that the people who have left have actually been probed by EACC, and there's a strategy on how that money is going to be released. The next thing is now parliament, we are coming for you. Every single MP who does not fulfill their mandate, who does not work, needs to be recalled. And we now need to show them that, the pressure doesn't stop here. If the president kama Zakayo hashuki saa hizi, then we have to make sure every single person around him is actually someone who is able to work and work well. That's all I have to say for now.
Thank you. And of course, there are some hurdles around, the recall of an MP, as I understood. What are the success rates you would, think that we could have, Esther?
Honestly, I think, or in my opinion, I am I'm very optimistic that we just
Hello, can I speak?
need
Nzalendo, kindly wait. Now I'm looking for the legal possibility, not.
Yes, the legal possibility is actually there if we go the County Government Act route. I think that's the act that we use, as opposed to the Elections Act route, because I know the Elections Act and the Constitution route, in terms of recalling a member of parliament, the standards to be met are higher as opposed to the County Government Act route. If I'm not wrong, Okiya had given this guideline.
No, that's
Yes.
that's the position. So people would
Yeah.
need to use the county, example.
Government Act, yes.
But so that we don't put all our eggs in one basket, is there a way that at least while the pressure is being put, we can try to, put away some of the hurdles at the national level?
Yeah. I already know we've some lawyers or some advocates have actually sought an advisory from the Supreme Court, an advisory opinion from the Supreme Court on how to approach this, especially because IEBC appointment also needs to happen. The president also needs to go ahead with that. But we have some lawyers have sought an advisory opinion on how to go about this. But I think now, with the members of parliament already feeling the pressure, that's enough for now. But now, given the executive has already started has got the heat already, maybe that's the first route we can take, and then now continue insisting on them, on the EACC really probing them and really investigating them. But now, because it's so much easier to deal with the members of parliament that we have, you've seen very many people going to the at the grassroots level, going to the offices of their MPs and actually demonstrating and telling them, we don't understand what you're doing that is helping us. I think even just telling them at the grassroots level, this is what you're doing wrong, and you need to wake up and smell the coffee that we are not happy with it, that's enough. Then now, when it comes to us getting there, because now, remember, the wheels of justice turn a bit slower than we expect them to. Getting the advisory opinion from the Supreme Court will definitely go a long way on how to advise us as advocates and also as Kenyans, how to go about holding our members of parliament accountable. So at the end of the day, still trying to, working towards collecting the signatures. Let's have that bit, at least start somewhere, and then let the laws find us ahead. Are you understanding what I'm saying?
Yes.
Start the processes, start the routes, and then where the laws find us, where the advice finds us, or the advisory opinion finds us, then we can proceed from there. Because it's better if we start off with the signatures, the signatures themselves are proof of, a show of doubt in someone's leadership. So once there is no confidence to that extent, then it becomes easier to not proceed with the other processes when the laws are already out and clear. Yeah.
So just a final question. So you mean to say, because as I understood, we would need to, one would need to file a petition first, and then collect the signatures.
The signatures, yeah.
Yeah.
You can still file the petition while with the signatures as well, and just present them to IEBC as one. But now you see, now we need to make sure first of all
Oh, she dropped while speaking mid-air. I'll check on her. But as she comes back, I have a question to you, Professor. In the event that people are calling on Ruto to go, but in the event that he actually doesn't go, and the suggestion would be then he throws, like on a serious note, throws the MPs under the bus, and tries to at least have a political way to ease the recall clauses. Do you think this is a possibility, or is this going to be something very, a nice wish there? Just your opinion on that, and then Collins. I think Prof didn't catch my question. So then, Collins, can you take that question as you put across your point?
Yes, good evening.
Good evening to you.
Yeah, I think I didn't get the question well, but I'll try to answer it in a moment. So for me, I'll say getting obviously Ruto out, it's our main target, but in the end, it might not happen. So what do we go for? We need now to hold every person in the government to be accountable. I've seen they have sacked the CSS, the CS for the cabinet. Let me say the cabinet, but still, CS are just I usually call them flower boys and floggers. That's what I usually refer to them. But the main people who control ministries. They are the principal accounting officers and the PS. So what happens then? So these are the people who are running government. And even Mbadi was saying when they were appointing these people that government will be run by the advisors, and it has been happening. So we need now to hold every politician, every public servant, let me say that, accountable for what they are doing. So let me now go to my point. My point, I'll just say that dissolution of the cabinet is not everything. Still, we have a long way to go. Yes, we are celebrating, but what are we celebrating? Because still, Ruto is the same guy. He's a career politician. We are dealing with somebody who has been in politics his whole life. He has never done anything outside politics. So we are dealing with a person who we must be very careful. Yeah, he has chosen to sacrifice his people. But still, if you look at it in a political way, Mudavadi is there, Rigathi is there. That's what Ruto is targeting. Even yesterday, he was saying that people should prepare for 2027. He's not stupid. He's preparing for that. So we need to be very careful in how we deal with it. So for me, I'll say again is that there's one aspect we are really forgetting about the IBC. That will be my last point. We are really forgetting about IBC. IBC will be constituted. Lawyers can attest to that, and they'll say that. And I think the commissioners have been increased to 9. That's the information I read. So we need, as much as we are fighting for everything for him to go, also in that IBC, in the next 90 days, we need now to know that also we have our own people, so that we know that they are accountable and they'll give us the most important thing, because politicians have already regained the microphone. I'll say Nkoku Mashinani, and politicians are walking freely. They've already regained the microphone. And the bone of contention is that we need something called the boundaries delimitation. You remember that? It was supposed to happen every 10 years, and it didn't happen. So that's now a starting point. Some constituencies, like I was reading, Nyeri supposed to lose like 3 constituencies. So many people will abandon us when we reach at that point, because they'll be saying that I cannot, my constituency should not go. So we need to be smart in how we approach those things. So that's what I'll say. And I think going forward, government of national unity won't work. And even if it works, what is the end plan? So that's my take.
Thank you so much, Collins. And Esther, I think you were finishing before you drop. Just take 1 minute to land, and then we go to the next speaker.
Okay, yeah, I think what I was trying to put across, or the point I was trying to put across, is we need to be able to start the process now. Like, just start the petition, file the petition, not even really file, or come up with it, and also collect the signatures. Let them know that we are actually doing it. And then now, when the laws are actually clear and IEBC is properly constituted, it's not a matter of months or weeks that we are running around doing this whole process. It's actually being done, and it's there and immediately happening. And then I think the last thing that I had completely forgot to tell you about is something that we are also not really doing, or we're not really focusing on right now, is really educating the masses. Civic education is our biggest power right now, and that is the reason why this whole mess started. When we started teaching, because I am personally a teacher, when we started teaching people about the finance bill, this awareness itself is actually the reason that sparked the curiosity of the whole country. And now, investing in that more, teaching people the law, what it says in their own language, breaking it down to the language that the common Mwananchi actually understands. And then now having people even, analyze and tell them, this is what your MPs promised, this is what is in the constitution, this is what they have not achieved, or this is what they have achieved. Being able to do that also goes a long way, because education is the reason why we're giving our leaders a huge problem. They did not see us coming, because we are actually very much aware of the law, very much aware of the bills that they're passing, or the bills that they're proposing. And now, not only just aware, but telling them we don't want this. Even telling our parents public participation of this particular bill is happening today or tomorrow, let's go. Getting them to actually perform their civic duty is even the biggest weapon we have right now. And that is the thing that we can actually act on right now. Yeah, I think that's it.
Thank you so much. Now, next.
Maj, can I just
Yes,
quickly ask
please.
something? Maybe you or Hillary can answer, or anybody else. Um, I was just looking, right, kwanza aliambiwa, he was, yes, he was warned about the cabinet. Lakini hiyo ofisi ya Musalia, is it actually kwanza constitutional? And why is Musalia still there? Somebody else, I don't know. Is that office constitutional?
The constitutionality of the office, I can defer that question to Easter. I think it's not, but Easter can confirm.
Yeah, okay. The problem with Musalia's seat, there are two, because I think he holds this unconstitutional office, I've forgotten them, and then he also owns the foreign CS position. So that's one of the reasons why I think this big
Goja, 2 offices. Is he getting 2 salaries, alafu?
I don't think so. Let me just confirm. Maybe someone else can say, but I don't know how he's being paid. But he's the prime cabinet secretary. I think that's the one people completely are against, because that is not constitution at all. But the foreign affairs docket is constitutional. I don't know why he's not out. Personally, I don't understand. But completely, he wasn't supposed. The prime cabinet position is not a seat at all. It is not legally, it's not constitutionally mandated anywhere. But you see this a lot with presidents. Even who is this? Uhuru also did the same thing, inventing seats as a president. The CAS's docket was a huge issue when Uhuru was president. It was a big bone of contention because it was not constitutional. Everyone was just like, you're duplicating roles. You have CSs, you have CAS, you have public, what are these seats? PS. So every single time cabinet, the executive is one of the most controversial dockets, if I'm going to say so, in Kenya itself. So it is not constitutional. He's not supposed to be earning a salary from our pockets as taxpayers, unless Ruto is paying him from his own pocket, which I doubt, because it's a fully it's an office that's there. Yeah.
Yes, that confirms what I thought too. The super PS or whatever, I don't know how it's called. It's unconstitutional. But the other reason why both Wetangula and Mudavadi have not been touched is just the political. That's he's keeping the lawyer vote, you know. So they're of course coming back to get to the tribal part of it, and yeah. So the other reason is more of political. Now the next speaker is Shem.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. Thank you, Marge, for creating this platform, and for the co-host as well. Foremost, sincere condolences to the families that have lost their loved ones. I can't really begin to describe the agony that they must be feeling, specifically of young ones. I was seeing guys like 12 years, 17 years. And to me, that doesn't make sense that an entire government chooses to use armed force against children. I was in the demonstrations on Tuesday for the Occupy Parliament, and I could literally physically see how young these people are. And personally, I'm a millennial, so that act is not something that can be wiped away easily, and that the president himself could sanction such a move. It means that he himself is not fit to govern. So I completely am in agreement that he needs to exit that office, because by his own hands he has demerited himself from it. Having said that, the issue of cabinet dissolution and what next, GNU, I think I'm going to summarize those 3 things with 3 points. And just bouncing back on something that has been said concerning the Constitution, I think we need to fully understand what it says, and not just understand it, but also be able to implement it. And I like what Esther pointed out, the issue of public participation. We can never implement something that we have no knowledge of. So I think it begins there. But then after the knowledge aspect, how are we executing some of the knowledge that we have, so that it doesn't remain at a place where it's information, but it's information that is being utilized. And the thing that we need to ask ourselves as we are looking at the constitution and some of these laws that have been passed, which in my opinion do not make sense practically, is, are they really serving the social?
I cannot hear Shem. I think somebody called him.
Okay,
Now
can you
we
hear
can
me?
hear you. Now I can hear you.
Yeah, can you?
Okay, I don't know at what point
Now,
I
just
went off.
let's say 2 to 3 seconds before. So you were talking about implementation. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I was talking about implementation. So one of the questions that we need to ask ourselves as we look at the constitution is, are some of the tenets that are there serving the are they serving the social economic needs from a transgenerational perspective? So we need to look at it and interrogate it from that light. Is everybody benefiting, or is it just a particular class or a particular generation benefiting? So when you look at the constitution, that's one of the first things that we need to consider, and then we can be able to comprehensively weigh into the different elements of whether or not we are going to need particular offices or whether or not we are going to need particular departments within government. That will solve that question. The other thing, I am going to give an example that I had sometime in 2022 and last year. 2022, I was okay. I think I'm echoing.
Anonymous.
I've muted Anonymous.
Just
Continue, Shem.
okay.
Okay.
Shem, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. So in 2022, I'll give two examples of something that I experienced. And 2022, I had the opportunity to be in West Pokot doing some program work for food distribution. And one of the things that I had on the ground by the people in Pokot is that the people from Marakwet had been armed by the CS for Interior. Specifically, initially they used to do cattle rustling through their own traditional means, but now the CS armed about 450 people with guns, so that on the guise of trying to maintain security in the West Pokot area, or to try and protect the forested areas of that place. The question that they were asking themselves is, if one community is armed, what happens to these other ones? It means that there was an internal genocide that was ongoing between two communities under his watch. So that in itself is a complete disregard of the safety of the citizens, and it shows a sense of redundancy, because if this CS is doing that, then what happens to the two governors who are supposed to be responsible for their own citizens? Another example that I want to give, sometime last year, I was also again doing some food distribution, in a place in Kilifi, and we were calling officials from the county government and the national government into that particular event, doing some awareness about environmental issues. The question that came up was that who is supposed to be responsible with some of the toxic wastes and fumes that were coming out from some of the industries around. So you come to realize that the county government is saying the national government is supposed to be responding. There are officials in the national government. Then the national government is saying there are officials in the county government who are supposed to be responding. So we are beginning to see that there is a lack of accountability between the two governments. In short, it appears as if we are having two governments instead of one. Which brings me to my final point. I think we need to begin to implement devolution extensively and practically, because that is what we are lacking at this particular point. That will be able to minimize these instances of blame shifting. We had this same thing sometime early in the year when we had the doctors going on strike, and we were like, no, the national government will not be responsible for that. The county governments need to be responsible for their own doctors. So it puts people in the medical profession on unfortunately or sitting on the fence. So who are they supposed to be seeking for their payments? You see, and these are human beings with families. So we need to relook the issue of devolution again. And we need to ask ourselves, is devolution working, or is the national government working, of which it has come to light that the national government is not? Therefore, the next step should be, how can we decentralize fully our functions, or how can we decentralize government functions fully so that people are able to find the essential services that are needed at the grassroots level. In closing, as I hand back back, we need to look at how can food be decentralized? How can shelter be decentralized? How can health be decentralized? How can education be decentralized? How can opportunities be decentralized? Because ultimately, as we vet the constitution, as we vet these officials, we need to ask ourselves: are we able to benefit from these services to the point where it can meet the need for our own development, which will ultimately accumulate into the national development? So I think I will pause at
Thank
that.
you so
Thank you.
much for your submission. I see KDR TV go on. You want to say something here?
Yes, thank you so much. Let me also chime in and give some brief history about the constitutionality of the IEBC. As we know, from the 90s, we've been really having so many hurdles in constituting a wonderful or a good IEBC, which is impartial, non-partisan. The problem we have with the IEBC is the politicians. A politician wants to put his or her preferred candidate to protect his interest. What we really need to do right now as Gen Z, millennials, and the X generation is to look at the real picture about constituting this particular IEBC. My concern or my input should be the people, the Cherera 4, who are hounded out of the office because they had issues with Kenya Kwanza regime, or they had problems with Ruto. Those people should actually be compensated and put and requested to come back to the office, so that we can look for one or two more how do I call it, two more commissioners, so that head should actually start rolling, especially our MPs. The other option should be we have a snap election. But the problem we cannot have a snap election without having IEBC. So we are still in a quagmire. We cannot go and borrow some people from elsewhere, or Uganda or Rwanda, to come and actually conduct our election. The problem again is about the money. So as we continue to deliberate on the way forward, let's all look at the technicalities which might not actually, or might hinder us to achieve our desired goals. So if Gen Z can demand that the people who are hounded out of the office because they were not friendly to the regime to be returned back to the office because there is totally nothing, they never did anything wrong for them to be hounded out. And you understand that the parliament was basically a rubber stamping parliament. Whatever Ruto was saying from State House, that is exactly what was being effected in parliament. So we should demand that these people should come back to give us an easier time for us to continue. Another issue I'm having with the NADCO report is that the NADCO report, yes, wants to have an IBC, but that IBC is basically how do I call it? A dialogue between Kenya Kwanza, Azimio, whatever, all that. It's not about the Kenyan people. We want an IBC which is particularly going to play a role or a critical role in ensuring that we have a critical election. Critical election is not supposed to be about politicians, but having good systems in place. So let those people actually come back. If we have good lawyers like Otiende Amolo or whatever, just mentioning a name, I'm just throwing up a name, let them go back to parliament, write a law requesting for Cherera 4 to be reinstated back to their office, to give us at least a leeway for us to even start recalling these MPs. Or we demand that Ruto should call a snap election. If we have a snap election, I'm telling you, we are going to drain the swamp and you really Kenya will move forward without any other problem. The other thing which people are still grappling is about the readerless or whatever from Gen Z. Let it continue being readerless, because if we surely, as most people have opined here, if we have number one or number two or whatever, those people will definitely have their level best, or they'll try we using the NIS to go and arrest, abduct those leaders, and things actually will change. Don't think that Ruto is happy. Most people think that whatever he's doing it willingly. He is really hurt. And don't think that these MPs also who are in parliament, who are really having the heat, don't think that they are happy. So if we give them an opportunity for them to decide for us, even the commissioners, still we are going to have problem, because they are having the powers. They are the ones to vote. They are the ones to tell us this is the person we have decided. So there's nothing much actually. We'll continue again making a lot of noise, but unfortunately now the crackdown will continue. And the other thing is, we should demand for the police who killed our innocent children to be apprehended and put back put in prison. Even Kindiki himself must account. That is what I'm actually trying to tell you, gentlemen. And the other thing is, somebody was asking, I think it's my wonderful sister Hamna Ali. Mudavadi surely is drawing two salaries. One of it is for PS Foreign Affairs. PS, not PS, but Cabinet Secretary Foreign Affairs and Prime Secretary. Yes, he's drawing two salaries, and constitutionally, that is the fact which we have on board. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much for your submission and for the clarifications. Let's not forget to build the network as we proceed. So do follow the host, co-host, speakers, look left and right and follow each other. Next is Ian Ndetu and then Paul Ramses.
Hi, Maj.
Yes.
Can you hear me clearly? Thank you for the opportunity. First of all, I'd like to start with my condolences to everybody that lost family. It's sad that they had to lose family to get to this point. And secondly, I would like just people to understand that the following measure by President Ruto is just a measure of goodwill, but it is not. It may be a bluff to put people into context of letting the nation align with his agenda as he moves forward. So I would like, perhaps as we go into the future, as in, because I remember the last conversation that we had in the space, I mentioned that since we're in the age of information, whoever wields the narrative wins the day. And as we move forward, I think if we keep that in mind and hold that into heart and know that information is and awareness is the true weapon of this cause, because we are here because people are informed. We are here because people are informed well enough to know what they deserve. And I am happy that we are holding spaces in different forums, and I would like to see that continue, because that ability for the information to trickle down and to have people aware that whatever services that they are receiving are substandard and they actually deserve more is way more important than anything else, and it will come into fruition into future. Thirdly, I had the liberty to listen to one of the spaces, and they were discussing ICT, and it trickled a very good idea of us reflecting into a different system of which we could have the IBC use and perhaps test different methods of election. And I would very much like to see a scenario whereby different systems are being tested before we get to 2027, so that we are able to participate as a public well enough before we get there, rather than being told and waiting to see a mess of political interventions into a system that is going to affect our future. My final thought, maybe perhaps I would like to see the vocal movement being institutionalized. It doesn't have to have a leader, but it can have an institution whereby the movement is given capacity to mobilize the public, to recall MPs, and given capacity to allow people to leverage their power. So it doesn't have to have a leader, as in it just has to have capacity and leverage of the constitution, so that it can give the people the power to either push for removal of non-performing parastatals or people who are non-performance. But I think it would go a long way, and just like the South Africans did after apartheid, they formed a truth and reconciliation system that allowed them to move to the next step. I think us having an institution that doesn't have a leader, but the vision is the leader, would allow us to move up to the next step as a Kenyan, as a Kenyan country.
Thank you so much,
Thank you, Mike.
Ian. Paul Ramses, and we want to try to finish in the next 30 minutes. So you really try to stay within those minutes that we're speaking. And then, Paul, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Marge. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yes. I just have a few points maybe to share with us. First of all, in this point of the dissolution of the cabinet, well, it's a good sign, but it's not yet full work done. I think this is, he did it, and he did it just under pressure. And this is half mise en place. The biggest thing that we will now request from him, I say him, I mean the president, is number one, we had our children that were shot in the head for eating rice at the Houses of Parliament. He has not taken responsibility. Number one, Ruto must start by apologizing unreservedly to the country and to the people of Kenya. Every time we have mandamanos in the country, we normally lose lives. What happened on June 25th? Today we can be able to see the results, but then I won't say that he has done so much. I talked with him. He brought up a bill that these parliamentarians supported. I think he also, on the day that he was announcing that he's not going, they essentially clapping for him. For him, take full responsibility, and by taking full responsibility, it's just for him to step down. Personally, as a Kenyan, I've got no faith and no more hope in him. Their children, I mean, their mothers, their families that were left with without their beloved people or kids, these children are not going to come back into this life. Even if he's going to compensate them with how much money is he going to do, well, he should just leave. About the signatures, I don't think it would be worth it for us to collect signatures if we can still put pressure on him to dissolve parliament. Once IEBC is reconstituted, then we want an election without him running. Because I think we've got enough people that can be able to run government. We've got enough institutions that can be able to do things for the country. And there's a caller, or there's a participant who's mentioned to do something to do with the EACC. These are institutions that work for him. These institutions, since they were reconstituted, I've never seen any politician that has been brought to court, including Ruto himself, or even charged or even taken to jail. We saw the thing with Linturi the other time. I just think I'm not for the government of national unity. I'm not for Ruto continuing until next week. Today should be the day that he steps down and says, nimetosheka, nimewacha nchi. There are people that are good that can be able to run our country. Lastly, on it's a little bit political. Well, I love Baba and I love the sacrifice that he's made. But this issue of trying to sanitize a person who killed children in Sondu, who killed people in Mathare, who killed people in... Man, I don't like it. Trying to keep who is Mudavadi and Wetangula, just much as you said, he's trying to keep the Luya vote. This is a little bit tribal again, but I think he thinks that he's already lost the mountain. So where can he be able to equalize from? Has to be bringing in Baba, the same person that he called names, the same person whose followers he shot and maimed. Gentlemen, I want to stop it there. It's painful.
Thank you so much, Paul. Now we go to Mzalendo, then Anonymous, then Innocent. And so, guys, time is not on our side. So let's try to put the points together so that it can be delivered in 2 minutes, if possible. Mzalendo?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead, Mzalendo.
Okay, thank you. Cabinet dissolution, what next? Government of national unity. I beg to disagree kindly because from where I sit, the government of national unity has really put this country in a very big mess. And by Ruto dissolving the cabinet today, and by us knowing that they had actually a meeting with Raila and the likes of Kalonzo, we know what is coming next. The cabinet will be a cabinet of national unity. And with every terms possible, I reject that. Because this movement that we started, we are not going to relent. We are not going to back down. In fact, things might even get hotter. Why is Ruto dissolving the cabinet and retaining somebody like Musalia Mudavadi, whose office is very much unconstitutional? The first person that should have gone home is Honorable Musalia Mudavadi. Then secondly, why is Ruto still retaining somebody like Japhet Koome, a person who has killed us, a person who has maimed us? So I did not even see Ruto apologize to the people that his government have killed, his government has maimed. So actually, Ruto is a schemer and he's scheming, and these schemes, if we don't take them serious, Ruto, the Billy I know who wanted to slap Uhuru for attempting to tell him ati kitu tunaweza achilia. Huyo Billy at sioni kama is going to back down any sooner. Then kindly allow me to bring in something that maybe is not aligned to this topic, but is a matter of concern. I come from Siaya County, the county of Honorable James Orengo. James Orengo actually employed ECD teachers last year in the month of August. Up to today, James Orengo has not paid the ECD teachers. Those are 11 months of work without pay. And he employed them on a permanent basis. Can you actually help us greet James Orengo? Orengo anatakikana kusalimiwa because amesaliti walimu. Miezi 11 mwalimu hajapata pesa na alikuwa amewaajiri. Hata afadhali angewaacha, he could just let them go the way they were getting some small tokens from the parents. It was even better for them. Now the parents are not giving them anything, and the teachers have gone 11 months without a salary. And my final submission, I have 3 ministers whom I'm very happy that have been sacked. Minister number 1, Kipchumba Osama Murkomen. I thank God so much that Kipchumba has been sacked, because this is a man who is full of pride, a man mwenye a person just asked him for a job and Kipchumba replied very ruthlessly. Today in the morning, Miguna Miguna posted something that Ababu Namwamba had actually chosen some Kenyan socialites to accompany him to Paris. I'm very happy that Ababu has actually left. Lastly, Susan Nahumicha. Nahumicha has tried to force a shift down our throats, just the same way the housing levy has been forced down our throats. We are suffering, and let us not relent. Let us keep pushing on. The government of national unity is not an option at this point. Government of national unity is not an option, is not the way to go. And if Ruto attempts to go that way, then I think the streets, it will be chaotic in the streets, because we cannot allow again our blood and our effort. But Raila takes an opportunity of our effort to come into the government, to bring a government of national unity. Please, that is not the way to go. No government of national unity. And if Raila is thinking that he's going to use his
can we
community
say hello to the little
to get into
Mzalendo?
the national unity. Okay, baby, wait, caller. Okay, thank you for that. He was actually asking me to pray that she can, if the brother is praying.
Yeah, it's all right. It's all right. We all have
So
kids, so we understand. So kindly, last point as you land. Yeah.
my parting point is this. What is the role of government spokesman and state house spokesman? If somebody can clearly give us the relationship between the two, because I think the next step that we should go, what is Hussein Mohammed and Isaac Maura doing in this government? Because to me, I feel these are two people who are doing the same type of job, and I think those guys, one of them needs to go, so that we remain with a government spokesman, and not that we have a state of spokesman and a government spokesman. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Yeah, thank you. For the issue with the salaries in Siaya County, kindly do a tweet tomorrow about it and tag me to it. I will then tag the senator and request everyone in the space to retweet, so that at least he can be aware that there's an issue he needs to look at. The other points that you spoke about, I wish that Anonymous would also chime on to them as he continues, or at least one. So Anonymous, you're next, and then Innocent. 2 minutes each now, guys. We only have 26 minutes to go. Anonymous, it's over. Yes, go.
Yes, go. Thanks for the opportunity. Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, but there's some echo coming from your mic.
Okay,
Try again.
Everything is better. Okay, first, I will begin by saying I think the topic today is what happened after the dissolution of the cabinet. So it's indeed that the cabinet has been dissolved. And what happened next is that the government, the president must bring up other names, propose names that will be approved by the parliament. So as the Gen Zs and the millennials, I think we need to try pushing hard that the names that should be proposed by the president should be names of the professional. For example, if one must be a medical practitioner, either a pharmacist or a dentist, to be the Minister of Health. It is very wise and prudent that if you are not in that profession, you will not have the necessary expertise, knowledge, and experience to govern or to lead. For you to lead, you must be aware, you must know how everything works and operates. Number two, how can someone be a Minister of Defense if this person do not understand even how the system operates or everything works. We want inclusivity. Youth must be included, but only also youth that qualifies. Number two, I think the office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary, we are not against the one Musalia Mudavadi, but the office is unconstitutional. So if the Musalia Mudavadi must be retained, I think we should propose that he be given another docket or another ministry while the new cabinet will be reconstituted. Again, we should champion for the disbandment of the other unconstitutional offices. For example, the one for the Hussein Mohammed that is was said by the previous speaker. For one, IG Jafet Kohome, this guy should be sacked with immediate effect, or he should resign, because this guy is unprofessional, and this guy, I think, I'm looking for the best word. IG Jafet Kohome, I don't know how to say, but he should be sacked. For the one, the former Minister of Interior, Professor Kithure Kindiki, I respected him, and I was one of his supporters ever since, thinking that he was very wise as a legal expertise. But I think this guy should also be answerable. The last time we saw him on national television, Citizen TV, he was very rude. This guy was trying to operate defensive. Yeah, like this guy was trying to defend the government even at a time that he should accept, apologize, and maybe calm down the citizen, the Gen Zs and the Millennials. Yes, so Professor Kithure Kindiki should be answerable. We should also champion and push for the rogue police officers who killed our brothers. These guys, we want to see them in court. We want to see them prosecuted. We do not want this word that investigation is ongoing. For us civilians, whenever we commit an offense, we get arrested immediately. Then we'll be taken to court. The investigating officers will request for 14 days, 30 days, I think 1 week for the completion of investigation. We want to see all these officers because we have their contact, we have the images, we have the videos. In this fight, we must be fearless. We must be leaderless, the way we said before. We must be tribeless. We must be brave and courageous. Myself, I've never participated in the demonstration because of the nature of work that I do. I'm a medic and I was always in the hospital. But I was supporting the demonstrators by buying at least 100 water bottles every day, giving the demonstrators in Mombasa. I'm a resident in Mombasa. Another thing, we want President William Samoei Ruto to restore full operation of the NHIF, the Linda Mama, things like the subsidy to the chronic infections and diseases like cancer. These things are very expensive most of the time. While I'm in the hospital, I even cry seeing very poor people who pay for NHIF. When they come for treatment, the NHIF will approve 20,000. At that time, the medication that is required plus the hospital charges is worth 200,000. This person will come to the hospital, no services. This guy has been paying NHIF for over 10 years because he or she is not a civil servant. The amount that is approved is not enough. So there must be a balance. If then the NHIF or the SHIF, as they are proposing, if it cannot serve the non-civil servant the same way it's serving the civil servant, then it should be optional. That is my suggestion.
Thank you, Mark. Let me chime in a little bit.
Yes.
Yes,
Thank
please.
you so much.
so much.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very
Thank
much,
you very much,
Anonymous. And
Anonymous. And
I would like
I
to
would
be
like
mentioning the hospitals you are working and all that. In this particular group or conversation, we are having even NIS people here, and still crackdown is continuing. So please, the next time when you give your contribution, don't say exactly where you are and all that. So that would be good for you. What Kenyans also should understand, Maj and all the listeners, is that as of today, only 15% of the national allocation to the Ministry of Health goes to the counties. 85% remains with the national government. I work for the Ministry of Health, from early 1990s up to 2007. Let me say 2006 when I had to run away from Kenya. The problem we have in the Ministry of Health is corruption. And the other thing is, we've been asking the national government, why are you retaining 85% in the national government? Why do you decide to bandwagon the medics to the counties? Wherever in the counties, only the money which is actually allocated to the counties is only meant for paying salaries. And some of these salaries are not even worthwhile. The people working down there, sometimes they take like 3 months for them to be paid. And again, now you want demanding that the county governments actually absorb this interns. With which money? Where are they going to get this money to absorb this particular interns? While in Nairobi, you are remaining with 85%. Doing what? Those are some of the questions medics actually should be asking. This 85% doing what? To buy mandasi for Nakumisha and whatever and blah blah. We don't actually want that one to continue. Thank you so much, Maj.
Okay,
Thanks.
just to complete my statement.
Yes, and then Innocent goes. Yeah.
Yes, okay. I think, thank you for the addition. My last statement will be on the housing levy. This is an unconstitutional, I think, I don't know how I can call it. I suggest that we fight this thing called housing levy. For example, myself, I don't need a house. I already have a house in the village and in town. So I will never need a house. This thing is a good idea, but it should be optional. It should not be mandatory. So, as the Gen Zs and the millennial, the things that maybe are burdening us, the things that are dragging us behind, for example, the housing levy, we should be pushing very hard. Not maybe if it cannot be withdrawn, then it should be made optional for people who need. We know that the housing is one of the big problem in our nation. There are people who really need it. So, for such kind of people, then it will be good for them to contribute. And my last point will be just to tell everyone who is listening today that come 2027, all of us should stand tall, be courageous and brave. We should educate and or enlighten everyone around us, our parents, our grandfathers, our friends, our colleagues, to vote wisely. Because the only way of beating corrupt politicians is on the ballot. Right now, we will try our best. We really want Ruto to go. But sometimes, maybe it might be a challenge. 2027 is 3 years to go, 2 years to go, 3 years to go, I mean. So we should vote wisely on ideology, on manifesto, but not depending on who gives more. So corruption should be a thing of the past in the coming election, the next general election. Thank you very much.
Thanks, guys. Let's. Kindly mute. Before Innocent goes, I wanted to say, because I kept remembering that Mudavadi was also a VP. I've counter-checked, and he is indeed the 7th VP of the Republic of Kenya. That would mean that he's not only getting 2 salaries, but also getting a retirement pack. You know?
So what?
Yes. But unless he was too short in the Kibato, KDR TV would need to come to check that. But he was a VP also, would be getting the retirement packs of a VP, and the 2 salaries he's getting. That would be the same thing if Raila would get a position again. He's getting the retirement pack of the PM. And that also Ruto is getting a retirement pack of the VP and now the salary of the president. So that is one thing that at least as we're moving forward, we have to find a solution for that. Innocent?
Hey, colleagues, how are you all doing? Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak again. Maj, thank you for putting this forum together again. I want to start by registering my sincere condolences to those who passed away, who were killed, maimed, and those who are still hurt, maybe emotionally or psychologically, or whichever way. Thank you so much for the contribution of those people. It will never be paid, but we are thankful. I would like to try and contain my conversation within just what has happened this morning. I think we need to look at the options that are left. The true legal options that are left are simply that either the president resigns or he gets impeached, or we have to wait until 2027 for him to be voted out. Those are the three legal ways that the man has to face. The other thing that needs to be thought about is about recalling the MPs. The MPs, there's been massive and widespread calling for them to be recalled. That cannot be done, obviously, because IEBC is a body that cannot function right now. It's pretty much non-defunct. It's not there. So that also stays there as a question. The third and most important was there was conversations about what has happened. How come the county governments are being left with responsibilities to secure things without funds? The one thing I want to say is the reason why Ruto is the way he is now is because he is such a great communicator, and he was able to bullshit his ways to even the smartest people in the room started believing him, that he knew and he had solutions. Every single person believed him. Very few people said this guy actually has no chops. Unfortunately, the person that said that was the outgoing president, or the ex-president that we had. Nobody listened to him. But I am bringing this to say that in this coming election, we have to understand that Ruto was able to actually muzzle all the counties and all other politicians, where even the devolution itself was literally in his pocket. He's the one that's funding every single thing in the county, and he will give money just when he wants. If you stand up and talk against anything he didn't like, guess what? Your county didn't get paid. Guess what? MPs around you as a governor or as head of that county were being paid to actually come and heckle you or start fights. We've seen that in a lot of counties, especially in the Nyanza part, because those were very vocal governors that were able to say, hey, look here, the president is not doing this. So the power of the purse, which stays with the parliament, and which actually is authorized by the president, has been the biggest issue. That is how come he was able to actually buy every single legislator that they cannot even see a gun right between their eyes. They still voted for what they knew was going to take them down. So money, or the power of the purse, as they say, is one of the biggest issue that we have. There is need for there's need for actually uh, the salaries of all the officials to be reduced, and I don't really believe that we are overrepresented. I just think the politicians are overpaid. So I'm not sure if this is going to help anyone at the moment, but I do think we should really think about the three options that we have. Either Ruto resigns, either he gets impeached, or he goes to election on 2027. And it's within those three aspects that we really should focus on. I do not think that generally, as successful as this revolt or revolution has been, that we can actually kick this guy out. The reason why he has purged his cabinet today is just to show the international that I am willing to work with these guys. And then when it comes to that, he's going to draw a line. And when he draws a line, bodies are going to fall. So we also have to be very careful and understand, if we're going to push forward and take over, it's going to be bloody, and people needs to be ready. Somebody also said about a lot of wajasusi are in here listening. Those are just part of the things that are going to happen. They're going to increase. You're going to see a lot of messages coming to inbox, Paul Sana Maj, and other people like that. So anyway, I'm going to cut this short from here because I've rambled quite a bit. But thank you for what you've done, and what you're continuing doing. Stay vigilant and stay patriotic. The most important thing that I have not heard, everybody say they're leaderless, they're all this, but the one thing I've never heard anybody say is, are we patriotic or not? Are we a patriotic people? Do we truly love this country? Or is it just a fad right now to say we are leaderless, to say we are this group or that? Are we truly patriotic? That's what we should ask ourselves every single day. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much, Innocent. And now we move to Mr. Major, Dr. Okemo, and Sebi Ahmed. 2 minutes each, please, as we close. Mr. Mayor, can you hear me? Okay. So, Dr. Okemi, I think he dropped also. No? Yeah, he dropped. Dr. Okemi dropped. People are dropping. It's not our fault.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, Sebi Ahmed, go, please. Go on.
Okay, thank you very much for this opportunity. As for me, I will say it's not a moment to relent, because if I look at the global scope of this issue that we are having now, recently, actually today when I woke up, I saw that America was pressuring Kenya to be tough on Chinese guys here in Kenya. And I think, and then certainly I see Ruto, firing the cabinet secretaries in Kenya. I think now the issue is that he's being pressured by America because of the influence that Kenya has in Africa. You've seen the wave. Useful processes that we have seen. Hello. Seen it happen before. When there's a moment okay. In the country. I believe that you've seen the wave that is sweeping across Africa. A lot of youth in other countries like Ghana, Nigeria are following the suit. And I believe that America is afraid of liberation of Africa from the West because I think they are afraid from the conscience that is being awakened in Africa. And I think this is what they're trying to suppress the issue here in Kenya and to divest the youth anger from the government so that we can no longer pursue whatever we're pursuing and to calm the issue that is that is taking wave in Africa as of now. And because this matter now, because now it is something that is being it is being viewed from other countries where we have inspired other citizens from other countries, other youth, and that is why I believe we should not relent and we should not relent as of now. We have to achieve the goal so that other youth from other continent, other youth from the other countries, so that they can know they can stand up for their rights. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Major, I see you back again. Take a go. Otherwise, Abdi.
Thank you, Maj. And thank you for giving me this
That was going to happen. My apologies. There are two Abdis. The Abdi in our orange top. And then
thank you,
the other
Maj.
Abdi. Yes, okay.
Thank you again and the team for putting this together. I've been dropping for some reason today, I don't know. But I'll just be quick. I think the dissolution of the cabinet marks a significant shift in the administration strategy and policy direction. And I think reality now has kicked in for Ruto and his administration. And somehow it signals some political commitment to address the inefficiencies and implementing some policy reforms, which I'm still doubtful, but I will still give it a benefit of doubt for now. I'll also look at he has to reduce the number of the current cabinet secretaries when he appoints them. Also, he has to reduce the number of principal secretaries and advisors in his government. The number is unsustainable. The wage bill is unsustainable. Getting from the wage bill is always inflated with these appointments, political appointments, and reducing the numbers is essential to bring down the wage bill and redirect fund to the doctor strike, hiring some more doctors, to education, infrastructure. I think this is what now he should be looking at. It's good to have 5 cabinet secretaries than having a bloated 15, 20 of them, and still there is a role duplication. The other thing I would say now that he has done the dissolution of the cabinet, and I'm looking forward he does to the principal secretaries, introducing new faces, particularly from the Gen Z, into the leadership position can bring innovative ideas and new perspective to the government. The youthful energy is a driving force in terms of thinking and policy and reforms that resonate well with also with the young people. I think this is what Ruto should be looking at. He has time to reset now. Engaging the public in these reforms is crucial to build trust and ensuring the administration actions aligns with the citizen. This is my take on this topic. Thank you.
Let's kindly proceed to the next update.
Hello all. I hope we are all okay. I think I've been on the queue for quite a while. That some of my topics have already been cleared. For instance, the issue of civic education and awareness. I think that's one of the biggest things that has come out of this revolution by Gen Zs. Most of us are millennials who used to just take it like prisoners, most of us, and these kids have really woken us up because I found myself writing to, for instance, this week to the issue of the roads levy, and I think it gave me some sense of vindication when we saw it being withdrawn. So I think that issue has been discussed. The second one was corruption. I think we need to rethink about the death penalty because somebody is applying drugs to chalk instead of drugs to cancer. I think that somebody like that should be hanged or shot. Hakuna kubembelezana. And the day some of these big wigs not getting locked, but actually are sentenced to the death penalty and it's acted on, like China, I think that issue will stop. But it all boils down to the individual, all of us. We need to desist from that habit of corruption. My main topics, my other two topics that weren't touched as much is about the CS. What next? I think Ruto. It will be fair for us. I voted for him, although I've been disillusioned the last few months. But he should have his pick and choices that he can work with. Where we can put pressure is when they are going for vetting and somebody like Inturi there, Namwamba, Alfred Mutua, people who are opportunists, and then we can go in and like the Gen Zs and uh, pamphlet, petition parliaments to reject them. That would be the best way. But somebody also mentioned that the accounting officer in ministries, the people who actually run the ministries are the PSs, the principal secretary. And I've had people here really bashing Nakumicha. There's projects I'm involved in. Believe me, she's just a titular head. Uh, she is not empowered. Ni doli tu ako pale. People are just bashing her. When you give somebody work and you delegate to them and empower them, then you can hold that person accountable. But in Ruto's government, what I've seen, especially where there is a Kale PS, that Kale PS is powerful. But when you have a bulldozer like Moses Kuria as a CS who can hold his own, he knows what he's doing, then the CS will take a more direct role. But I normally the person who signs the check and runs the ministry is the PS. So unless you have a bulldozer, more powerful CS over you, the CS is basically policy wise. So you can blame Nakumicha all you want, but I don't think she was empowered. My last issue, I think, was sorry. I think that's all. I don't want to take so much time. Thank you guys for this
Yes.
opportunity.
So can we then hope that moving forward, you're going to vote a leader who can empower the people he's working with?
I actually believed in him. I
And we are not bashing
okay.
each other any longer. Yeah.
And by the way, I think we are going about this the wrong way. It's not more about the person. I think we should be focused more on the institution. As you can see, IPOA under the previous guy was very, very, very powerful. I dealt with them so many times on some issues. And that guy, I think it was Jeru or something. That guy did his job. I think it was either wakati ya Kibaki akitoka, somewhere there. That guy did a good job. So the people who are currently there, they have the tools, they have the budget. I don't know why they're not doing the job. So it's about, like the Commission of Administration of Justice. These guys are really doing a good job. When Kenyans are asking for information, they follow up. I've dealt with them severally on the issues of LGBT and what have you. and they really they do their job. So it's about institutions. Now, if you have a weak parliament that does not do its job on checks and balances, that's why now
Uh,
this Gen Z
Abdi,
really woken
I
us
would
up.
really disagree with you. It's always
Okay.
also, you know, if you put me in an institute, if no matter how good that institute is, if I'm not doing my job, it's
Yeah.
gonna crumble down on me. Okay, but again, we don't have to be you know, it's a public forum, so of course, your opinion holds for you, and I just wanted to say I'm of a different opinion. Let's go to Major, Mr. Major, Kasim, and then Franklin. Major, you're back, but you're not speaking. Kasim, go. Or Major, are you able to speak now? Okay,
Hello?
hello, yes, go, please. Yeah.
Yes, yes.
2 minutes each.
Are you
Yes, I can
getting me?
get you. Because you are close. Yeah.
Thank you. Asante sana. Mimi naitwa Mr. Bunyasi kutoka Mombasa. Nashukuru sana kwa hii mjadala, ni nzuri sana. Langu ni kuhusiana na vile heading umesema, cabinet devolution, what next? Mimi ni millennium, close to Gen Z. First of all, I'm very happy with what is going on. Kitu ile president leo amefanya, mimi sijefurahi, niko tu vile tulikuwa mara ya kwanza. Kwa sababu gani? Wewe kama kiongozi, ulipochagua viongozi wako ama wasaidizi wako na umeona wajafanya kazi, wewe kama kiongozi mwema katika nchi unastahili ufanye nini? Waondoe. Lakini baada vijana wameenda njiani, wengine wameaga, tumesukuma, that is the time now, anasema tumeondoa hawa walikuwa wafanyi kazi, na amekaa nao karibu miaka 2. Hii inaonyesha kwamba moyo wake bado uko mbali sana na sisi. Mimi ningeomba vijana ama Wakenya wote tuendelee kuungana, kusukuma, tutafute Kenya mpya. Maana hata sasa hata rais kama yupo, mimi bado namuona yeye sio rais ambaye anaweza kutusaidia. Maana ni lazima wengine wamwage damu ndiye afanye jambo. Ni lazima tufanye jambo fulani ndiye afanye jambo. Naonelea tuendelee kusikuma, tusibaki mahali pale. Tusikume nini? Tuangalie these 3 arms of the government. Tuangalie executive, tuangalie parliament, na tuangalie judiciary. Judiciary leo hii imefinywa, na imefinywa kwa sababu ya executive. So, judiciary ikisimama, ikiwa strong, ikiwa na uwezo wake, hii maneno ya corruption itakuwa rahisi. Lakini sisi kama vijana tukisema corruption no, na ukiangalia judiciary hawajapata pesa ambayo inastahili, hajapewa hiyo mamlaka kamili. Ukipata judiciary anasimama, unapata rais anamfinya ama executive anafinya. Sasa kwa ufupi, sisi kama vijana tuendelee kusukuma ili tupate revolution kwa kila mahali. Kitu kingine kuhusiana na mambo ya polisi, ile walifanya ni sawa, umedissolve cabinet, lakini ukiangalia kwa undani cabinet inakuwa attached mahali padogo sana. Angalia huyu Koome pale Nairobi yenye alifanya, rais hajamuongelea. Vijana ambao walipotea, rais hajaongea. Vijana ambao wameaga, rais hajaongea. Hizo familia ambayo imeathirika, rais hajaongea. Hiyo inamaanisha rais bado kuna jambo private ako naye moyoni, hajaamua kutusaidia. What next? What next ni tuingie tena, tuendelee kwenda uwanjani. Tusukume mambo mengine. Hata kama rais hawezi toka State House, lakini aone kwamba tunahitaji Kenya mpya. Na Kenya mpya taipata namna gani? Angalia walimu wanaumia. Mimi ni mwalimu na sijaandikwa bado na serikali, lakini huwa naungana na walimu wenzangu. Twende upande wa shule za serikali. Kuna watoto wa grade ya 7 na 8 wanaumia. Kwa mfano, serikali imeandika tu walimu 2. Unapata wanafunzi zaidi ya 200 wako na walimu 2. Unapata wanafunzi zaidi ya 300 wana mwalimu mmoja ambaye ameandikwa, ambaye yuko kwa intern. Na huyu mwalimu aliandika mwaka 2022. Mwingine aliandika mwaka 2023. So unapata walimu wanaumia sana na watoto wanaumia sana. Ningaomba sisi kama vijana Kenya nzima tusimame ili tusonge mbele. Asanteni sana, siwezi chukua muda mrefu. Shukrani.
Asante sana Mayor, kwa kuungana nasi katika hii mjadala, na asante sana.
Yes.
Na hivyo umeongea vema, manake pia tunahitaji kuangalia ni mahitaji gani tuko nayo na ni vipi tunaweza kusaidika, ndio tusipate kuzubaa tukifikiria yote ni mema lakini sio hivyo vile iko. Na shukrani tena sana, na ni vizuri kuongea nawe katika hii mjadala. Basi twaenda kwa Kasim alafu Franklin. Dr. Kasim?
Oh, thank you much.
You're welcome.
I want to you can get me?
Loud and clear.
I want to start where the former speaker said, if we have been hearing Ruto talk of the Gen Z demonstrations were fair and they should have done. But I have a question here. It is Ruto came up, when Ruto appointed his cabinet, he also appointed Koome as the IG. Why is he leaving him? I think he should have gone together with his cabinet. This person he brought, Adamson Bugay, is the one who was leading the killing of demonstrators in Nairobi. Why is he still the police boss in Nairobi? If he is ever serious with what he's doing. These are two people who should go on now. Now, the other issue is about this recall of MPs. As we think of recalling MPs, there are 4 MPs. There are 4 people in the cabinet, in the parliament. Stephanous Osoro, Kimani Ichung'wah, Kimani Kuria, and the speaker. We can't wait for them to be recalled. These are people who should be forced to go home if ever we want any Kenya. They are the source of the problems we have. Then the thing you should be asking ourselves is, do we have anybody? Because the way things are going, Ruto is not ready to resign. Can we have anyone who can we do some posters targeting some specific MPs, the likes of Babu Owino who have been supporting us? We force them to take a motion of impeachment to parliament to impeach Ruto. Then we see how the people will vote. If ever they are ready to because the speaker say the Sophie cabinet is just a very small thing. There is more than that. If he's serious with the Sophie cabinet, then Mudavadi should have gone. We have people who have been kidnapped. And all the MPs around our movie talking of Gen Z are doing well. Their demonstrations were peaceful. But we don't see anything about the people who were kidnapped. We don't see anything about the people who are being killed every day. Then the other thing I wanted to look at is if he is able to constitute a cabinet, if he decides not to go, I think we should stand the ground and say bring professionals to the cabinet, not politicians. Then he's talked of people above 60 should go home. It should be very clear. Who are these people above 60? Because there are some boards which are people above 60 who are still serving there. Why should they be serving in the board? Then the last thing which I wish we should consider seriously is if we could convert this movement to a mega political party. That's the only way we will vote.
Lakini unasikia some
Yes.
of them.
So if there was a way we could convert this movement.
Dr. Kasim, continue. I think somebody was just interrupting you because their mic was not muted. Continue as you land. Back to you.
Yes, I would say if there was a way we could convert this Gen Z of ours to a movement and some sort of a political party so that we empower ourselves, then we move together as one. We see how we are going to throw these people out of power come 2027 if they are not willing to go now. Because unless we make it that way, we will not be able to fight for our needs. And these people are not willing to fight for us. I was looking at a clip where I saw Mudavadi when he was being interviewed for the Prime Cabinet slot. He was talking of he's worth 1.3 billion. You ask yourself, if you say you are worth 1.3 billion and you don't want to table for us how you meant this money, is this not money stolen? Now, the last one, before I stop, is are we going to get a lifestyle audit of these cabinet secretaries who have gone? How much did they have in 2022 before Ruto appointed them? And what do they have now? If there is anything they have stolen from the public, they return before they misuse the funds. Otherwise, thank you so much. I have only that.
Abandoned. A case in point, the cost of acquiring passport was just increased the other day. People shouted, people talked, but because of the mentality, the utadu nini mentality, Kindiki ensured that passed and nobody complained. As Kenyans, we are so soft to an extent that we just accept. We lie low like an envelope. They step on us, but they still say that we are not flat enough. Even getting that passport in the first place became a serious challenge. Systems were just not working. We have a case where we have the programs like Linda Mama that were working for safe delivery. Somebody in their wisdom or lack of it decided that that was not important and decided to take it away. We kept quiet. The cost of university education has suddenly gone so high that education is no longer affordable to the common man's household. Pray tell, I studied a few years back and I was paying 20 to 30K per academic year. Lo and behold, I found out that the same course that I did, the new admission letters had a fee requirement of almost 200,000. And you have to imagine somebody who is from deep in the village, who's never even been to Nairobi, who was told that education is the only key to success, can afford 200,000, and we keep quiet as a country. Then the president comes and tells us that he's refined the funding model for university education. He's so proud of it that our universities were collapsing and now have refined it and everything is fine and he wants to be clapped for. Yet it is not even affordable. It is even cheaper to fly to India or to the UK and do your undergraduate than even study in the University of Nairobi. And it calls that wisdom. No, guys, the Ruto and his ilk have to be called to order. We demand our country back. They're not going, they had their time, they've lived their lives, they've enjoyed, and it is time they allow us the opportunity to run the show, to dictate and determine the course and the path on how we want our country to be led. He cannot come and tell us that I've created 5,000 jobs in the West, in UAE. And you go into the website and listing those jobs and you realize there are jobs for housekeepers, maids, drivers. And it's just thumping in the night that, oh, I've created jobs in UAE. He should be the first one to gather these children to go and take up those jobs. Let him resign as president and go and take up those jobs. If you think it is something glorifying to go and work as a maid in UAE, he comes and tells us that affordable housing has created jobs, that you go to Mukuru kwa Jega, there are 4,000 Kenyans working. First, does he know even how many people, how 4,000 people, what space they need to occupy? And how many people can even fit in an affordable housing? It tells us it created jobs for architects, engineers, First and foremost, to begin with, if you ask yourself, how many architects do you need in a building complex? So maybe one or two at most. And he brags and he wants us to clap for him that he's done some magic. No. The guy should be called, we should call out his bullshit and tell him to stop lying to us and give us our country back. So the conversation should now shift. At least we are winning. And we are winning because the pressure is increasing. But the pressure should now increase the more. For one, the conversation should now shift to one, no CS that was in his cabinet should be appointed back. Those people have stolen enough. They have done us bad. They should go. Actually, the conversation should now start on when the ESCC should have an appointment with each and every one of them, so that we know how much they were worth when they were getting into office and how much they are worth now. And if somebody cannot explain their wealth, then they should have a case to answer. They should be guests of the state. We should actually start visiting, they should start visiting the fundis at committee to take their measurements, because that is where they belong. They are corrupt. They are just too bad for the country. We can't have a case where young men and women who 2 years, 3 years back were hiking Lyft and could not even afford fuel to fuel the small vehicles, currently cruising around with cars worth 40 million, 20 million, courtesy of working in State House. A country where corruption is the order of the day, where you're cruising around in latest versions of cars and you don't have any business you're doing, there is no manufacturing you're doing, but somehow you're building very big houses in Karen, buying land left, right, and center, and you want to brag to us, courtesy of corruption, and you want us to clap for you? No. We must take charge of our country, and we must be sane enough to say that enough is enough. So a few things that we need to address. One of them, for a very long time, jobs in the public service has become a mess. Like even getting opportunity to be employed in the public service. How many years have they frozen employment in the public service? And then when we, who are learned, who are graduates, we apply, we are told there is an internship program. You go for that internship for 1 year, you're paid little money, and by the time you're there, somebody is sent on permanent and pensionable basis from the office of the deputy president. Oh, mimi baba yangu anajuana na fulani. Mimi baba yangu anajuana na waziri fulani. I've gotten a permanent and pensionable job. And we, who are children of nobody, who have no connection, who have no big second name, cannot get those jobs. But after 1 year, you throw out to the street in the name of our internship is done. And yet you want us to clap for you and listen and say you are the hero? No. We demand for a change, and that change has to happen. So the public service has to work. Another thing in the public service, we have old guards, people beyond 60 years. As a matter of urgency, those people should be retired like ASAP, like yesterday. The people who are in the public service who are 70 years, people whose contract long expired, and are serving on extended contracts. Why do we need them when we have millions of Kenyans who are so dedicated, so determined, and can work, but they cannot get those jobs? Let the old ones just go home. Let them go and take care of their chicken at home. Let them go and take care of cows and goats. Let us work, we who have the energy. And Ruto should also be told that government tenders should be given to qualified individuals. We cannot have a case where the government tenders is being auctioned among us, the who is who. We have cases of the CSS keep the government tenders and then distribute them among us their cronies in parliament. So we have the parliamentarians, the MPs, and the CSS, they have formed a cocoon where they are the only beneficiary of government tenders. And we who are learned, we who also deserve to be part of those particular programs, cannot get those opportunities. So it is high time we tell them off. It is high time we take back our country. And there is this budget line in our budget called foreign travel. I think we should, as a country, we need to limit foreign travel to only either the office of the president, that is the presidency, office of the attorney general, the foreign affairs office, the ministry of trade, and probably the treasury. Maybe for discussion on bilateral agreements and for discussion of any trade agreement. But I don't see a reason where Parliament can have a budget of foreign travel more than even the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. What does my MP got to do to go and do in India? What does he got to do to go and do in Italy? What has he got to do and go and do in the US? My MP should, if he has to travel, let him come to my constituency because that is where his people are. If he wants to travel, let him. If he wants to travel out of the country, let him travel out of on his own coast. We cannot have a case of MPs who are traveling like this weekend. I'm in Singapore. Next weekend is in Dubai. The following weekend is this place. Some MPs take years before they even come to the constituencies. So Parliament should ideally not even have a budget on foreign travel. And there are also State House is very State House is in a position where they are giving jobs for people for positions that are not even legal. It will surprise everyone on this space that the position of the head of public service is not even in our constitution. It is unconstitutional. The position that was returned of Mudavadi, Prime CS, that position is unconstitutional. Why do we keep quiet when Ruto is giving out positions that are unconstitutional? So as a priority, those unconstitutional officers should be abolished. And in fact, those people are holding them should cease to hold them forthwith and even refund the taxpayers' money earned out of occupying those positions. But that is not even an issue. You go to State House, you find State House has more than 100 legal advisors. Why do you need 100 legal advisors? If you look on Facebook, you just search legal advisors in State House. You'll get so and so, State House legal advisor, director legal advisor, director legal advisor. Like you wonder why State House, a government with a fully fledged Ministry of Office of the Attorney General keeps more than 100 legal advisors in State House. And why does the same State House have communication experts of more than 50 individuals? There is Talam, there is Gerald Bitok, there is Hussein Mohammed, there is Siji so and so, there is Najma Ishmael. Everyone is in charge of communication. You wonder, yet whatever they are even discussing is something we can access on Twitter. Why do you need more than 50 communication guys in State House? For what for? And then why also do we need a government spokesperson? We need a deputy government spokesperson. We need another deputy government spokesperson. Why do we need all those positions when we can only listen to one voice at a time? And that guy called the current government spokesperson one is enough. Why do we need three? So Ruto had gone to a point where he was now rewarding cronies with reckless abandon. If he wants to reward them, let him employ them in his own farm, let him pay them from his own pocket, but we are not going to allow taxpayers' money that is hard earned to be used to reward cronies and to be used to make deals that are not beneficial to me and you, to the common man. So we have to increase the pressure. We have to tell him off and increase the pressure. We cannot have a government where things are just not working, where things are not moving, where our voice as citizens cannot be heard. It is painful that last year we lost 75 people, more than 75, when we were agitating against the finance bill in 2023. But you see the advantage which politicians have, they divide us along tribal lines. And that is that is the point that has really made this revolution become successful, because we are not driven by matters tribe. It is tribeless. Last year, Ruto was chest thumping and telling everyone who cared to listen that go and pass that bill without even replacing a comma. And true to his words, the cows called parliamentarians passed it without replacing a comma. And what did you see? Housing levy, increase in cost of literally everything. And this year, when he was I remember when he was attending the graduation ceremony in Garissa, After the ceremony, he was addressing guys at the roadside, and he was telling them, I've told your MPs to go and pass that bill so that next week we can start doing A, B, C, and D, speaking with a lot of authority. But it is good we've told him off and shown him who the real owners of the country are. So as I finish, I want us to increase the pressure more and more and tell Ruto that, one, we do not expect any of the 22 CSS that he has dismissed back to the cabinet. Two, we do not expect any politician. This is not a time for Azimio to come in. This is not a time for Raila to prompt his people like Joe, people like Oparanya, people like whoever mentioned them. Any politician. We do not expect any politician back to the cabinet. We want a cabinet of technocrats, a cabinet of people with checkered career. Kenya is a citadel of talent. Kenya has more than enough. And somebody tell him that success is not finding for Kenyans job abroad. Kenyans success is finding jobs for Kenyans in their own country. Let him give us a conducive business environment. Let him create jobs in Kenya. Let Kenyans who are away to take up jobs in Kenya and take part in building our nation. So we want to build our nation in our own country. Kama yeye anataka kwenda kufanya kazi ughaibuni ama nje, let him apply to be the president of Germany. We do not care. He can even apply to be the president of Brazil. But if he's looking for a vote to be the president of Kenya, then let him create jobs for Kenyans in Kenya. So as I finish, we need a cabinet of technocrats and even the PSS. After he's done with setting up the CSS, the PSS, he should also reduce the CSS from the 50 number to less than 30. We want a cabinet, a government that is lean, a government that is efficient, and a government that works for the people. And we are going to ensure that it is our way or the highway. Ruto has to ship in or ship out. Otherwise, thank you so much, and tuendelee na hii pressure. Asanteni sana.
Very nice, very nice. Something to note pia, nacheki tuko na wasanii huku kwa nini, kwa space yetu kuna kina Nonini, kuna Shanky. Pia mnaweza request mic, mnaweza tuimbia songs of freedom. Hata nashangaa mbona hata na mention na wapatia hiyo time yote mnafaa mngekuwa huko nje mnaimba, mnatoa mangoma against the government, lakini nyinyi mmekaa tu, kazi ni kusikiza space instead ya kuandika mistari. Sometimes you disappoint me, but anyway, moving on swiftly.
5 people, can I just make a comment on representation? 1 minute.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry, I wanted to say this as well. As a country, I don't think we need that much number of MPs, and we cannot stress this enough. 47 members of parliament. Actually, the Senate is just enough to be our parliament. Let us scrap all those nonsense in form of constituencies. Let us have 47 members of parliament. Their main role is legislation. He bursary Ruto, he keeps talking about where there is a bursary at ward level, there's a bursary at constituency level, there's a bursary at county level, there's a bursary at national level, there's a bursary at church level, everywhere. Hiyo pesa yote ikusanywe iweke kwa capitation, wapeane free education, and our budget our economy can actually support free education without increasing anything. Let us have a budget that we do not budget for corruption. A budget of 2.4 trillion, equivalent to what we collect every year, is enough budget to handle our economy. Let us not budget for corruption. So that I think is something that must be underscored and must be mentioned. Yeah, so that is what I wanted to mention in terms of representation.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much bwana wakili. Alafu kama unataka kubonga, tuma request. We are seeing them here. Ukikuja DM, I don't know, una expect ni cram handle yako, type it out here ndo nikutumia invitation or what. Just send. Kuna Kimuzi, kuna Milan hapo, they'll just accept. Okay? So Lauren, are you ready? Alafu after Lauren, kindly ningependa niachie Milan juu kuna point aliniacha nikiko-host solo, hata pia mi ni charge simu basi kidogo. So after Lauren, Milan will just take over. Wewe ndo utajipanga venye utaendelea from there.
Hello everybody. I hope Nico audible, and thank you so much for the opportunity to speak here on this space. And the first thing that I would like to say is a message of condolences to the members of, the family members of the heroes that we have lost in this struggle. And that brings me to the second thing that I would like to say. Tunaendelea, like we are continuing, tunaendelea kufinya. That's my main point, because the third thing that I would like to say is, sacking or maybe dissolving Ruto's cabinet is very far from the solution that we need as a country, because the rot is everywhere, as everybody has said. And I would like to tell you guys that the devil, once you're a devil, it's really, really hard to camouflage the person that you are, because at the end of the day, the vibe that you give, it's definitely going to sell. You could tell by even his body language after the speech that he just made. This guy is venom, and we really need to know that. Msifungwe macho na dissolving his cabinet and all that. Please, aluta continua until we have justice for the family of Rex and all other heroes that were murdered in the struggle. Nimeona juzi ama sijui ni leo ndio aipoa wamepost, and they are very stupid. Allow me to call them out, because wanatuambia ati we need witnesses, any person who witnessed the murder of Rex, and it was captured on camera. How watu just ebwangalieni venye wanatubebanga like fools. Everybody knows this guy is the one that murdered Rex, but then they say ati we need witnesses na hamna hata witness protection. Witnesses so that they can kill you, so that they can pay you off, and then after some years they kill you. Gone are the days where we were stupid. Saizi tuko rada yenu. I would like to call out the church as well, because these guys, everybody has called out the church, but nataka wale wenye tuko kwa ground. And I'm gonna name a church in specific. I don't care about it because my grandma goes to the church or is a big fan, and I am a big fan too, because of how the things that happen in that church. But then I'm gonna call it out because they are the ones giving platform to these politicians, and I'm gonna do that for one specific reason. This church is called JCM, Jesus Compassionate Ministries, or I don't know, maybe kitu kama hiyo. But these guys gave platform to the former governor Kiambu County, Waititu. And then guess what this guy goes up to the podium to say? Ati, you guys mkumbuke, as in darada, he makes his speech, alafu anasema mkumbuke that 2027 tunataka ikiti ya governor ya Nairobi ikuje Mount Kenya region, and tutatuma watu na mabasi huko kwa mashinani and everything, so that they come, and we need to select a governor from Mount Kenya region. And then the whole congregation wanna clap. Mna clap nini? Are you guys cows ama mambuzi? Like, what is happening to Kenya? And this is the same tactic that they are gonna use come 2027. And that is why I commend the guy mwenye amesema story ya the putting up kind of like organizations tuingie huko mashinani, because we need that education. Because come 2027, how? Because they like doing, yani wanakuanga very dirty. They are gonna start bringing people with buses kukuja Nairobi, kuwalipa 200 or 2k kukuja kuwavotia. on the other hand, we need to apply pressure. We need to go in there kwa this our uko ndani ushago and everything. Tuingie uko ndani, we educate our parents and we tell them enough is enough. We need our country back. These people are very incompetent to a point where sahi walieka price up of taking IDs 1,000 bob. Lakini right now, I have my ID 2 months in. I have my ID yenye haijawahi kutoka yenye nililipia hiyo 1,000 bob. Nikienda Huduma Center wanasema story ya I don't know, printing ama sijui wanasema story gani. All these people need to be kicked out. Your generation yote. They are liars and they are thieves. Our grandfathers, personally my grandfather he fought for independence. Alikuwa amefungwa manyani 7 years. Aliachiliwa ile siku yenye Queen alienda akaachilia watu. My grandfather has never ever been reimbursed anything, not even a cent. Right now he's 95 or 96 years, almost 100. He's old. And even if they were to give him that money, the most it can do is maybe help his family out, but he cannot enjoy it himself. These people made it a habit and they made it a lifestyle to steal from us. And even our parents, sasa sahi wamewaogopa. It's time we say enough is enough. Hakuna kitu amefanya by dissolving that stupid ass cabinet. He needs to do more and the pressure has to increase. The last thing that I would like to say, I need somebody on ground, somebody credible. I know this is space and I would not sikutaka kuongea na mtu mwenye najua wa home or anybody, but I need people, credible people who are on ground, who are in Nairobi, because my heart goes out continuously. My heart goes out to families in Madare whose houses were demolished. And I'm never gonna tire, saying this, because these people, they like oppressing the poor. It has been their job since day one. Walingia kwa hizo ofisi ku oppress the poor. So I'm looking for someone on ground, somebody credible. Maybe if you know a person here on Twitter, I don't want sitaki kupatana na wezi. I want us to come together, and anybody who's willing to join me, I don't care how much it is that we are gonna take. Personally, hata nikitafuta 50k or 100k mahali and go and split to 10 families, that's gonna make a difference. I'm looking for maybe 2-3 people who are credible when tunaweza tuka work together and at least bring something small and take to those families, because sometimes sikwangi karibu, but sometimes I'm in, sometimes I'm out of the country, but tupeleke how families wenye wako affected, the families that are sleeping in a hall right now because of a president who talked about demolishing the houses and reimbursing them their money to relocate, but he didn't. We need to come together as Kenyans and we need to love each other and help where we can. And that way it's going to be reflected in the various, societies and the various institutions that we have. Msisahau to call out everybody who has, who supports corruption. Call out everybody who is even supporting the president. Mimi naweza kwambia for a fact, my parents huku home and my uncles and my families, wao ni watu generation ya kitambo, and they have said enough is enough. They are supporting us. So let's keep the pressure going. Tufinye, tuendelee, and sisahau 16th, we are marching. Because all the people that were killed need justice. And that is our key point. We need to see those people arrested. Wanakuanga very fast ku arrest watu mama mboga and watu wa boda boda and people who are helpless. But the real murderers are outside in the streets, walking for free and even having a voice to speak in front of people. Tunaendelea kufinya. We want them all out. #Ruto must go. Kila mtu asijaribu kuacha kufinya hiyo #Ruto must go. Viva. And thank you so much, everybody who is taking their time, because a luta continua, the struggle continues. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Someone credible? I don't know. Maybe try reaching out to Hanifa to direct on the next steps. The next speaker should be Victor.
Thank you, Milan. Am I audible?
Loud and clear.
Yeah, tunakusikia.
Okay, thank you, 5 people. So on the topic, tuendelee ama tusiendelee, we have to continue. We have to no retreat, no surrender. It's the beginning. We are beginning. We are getting started. And the good thing about this movement is that we have a technology that is ever advancing, and the the government or the system cannot fight it. Ni kitu yenye you cannot compete with it. Inatu support, inatusaidia ku air out our issues, ku highlight the corrupt activities and everything. So my point, ningependa kusema the reason hii movement ilikuwa propagated or our voices zikakuwa elevated is because of some punitive decisions za MPs. They should be the focus. We should be recalling them. We should be highlighting them. There are very many who are unfit to hold office. The likes of this Kimilili MP Didmas. Jamaa hadi aliendaga kujificha sijui siku ngapi, time after elections, after ameua mtu. Okay, ilikuwa allegations, but somebody mwenye ako a suspect, you should not be holding office. And we have these MPs, they're the ones who are not providing us an enabling environment. You know, the president atu expect yeye atutafutie Kenyans sisi wote kazi. Ati tuseme sasa president anatutafutia maybe 30 or 20 million plus people, atutafutie sisi wote kazi. No. We have very many opportunities for constituency, kwa wards, and it's these MPs wenye wanachukua, they are making those opportunities zinakuwa out of reach to common mwananchi. And na vitu wanafanya, they allocate these projects to ama tenders to their people or to people wenye wako na influence kwao. Na they do things that are very shambolic, vitu haieleweki. Okay, kuna hii recent ya June, the highlight hii yenye ilifanyia, was it Madaraka 1st June, the stadium yenye walitengeneza hapa ama sijui inaendelea. These are very, we are a nation yenye we are expected to host a AFCON 2027. Kwanza walisema tunafaa to host the opening celebrations and the closing celebrations, na wanakuja kutuwekea vitu hapa zinakaa cowshed. Ni zizi za ng'ombe hapa, wanataka ikue like wanaita stadium. We should be highlighting this. Kwanza inafaa to tag and Kimuzi, thank you for this the role you've played in highlighting the corruptness in this system. Inafaa sisi wote we should mobilize ourselves, tag these influencers. Walisema tuko na iPhones, you can take videos, clear photos, audios, the corrupt officials na watu wana hold public offices. Tunapea kina Kimuzi, yani uzuri ni at the media, we have the mainstream media, we have the social media, ina propagate our voices, inakuwa loud mpaka tunaenda, inakuwa international voices, tunakuwa supported by other countries in this movement. And mi nasisitiza, the core reason tulipoteza more than 40 people wenye hatutawaleta nyuma, hatutawarudisha to their parents, to their lives, is this MPs. They should pay for it. We should be recalling them. They should act as examples. Hatuwafai kuachilia. No retreat, no surrender. Tuendelee. Thank you.
Then kama unaongea kindly drop the mic so that
Can I speak?
you chance. If you have the floor.
Hello, can I speak?
No, there's a lady Eve. Eve, kama unanisikia raise unmute your mic and go on. If not, the next speaker wakili ulikuwa umeongea?
Mimi nimeongea but nani nasikia Dan, is it Dan or Luke who wants to speak? If he's a listener.
I can go, then Luke can follow.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
First of all, thank you guys, Kimuzi and Milan and the host. Personally, I started following on this space today at around, immediately it began, and I said that I'll be the last person standing until I get the mic. Personally, for me, I have worked in the office of the Auditor General, and there is a very heavy burden in my heart. Because, guys, if you know the rot that happens in this government, and even in all the governments, you guys will be very surprised. And there are so many bad things that have happened, and that is why we can even have this space, even for 24 hours, in a whole week, and you cannot even ventilate enough. So for me, I've taken the role of exposing what happens in KPLC. You really understand that for all these particular industrialized countries, for a country to be able to be said that it has stood on its feet, manufacturing is one of the key industries that has to work. And for manufacturing in those particular industries to work, the cost of electricity has to be affordable, both to the small scale and even for these particular investors who may want even to come and even establish companies here. But what you will understand, what happened in this particular country is that Kenya, in terms of production of power, the biggest percentage of the power that is produced comes from Kenyan, based from the geothermal power production. We have all the dams, the hydro. But the shenanigan that happened in this particular country, and this is what makes me so angry, is that all of us, we have been complaining that even the tokens are so expensive. You buy a token of 1,000, even the tokens you get, you find that the biggest component of that particular cost is usually the forex. Then, guys, do you ever ask yourself, how come we are producing a lot of, if you look in terms of Africa, we are the first country in terms of producing very cheap cost of electricity through the geothermal or carrier power stations and all that, where we have invested so heavily through those particular loans from IMF and all those for so many years. And then we have all the dams overflowing, even sweeping people. But at the end of the day, our cost of electricity never comes down. What happens, guys, is that Kenya Power, KPLC, buys electricity from Kenyan and from another animal. That is the monster I want to come to, called independent power producers in this particular country. So what happens is that Kenyan produces and gives almost 70%. KPLC buys its the megawatts and its electricity from Kenyan. Almost 70% comes from Kenyan. But the 30% comes from independent power producers. Who are these independent power producers? These are people, let's say, for example, they're operating these are the sugar mills, these factories, like the Mumias and all those particular companies in the Western. So they're going to produce some of electricity to consume within their own plants, but the excess now goes to the national grid. That's a very small percentage. But there are these multinationals that have come here, they have gone, taken a place, they have bought generators, and their work is only to produce electricity and then sell to KPLC. What these animals do is that when they are buying from KPLC, Kenyan will sell a unit at 7 shillings, but these people will go and sell to KPLC almost 60 shillings per unit, almost 60 shillings per unit. So what happens is that the revenue KPLC generates, because essentially everybody is using electricity, the revenue that KPLC generates goes, you'll find that KPLC produces 70% of electricity and sales to KPLC. But the cost of how much it is paid is that KPLC pays 30% of that particular cost to Kenyan, but the remaining 70% in terms of the cost goes to those particular few individuals. You know, last year in June, because I've been following, and this is something that I've audited myself, is that Parliament tried to raise this particular issue in the floor of the House. And that is why we need to get rid of this particular Parliament, because these are idiots and these are people who do not care about Mwananchi at all. And what happened is that that report came out. The MPs could see clearly Kenyans are being defrauded. And what could they do? They could do nothing. Why? It is because every successive government, when they come in, they get in bed with these particular independent power producers. Because those particular companies, who owns them? These are the former ministers, the former energy ministers who have always, who either worked in KPLC in that particular energy industry. And that is why you see successive government goes quickly to secure those key ministries, the treasury, and especially this particular energy sector. So these particular ministers goes, they keep gate, they sign a contract with the KPLC, a contract that extends for more than 20 years. And even to an extent, there are some clauses in those particular contracts, because I have seen them, that says that even if you do not produce anything to the national grid, you will still have to pay us something. Because yes, we have the plant, you still have to pay us. Kenyans are really suffering because by the end of the 2022, this particular independent power producer were paid 66 billion. That money was going to the pockets of people, whereas Kenyans are crying. They cannot even have a single 100 shillings even to buy those particular units. Kibuzi, for me, I'm really praying that when we are going to be mapping our strategy going forward, because this aspect of just kicking the cabinet ministers, these are thugs who are just appointed by the president. And this is something that we are not even supposed to be celebrating. We are going to be camping everywhere, as we are going to be camping in these particular hospitals, all through, in this particular governor's office. We are going to be camping through this particular transition, this transformation period, camping the KPLC offices. We are going to petition through the lawyers, and they are doing very good work. We are going to be petitioning access to that particular information. We are going to know who are these particular independent power producers, who owns those particular companies. And what happens is that every government, when they come in, they never Burkina Faso, when Traore came in power, he went and took all the companies that were owned by the French, and he nationalized all of them. It is very possible, if a willing president comes in through an executive order, he can go and nullify all those particular independent power producers' contracts with KPLC, and we get our power from Kenyan, and we get our power from the hydro production, and our cost of electricity would go down even more than by 50%. This country can start rising up. It can start even manufacturing things. It can even start attracting those particular investors. Most of those particular companies may have gone to Ethiopia, have even gone to Uganda, because the cost of electricity is so exorbitant. And the company, the KPLC companies, wherever it is, even in your village, so corrupt, na kiburi mingi. So this is one of the, if we want to revive this particular economy, because we are talking about economic freedom, the cost of electricity has to be addressed, and those particular thugs have to be found out. And why am I saying this? It's because every successive government, when they come in place, not that Ruto didn't know, it is when they come, they go and tell these people, we know the correct you have been doing, so where is our cut? These particular independent power producers will always be very willing to put to oil the hands of the successive government that comes in place. So it is up to us as the citizens to say that these independent power producers, they have to go, and we have to get back our electricity. We take it low to a lower cost, and this is actually, we are going to bring our electricity from Kenyan. Anybody who wants to supply to a power grid will have to be vetted, and we have to make Parliament very independent, first of all, by kicking it going home. That is one thing. The second thing, and this is what I wanted to mention, is that today the president has sent the cabinet home. In terms of, you look at chapter 6 of our constitution, that talks about the leadership and integrity, we can say without any fear of contradiction that all those particular people who have gone home, none of them would even pass a particular test. In the chapter 6, it has been taken as a joke by this particular politician. And I think it is our high time that when those particular cabinet ministers will be appointed, it is for us to say, do you meet this particular criteria? Even if you miss by a comma, then we are going to reject you. Then I'm asking, the law requires these particular cabinet ministers to go back to Parliament and be vetted before they take office. This same parliament that has been having all that kiburi, this particular parliament that even voted no and even told us there's nothing you're going to do to them, is it the same parliament we are expecting them to vote and even go and vet these particular CSs? Are we ready for that? Ama, this is going to just to be a monkey business. For this particular transition, as we are going to be dealing with it, Parliament is still firmly in our scrutiny, and we have to deal with it. When that particular ABC panel comes in place, all those particular MPs who voted yes, we are going to get hold of them, and we are going to be very vengeful on that one, so that we put people in Parliament who are going to be singing the tune of what you want to do. And then the cabinet ministers, and this is what, and I know this is something evolving, and somebody, I love it when they said that we should not be emotional. But we are emotional, and we cannot, we are going to be emotional until we achieve our objective. They killed our comrades. This started in a very logical way. We are going to be emotional throughout, and we are not apologizing for that. I've seen that when Traore came in that coup in Burkina Faso, is that these cabinet ministers, the reason even they have been increasing the cost of fuel is that because we are the one who fuels the car. Personally, for us, when we get employed, who gives us a car? These particular CSs, once they are employed, they should know even nobody is giving them a car. Let them even take a bus. We have been seeing the UK Prime Minister even taking a train and going to work. These people have to be servants of the people. These particular CSs, we can put demand that when you get recruited in this particular government, take a loan, just like anybody else. Take a loan, buy a car, queue with us in the traffic, and then go to work. Who needs to know that you have those walkie-talkie and those particular silent as you're going to work? Why would we need to fuel a Gazala for anybody? Why even would we need to fuel that particular Passat for anybody? Let them buy their own vehicles. Let them go and work their ass off like all of us, we are doing that. Then the second thing, this bad thing is that when we were in school, we were being told that agriculture is the backbone of this particular economy. Is that because that time we would export sisal, we would export coffee, pyrethrum, tea leaves, we would export flowers, so that we earn forex, because forex is very important in terms of when we're wanting to have a balance, to reduce our balance of payment. But what has happened in this particular country? Look at even in Naivasha, look at Rivertex, look at all those particular flower farms. All of them, they're on the deathbed. We don't export anything more anymore. Look at coffee in Kiambu, where I come from. We are uprooting. We are now building real estate. We are laundering money. We have become a country of wash. Look at Pyrethrum. It's on its deathbed. Look at textiles in Thika. We never export anything. And as long as a country is not exporting anything, that country will it's on deathbed. This thing you hear about the big four agenda and all that hulabaru, it's just a lip talk. Nobody does anything substantial to ensure that at least at the end of the day, they are able to ensure that at least we are in the forex. You keep on wondering, why is the president pushing people to go out of the country? Do you know, guys, that the biggest forex earner for this particular country is the diaspora remittance? Why is this diaspora remittance coming in? Kimuzi, wherever you are in Israel, you are sending something to your family here. The government is waiting for that particular money to be able to pay the Chinese loan. These girls, when you see the government is not doing anything else other than just wanting to push them out to go and do the domestic servants work in Saudi Arabia, and we are hearing that it is a country that is leading with killing our girls, it is because the government does not care about the plight of these particular people who are being exported. All what the government wants is for these people to go out there and then send the money back, the forex, the diaspora remittance, so that we can use that particular money to pay the loans. But even if you are paying these particular loans, is it loans that have been able to do those particular projects? There's money that has gone to the people's project. So what are we saying? We want government that comes with policies that we know they are going to work. And we are saying, if this housing levy was to be deducted from the payslips of the Kenyan citizens, and it is pumped to go and revive those particular industries, we hear that part of the particular housing levy has gone to be injected in the flowers, has been injected in the pyrethrum, in the sisal. We will be seeing that this particular country in the next 3 years, we are not going to be even desperate for dollars to be able to clear these particular loans. I am telling you guys, it is bad policies, and we are going to be very critical on this one. As I finish, and I want to contend this, guys, don't be lied. I'm an economist, and I'm also an accountant, a CPAK. This country, we do not need to borrow. We can run a very balanced budget. We just addressed through this particular finance bill of that we shut down. That was only the revenue side. Guys, the animal and the enemy is in the appropriation bill that was signed. If you look at the expenditure that is in that particular act that was signed, we are giving State House, 717 million for printing services. And just to break it down into context, money has been stolen in this particular country, and then we have even lost, to see how big a billion is. Kimuzi, do you know, and even the guys in this particular forum, is that during the campaign, you can call mkutano, ya halaiki, ya umati, and then you have 1,000 people.
Dan,
I'm finishing.
let me just interject you a little bit. No, you can continue, no problem. You're actually touching on a very good point. I just want to tell you,
yes.
1 million, you can take, this is what I would normally say, you can take, it was 12 days to, how many hours to count 1 to 1 million? 12 days or something, but
yes.
You can take 32 years to count from 1 to 1 billion.
1 to 1 billion.
That's how much 1 billion is.
You see, imagine, and it's good you have brought out that context very well. And you hear these particular national schools that have very high population, that you hear a school has 1,000 students. By all means, that's a very big school. Or even when you're having campaigns, you have halaiki, a meeting of 1,000 people in a field. Do you know what it means when you have a billion? Is that those people, 1,000 of them, they can line. Unawapea chai, unapea mtu 1 million each. 1,000 people, unapea 1 million each. Mtu anaenda kujienjoy. The other day we heard that through e-citizen we have lost 15 billion. Do you know what that means, people? Is that in a field, you go to Kasarani and have 15,000 people. 15,000 people. You give them each 1 million. Or even you have 30,000 people, you give them 500,000 people. That is money people, comrades are asking, or even out there, graduates who have even been tamaki. They just did biochemistry out there, they did very tough courses, but they're out there driving boda, wanaenda kuchukua pikipiki ya 70,000 kwa tara na branch. Some of them wanauliwa because almost when they are finishing, that particular boda, a tracker has been put there. Alafu, very, very scandalous things happening in this country. So what we are saying is that money has been stolen in this country, money that could have gone to make our lives better and even be able to pay loans to ensure that this country we are not borrowing unnecessarily. Then the other thing is that there is one speaker earlier in the day who mentioned something, is that as we are speaking today, you know how the government funds its budget? Through the taxes, that one we all know, and through the borrowing. But when they are borrowing, they borrow from two places. They borrow from the external market, and they also borrow from the domestic market. I'm not going to talk about the external market because the Eurobond, and so many people know so many things about that. I'll talk about the domestic market. What that means is that when you hear the treasury bills and the treasury bonds, and see people have been running in CBK to buy the treasury bonds and all those things, is that you hear it is at the rate of 13%, 17%. People get very happy. What that means is that is the government borrowing from the domestic market. That is the government borrowing from Kenyans. And where does it borrow? It borrows from the bank. Just like you and me, we go to borrow from the bank. So this is actually saying that when you want to go to borrow a loan from a bank, wewe unaenda unapiga laini hapo na gava inakuja inapiga laini hapo. Bank itakopesha nani? Why would the bank need to lend to you? Because you are in CRB, you are struggling, you don't even have an asset. Yeah, the government cannot default. So the banks will not lend to you. They will lend to the government. What happens? What happens is that if you're not advancing credit to the private sector, that country cannot expand its economy. And that is why nobody is having any business. And that's why you cannot be able even to pay taxes. During Kibaki's time, and you realize this, loans were even at 25%, but people were okay because opportunities were there. And then you would find that people are able to pay loans, even those that were not able to pay, banks would still be able to make very good money from the few people who are able to pay those loans. So what we are saying is that this government needs to stay within its means, and it stops borrowing from the domestic market. Those who have done economics will understand they are doing something called crowding out. So once you crowd out, you are borrowing, and instead of spending that particular money in constructive things, you're finding that more than 50% of our budget goes to recurrent expenditure. And where is this money going? To people's pocket. At inaenda kwa chai, inaenda kwa per diem, inaenda kwa girlfriends. Are we a joke? We are saying that if you do not stand to be able to be counted, our generation and our children will have nowhere to go. This country, I'm telling you, and we are even shaking. Like for me, I'm even shaking because I know we are so close to be able to have all these particular tangible benefits. As we finish, and this is what I really want to, to thank everybody. And I even in this particular space, even the small wigs and the big wigs have had an opportunity even to contribute. This space is an equalizer that people can be able, even in the middle of the night, can be able to contribute without any fear that they are going to be, to be victimized by anyone or by anyone. As I finish, this is what I wanted to say. Personally, for me, I had decided that even if these particular CSs had decided not to go home, or even if they were not to be sent home, I had decided that for me, as I would be going to work, those walkie-talkie, there is no vehicle with a siren that would ever overlap me. I would block them, and whatever they would do to me, I did not care. The only vehicle mimi nilikuwa nimesema nitapea barabara ni ambulance, gari ya firefighters na ya polisi peke yake. But these other shenanigans, for me, had decided enough is enough. And I believe that everybody is having that particular resolve. And I love that we have been able to overcome this particular aspect where you have traitors. We have had people who are, people who want to feel that they can be able to take us to Canada. White not for them, we cannot go anywhere. We don't need anybody. We just need our own resolve and the understanding that for us, we are so much agreed for this. 1 minute as I conclude is that where I come, and this is why for me I'm very bitter personally. We started a university group where we could be able to bring all university students in our village to be able to encourage in the village that the others, so because we made it, even you can be able, just on a simple mentorship. So you can imagine these particular people went and for close to 10 years, some of them left high school, they went to campus, but when they graduated, they were not able to even get a job anywhere. So in the village, what happens is that you always use as a good example when you're in campus, but when you graduate and you don't get a job, you are not used as a bad example. So what happened is that these young men, they started having a lot of pressure. So that mtu alifanya, kosi mzuri, hakupata kazi, anaulizwa na familia yao. These are people who are destitute, mama yao hana kitu, single mother, single parents. Some of these people started committing suicide. In a period of 10 years, I have 3 young men who have committed suicide. So it really pains me somebody to go in the news and say that for them, what they are wearing is a 900,000 and a belt of 70,000, is that the issue is not even the cabinet secretaries who have gone home. The issue is the mindset that you could have people who sat in parliament and decided to tax bread. People who sat in parliament in those particular cabinet meetings and decided to tax a motor vehicle. Motor vehicle is an asset. You only tax the revenue or the income you're getting from that asset because that asset is supposed to generate income so that at least you can be able to develop the economy. But if you have a mindset that is taxing bread, that is taxing an asset, be very careful. People do not change. They always remain who they are. And as we are going forward, let us not be hoodwinked. Let us be very focused, razor sharp, and move ahead with a lot of dedication and commitment to our discourse. Thank you so much, and I apologize for taking so much time.
Thank you, Dan. And I just want to touch on a very key aspect. You have talked about what I have been talking since 2019. I'm so proud that there are people that see what I'm seeing. First of all, I'm really happy that Murkomen has been fired. That's what I am still echoing till the day because I know the deals he has done and I know what kind of a person Murkomen is. Even if you go back, I supported Ruto, I cannot lie, but if you go back, when I saw Murkomen was on the list of cabinet secretaries, I blew the whistle in 2022 and said, Murkomen akiingia kitu ni kubaya huko mbele. And it has happened. And I'm so happy that many people saw it. Next thing is, I don't know, you have seen I've shared the IPPs. I worked on a project last year.
Yes.
Yeah. I worked on a project and I was seeing how absurd we haven't been seeing such issues. Like many people don't see these issues like the IPPs, the carbon credit, the climate change summit, all those donors, all aids, the NGOs. Many people doesn't actually focus on this. These things are the cash cows for these politicians. Actually, I realized there was a person I was working for IPPs last year. I was writing a report, and when I realized kuna game ndani yake, and I was wondering why is he so interested in Kenya. Actually, he has a project in Kajiado or something. He is from here, and it reached some point. It was something about sustainable energy, and he had IPP of solar. It was solar energy, not electricity, but solar to electricity. And it reached a point I was questioning so much, like, why is he so interested in Kenya? Why is he So I never knew since Uhuru's time, people have been using IPPs to actually destroy Kenya.
Kimuzi, actually, what you'll understand,
Yeah.
this partnership where you have individuals coming to partner with government, they really know the language of Kenya. See, like today you have seen that the governor of Kiambu, what he was doing to Tatu City, requiring 4.3 billion.
Yeah,
So what
precisely.
happens? So what happens? Like for example, look at the expressway today. Do you know where that money goes? Which account goes? Where is the accountability? Who knows how many vehicles have gone through that particular road? That is a road, if you're not careful, you can pay for 100 or even 200 years. Who knows where that particular money goes? The other day, and like for example, look at the SGR. Do you know for every supplementary budget we are doing? There's a time we are supporting the SGR with 1 billion every month. Do you know the company that was being paid those particular funds to be able to facilitate the maintenance of the SGR was found somewhere in Karen, Gate Imemea Nyasi. It is non-operational, but we are paying 1 billion every month. So
It's so sad. It's so sad. So,
in fact, the GR contract has never been made public.
and these are some of the things.
Dan, let me just echo on what you have just said. Those people have really questionable characters. Let me just be honest with it. I did a gig for this person. He was paying almost, was it $2,000 or something like that? When the dollar was it was 135 actually, remember, and it was a very good money, but ilibidi nimefuata pesa yangu, so I had to hata kunilipa yote, so ilibidi nime study more about IPPs. I never knew about IPP, so I had to study about it, and I realized it's a cash flow. Kenya, like, we shouldn't be buying electricity at it was a 23 or something. We shouldn't be buying electricity at that. Like, Kengen yenyewe inatuzia na 5 bob, was it how much was it, Dan, if you know? Kengen inauzia KPLC na ngapi?
Kengen, right now for they're saying that for in the Auditor General report for 2022, it costs KPLC an average of 3.393 cents per kilowatt hours.
Alafu IPP wanauza na 10 to 20 shilling. Actually, what I've shared, kulikuwa na some company that iko na politicians ndani yake wameshajua. Unaona mali niliguzia jana pia ile side ya wamejua pia KQ mali wanakulia, wamejua pia parastatos mali watu haezi ona. These people actually they are crippling Kenya. Many people are not seeing. Unajua si tumeishi kusema tu, wanajua watu wengi ni ignorant about it. Wenye wako so loud about it ni very few. Unajua if you have a population of Kenya right now tuko 55 million and 300,000 people know what's really going on in that country, alafu kona almost 52 million wako tu nje. Unajua they will rule the country with so much impunity that many people don't notice. But I'm really happy we are now going to almost 10 million versus 40 million people, or 15 million versus the 45 million. Now, at least we are being heard, and that's why we need civic education. We need civic education.
In fact, Kimuzi, for me, my thought was, if you look at what Okiya Omtatah has been able to achieve single-handedly, he has been able to drag the government through the courts, through, and you see how much he has been able to achieve. And I was looking at, like, for example, when Muchiri was being arrested today and taken to Kasarani, when those lawyers went there, and within a very few minutes, Muchiri was released. And this is what I was thinking, yeah? There are so many wrongs that have happened in this country, so many in the counties, in this particular parastatus. Even if you're going to run a fund with LSK, all those lawyers who are unemployed, even if they have just graduated and admitted to the bar just the other day, we will even sue the government 1,000 or even 2,000 suits, Kimuzi. So that at the end of the day, we bring all this particular data out.
And last thing, let me just say, wacha niguze on this very important aspect. Na umeguzia vitu ya maana sana. I did sustainability and I was a champion for youth unemployment because I knew Kenya tunaelekea pabaya, especially, and I've been always saying this, if you are born between 1990 to 2005, 1990 to 2005, hii Kenya kwanza inamaliza maisha yako. You don't have a life. Hii Kenya kwanza ikiendelea. That's what I've been saying. To exploitation of labor, I'm a victim of exploitation of labor. Like, I have a whole story ya kuandika, like hadi nilisema acha nikalie chini niandike bukata ya 300 pages because if I start narrating ni kitu ndefu. But chenye nimeona, I cannot even betray the courts. You get me? Like, I cannot sell my soul chenye nimeona. So we should have actually reforms. We should have competent people pale. We should have honest people. We should have how can I say it? Accountable people. Like lazima angalia, I was saying the Mutula Kilonzo Jr., the governor for Makueni. I think alikuwa ameanza kuweka online expenditure or how Makueni County is working. We should have actually waweke online tenders, si ati tenders zinapeanwa chini ya maji juu unajua mtu ama you know this, you know. Anyway,
Yes.
there is Eve, let's give other people time to speak, Eve or Laura or look, a lady preferably, then we'll continue.
If I may.
Okay, you can go on.
Thank you very much for this time. I've been waiting for this for too long. I want to start my speech by saying that Ruto is not a first-term president. Ruto is a half-term president. My another point is that we've been taken in for granted. Ruto has just dissolved the cabinet. Now, he's going to appoint some funny characters and hope that he will continue being the president. And that is going to divert our attention. So we really need to go for the head. We should not be diverted. Our main focus is Ruto must go. And that has to be effected. So even if he appoints who and who, we should not stop there and now start saying, oh, President Ruto, President Ruto. He should go home. So for me, he's not a first-term president. He's a half-term president. It's half-term. It is his time to pack and go. And we should not be blinded by the reshuffle of cabinet. Another thing I want to say is that in the meantime, we need to focus on the battle of fighting the MPs. I'm calling them deliberate MPs. Once we have the IEBC, that course should continue. Another thing is we need to remain leaderless, because the moment they identify one of us is a leader, is going to be taken and maybe sweetened with perhaps a position in a cabinet or a PS, and that will be the end of us. So we need to remain like that. I know there is an urge for us to be organized. We can do that later on when we come near election. But for now, anybody who comes out as a leader, I think Kimuzi can confirm, you're just becoming a meat for the predator. We also need to put now a focus on the county government. We also have small presidents in our counties. So we also need to put them on the check. We start visiting governors. They have become president, moving around with silence and doing nothing. I'm from Kajiado right now, and we have a small god here, Olerenku, almost doing nothing to the whole county. I don't know what he's doing. I don't even think we have a governor here, because I think he's only he's just being saved, like he's just on the opposite side with the president, but he's just equally rotten like any other person. So we also need to visit the counties. We need to remain leaderless. And the speaker who has spoken before me, Kimuzi and then Dan, they have touched on important issue of KPLC, Kenya Power, my friend. And somebody has said he was very happy that Murkomen has gone home. But my friend, I'm very happier that Chilchil, who has been eating very quiet, has gone home. That guy is a thug. Chilchil, the Minister for Energy, oh my God, he has messed up things. So KPLC needs a total reform, and I think we should agitating that. Everybody is feeling the pain of buying token, blackouts that are occasioned by political whatever. We need to have KPLC reform. We need to have KPLC devolved so that we can hold them accountable. Sometimes you apply for power and then it goes up to 1 year. You've paid, you've done everything, you don't have power, you don't have any communication. You are forced to bribe them. If you don't bribe them, it's rotten. Everybody knows that history. So for me, we need to keep focus, tuendelee na tuendelee kufinya kabisa, and we should not lose focus. Our focus is Ruto and his Kenya Kwanza to go home. Sending his juniors may not have been, it's okay, but the focus is him to go home. We check on governors and we check on our MPs. As soon as we have the IEBC, all MPs should go home. We start with those who voted yes, and then we go for those who voted no. Thank you very much. I don't want to take much time.
Thank you. Next speaker should be a lady, but any
Actually, it was
lady?
a lady. It was a lady,
Hi,
actually.
hello. Oh, okay.
If you
Should I
can go
let
on,
Eve
no
speak
problem.
first? Should Eve go first and then I can speak after?
No, you can go on, Laura.
Okay. No, let
Hello.
Eve do it and
Hi,
then I can
Kimuzi.
speak after her.
Can you
Okay.
hear me?
Yes.
Hi, Kimuzi. Hi, five people. Hi, everyone. So, um, to me, I just want to rant. First of all, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. And then I'm so happy today. At least tunaendelea vizuri, and our voices are being heard. So that is a thumbs up. So, to me, I just want to rant. And this goes to the MPs. Like, this goes to our Luo culture. I'm a Luo. So I think we are in a positive direction. And so we have a task. We have a task, especially as a Luo community. Now we have a task. What do I mean? I mean, now tunafaa kwenda mashinani. We have to talk to our parents. We have to talk to our uncles and our aunts, because sisi Wajaluo, we have this mindset, like huyu ni Mjaluo, huyu ni mtu wetu. We have the mtu wetu syndrome, of which we are always behind Raila. So this is the time that we should go back home and talk to our people and tell them, you know what? Everything has changed and we are now youths, we are moving forward, and tuache hiyo mambo ya Raila sijui mtu wetu Mjaluo, tuiweke huko nyuma, tuiache huko kando. So this is the time that we should work so hard. We should not relent, and we should go back home. We talk to our people, and we move the country forward. Kwa sababu hao najua, hao yes wako na TV, but hao hawajui kenye tunafanya on the ground. They just wanna watch tu TV, wanasikia sijui nani Ruto reshuffle the cabinet, but they don't know what we are going through. They don't know hizi mambo za maandamano, watu wanakufa nini. And then at the end of the day, MP atakuja kuwadanganya kwa village sijui na masukari, and then they vote them, you know. So it's time for us to go back mashinani, tuwaongeleshe, tuambie, you know what, this narrative has changed. We are now moving forward. Tunataka kubadilisha nchi yetu. Forget about tribalism, forget about anything to do with Raila, sijui Mjaluo, sijui mtu wetu, no. And then number 2, we should focus on the MPs. Our MPs, personally, my MP is Odhiambo, a very smart guy, and I feel like these people, they have been in government for so long, and then they are always hanging on Raila's back. Like, how they don't do anything. Like, ukienda, personally, I took my mom to the hospital in Bondo, and my mom was so sick, and she needed a scan, and I was so furious. Nimefika hospitali, a government hospital, a big hospital, haina stima. So they can't do a scan because hakuna stima. So we have to wait the whole day. Tunakuwa rescheduled to kesho, a government hospital. Alafu tuko na ma MPs akina Orengo wako hapo. They help us kwa court, but then what do they do kwa ground? Wanafanya nini kwa ground? They don't do anything. Barabara ni mbaya. Sijui hakuna stima, yani vitu tu, just because ni watu wa Raila, so people will just vote them in but we can't see anything they're doing, right? So huyu personally I was with Otiende. I know him personally, and we met somewhere. Ilikuwa during AFCON in Egypt, and I met him with the one senator Kajwang, and we even took wine together. We sat in the hotel. We had fun together. And then when my son was being admitted in Maseno school this year, mtoto wangu alikuwa nampeleka Maseno school, then nikakuwa challenged with the money. So I was like, well, can I try and text this guy, because we are friends and we do talk, we do communicate. So you know what he told me? He was like, hey, are you around? I'm like, yeah. And then it was like, can we meet? I mean, these people, to make it short, they are just interested in us. They don't have, they don't know what we feel, you know. They don't know what we feel. So I was so furious. I was so mad with them. I was so mad with him. And Bakani can block.
Is kidogo tu just for clarification. It's
Yeah.
Otiende Amolo.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Go on.
So I was so furious mpaka nikasema what am I even, why am I even having contacts of people that they are in government but they cannot even help. And then the other day was kuna politician alikuwa anasema kwa TV or what, I don't know his name, I can't remember that, sijui basari kama mtaki CDF basari mkae sijui hatuta fuck, how much is 5,000 in a year? Like ni kama tutaki basari, kama tutaki then wakae na hizo basari zao sijui waendelee. These people, the CDF hapo ndo mali wanakula pesa, hata hapo ndo mali wanakula pesa zetu nyingi sana. So to cut the story short, these people, they don't have our interest, they have their own personal interest, na hakuna kenye wanaweza tusaidia nayo. So to me, I will urge my fellow Luos that turudi mashinani, tuongeleshe wazazi wetu, and then our my old MPs, our akina sijui Otiende, akina Kajwang, akina sijui huu brother Raila anaitwanga nani, they should go home, because hakuna kenye wanafanya, hakuna kenye wanatusaidia nayo. Us tumelelewa na Raila kwa kichwa yetu na wazazi wetu, mwenye na support Raila ndo tunamchagua. So I just want us to go back home and civic education, tuwafundishe wazazi wetu, tuwaelimishe, tuwatolee hiyo mindset ya Luo, like we just vote these people out, yani wananibo tu. And then that is my second submission. And then there's this lady that talked about Madare victims. I think ametoka kwa space. Sijui alikuwa anaitwa Lauren. Alikuwa nauliza kama kuna mtu mwenye anaweza nini, wanaweza work na yeye. If you are here, Lauren, I'm ready to work with you so we can help those people, because I've been in that position before, so I know how it feels. So kama uko hapa, please DM so we can help each other. Thank you so much, Kimuzi, for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you. Put the word out there. Siaya County, we are coming. We will occupy Siaya. I'm from Siaya.
Yeah.
Hi, can I
Pia,
speak now?
yeah, you can speak. Go on, Eve.
All right. Good evening, everyone. I'm sorry, I have
Good evening.
social anxiety, so if I get like disoriented for a minute, just bear with me. My
No
name is
problem
Laura.
at all.
Okay, my name is Laura. I come from Eldoret. I just want to start by saying thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. I have a lot of shit to say, but I'm just gonna do my fucking best to like keep it brief. I would just like to start by saying that I'm not impressed by Ruto, like just, doing his fucking PR as per normal and dismissing the cabinet secretaries. Like, bro, this guy is so fucking, I mean, he's an asshole, but he's very strategic. Like, he knows what the fuck he's doing. He's very greedy, very self-centered. He just gives a fuck about himself, not even his family or anyone else, just himself. So he was just doing this hii yote ni PR, like anajipanga tu, like he knows what the fuck he's doing, just to benefit himself in the fucking long run. And we personally just don't have to absorb that, and we don't have to let that shit go. No, we have to keep fighting and keep going out there and just proving to him, cause anajifanya, this nigga knows that we really don't want anything to do with him and this fucking government. Whether ni Kenya Kwanza, Azimio, no one gives a fuck. We want everyone out. We need people who are smart and very eloquent so that, like, you know, we can see changes for real. Hakuna mtu mwenye, like, you can just be like, sijui, the one who's there is gonna work like this, like this. No, fuck no. I totally that's just how I feel. And I would also like to, like, emphasize on this fucking nigga. I really don't like him. I've never liked him, never will. Yani, everyone just calls him a pathological liar, but from things that, like, from the way he sounds every single fucking time, like, you cannot take this guy serious. Nothing he says will ever make any fucking sense whatsoever fucking ever. I'm sorry I cuss a lot, but I just have to, like, that's how I emphasize my points. During the finance bill, when he was like, he wants to, like, tax on chronic illnesses. I don't think this guy has ever been, like, to a chronic illness center, like a cancer center. Personally, I've been there, you know, just taking care of a loved one. And there are people who are going through worse, you know, the people who are going through worse. They just, they come from very far away, and they just come there to, like, help their family members to, like, get treatment because they still care and love their family members. Mtu anakuja hapo hivyo anasema, this is my dad, hata hajakula breakfast. They're going through chemo radio. They don't know what the fuck they're gonna eat after. Like, you know, chemo radio drains the fuck out of you. Mtu ana, like, unajua vizuri haujui Kenya anaenda kukula, and you still want to frustrate them. You know, this is not someone that you can resonate with. Like, a blocked motherfucking mentality. I don't know who the fuck raised this nigga. I don't give a fuck who raised this guy. I don't think he's someone who, he just fought for this seat for his own fucking benefit, basically. That's just it. And it's very fucking disheartening what the fuck he's doing. But it was bound to happen because we done knew who the fuck this nigga is. Also, I would like to really urge the people of Eldoret. I know in the homeland, yo motherfucker, but we have, like, people who are very much against this guy. Do not be afraid to come out. On Tuesday, I would like to urge to just leave the fucking house, come, join us. Let's just set the record straight that we really don't want this guy. Oscar Sudi, let me not even talk because, yeah, it's just gonna be ugly. But I'm very glad to everyone that showed up actually in Eldoret. Thank you very much. And most importantly, I am really, really, really sorry to anyone who lost their loved one, everyone who just lost their lives out of, you know, protest. No one really deserved all of this. And just this fucking, it just downs back to this nigga Ruto playing fucking like he does not know shit. Bro, you're the fucking president. You organize these fucking things. Stop taking us for idiot and stop playing like, oh, I didn't know that like that happened, or this happened. Bro, you're the one behind all of this. Why am I even calling you bro? You're a fucking asshole. You're the one who has been like strategizing all this. For those people who lost their loved ones, like, my heart goes out to all of you, and may you find peace where you are. May you find peace where you are. Lastly, I think if it's not lastly, Raila Odinga, we done you, bro. This is why you've never won any election, bro. At the end of the day, unalipwa, that's what you do. Kazi yako tu ni kulipwa, and that's how you get silenced and sound like a fucking dick swab. So, fuck you as well. And, oh shit, what the fuck else did I want to say? There's something that I really wanted to say. Oh, yes. We should not lose focus on our MPs. They also need to get the memo. And the only way these people are going to get the memo, like 100%, and stop pretending that they don't fucking know we don't want them, is for us to keep showing up. Please, I'm begging each and every one of you. I don't even beg for shit, but please, I'm begging each and every one of you. Do not be afraid. Do not be scared. This is you. This is your future. This is your country. This is where you were born. This is where you're bound to like end the rest of your fucking life. So do not be afraid. Call out all these motherfuckers. Keep pushing, keep pushing, keep pushing. Each and everyone, anyone around you. And most importantly, for everyone that you know, I don't care if it's your best friend, I don't care if it's your acquaintance, whatever. If this shit is not like, they're sounding like it's not affecting them, cancel them. They're not worthy because they're just block-minded. That's not being at unicorn exposure and shit. You're fucking block-minded, and I don't think you deserve like any attention whatsoever. Fucking ever. You don't deserve any fucking attention from, anyone. So kindly please, let's just show up and set the record straight. This is a fucking marathon. It's not gonna happen like overnight, but if we just like hesitate for 1 second, the government is gonna think like, oh, they're fucking winning. So just don't give up. Keep pushing, keep pushing. Let's just set the record straight. I mean, I would
Eve,
touch on a lot of things, but I'm not in that like energy space right now. Hopefully in the future I'm gonna get an opportunity to speak again. Thank you so much, Kimuzi and Milan. I'm just not very, yeah. Thank you very much.
I come from Eldoret too, and I was actually championing what watch it mtu yetu mentality with the MP, because my MP is Chepkong, and I would really love to recall that person. I don't want to curse even him because I am done with cursing. I just want him to be recalled.
Oh, okay. My MP is fucking Sudi, that fucking asshole. So yeah.
I'm sorry, MP Sudi.
Yeah, he really sucks. Anyway, thank you so much.
Hey,
Have a good
good evening
night.
all. Good evening all.
Laura unataka kuongea?
Yeah, nataka
Hello.
kuongea Laura Okal. I'm here.
I just
Hi.
finished speaking.
This is another Laura Okal.
Okay.
Okay, thanks Milan, Kimuzi, 5 people, everybody else. Good evening. Tuendelee ama tusiendelee? Aki you people. Tuendelee. You know this government, I've been around for a while. I'm not a Gen Z, I'm not a millennium. I've been around and I've occupied spaces that have made me know what is going on behind the scenes. So let us not even be happy that Ruto has sacked this cabinet, because I know even at the county government level, these people buy these positions and they stay. I'm telling you, by the time they have served 1 year, they have put back all their money and they have stole like times 2. So that even by now that he's sacking them, nobody is losing on their side. Hata huyo Kuria ametengeneza pesa yake yote, ametengeneza contracts zake zote. The only thing he will lose is the small things that come with government, like the car, the security, the people, the nini. So Ruto anafanya hivyo, anafikiri sisi ni wajinga, ati tutaanza kumklapia. Yes. You've done a very good thing. You've done what we wanted. No. If he's firing them, I know he's held the Koome by the balls. These cases will never be prosecuted, and it is so sad in Kenya. Unafanya makosa ati unaambiwa enda nyumbani ukapumzike na familia yako, because prosecution will never take place. If he's serious about it, can you see prosecutions being done? Can you see people going to jail? If we cannot see those things, bado tuendelee. Let's continue putting this pressure until we get the services that we want, and we want only people of integrity to serve us as Kenyans. You could be sitting there and say, so who is, I mean, the people who serve under these ministers and PSS and all that, they are so qualified, but who are wanaogopa, because they can even be victimized. I've worked for the government. If you work for the government, boss wako ni kama mama yako, ni kama baba yako. You keep on saying, yes sir, yes madam, I am sorry, nini, because unajua it's just a strike of the pen. Umeshafanya hapo 40 years, ukileta mchezo anakufuta na siku moja and you lose all your benefits. Na huyo mtu anakufuta hata ajui hiyo kazi yako. So ndio dissolve cabinet. I don't know what kind of cabinet is going to come up with, and it will be so unfortunate. I am not a Luo, but I have Luo blood. I am a Luya. I've been supporting Raila all this time. With all due respect, there are things Raila has done which we give it to him. We cannot just dismiss him, but I think the trajectory that he's taking, we should not let it happen. If Ruto comes up with another government and aweke watu wa Raila, I think it will be so bad, and we should keep on this pressure to let him know we want you to do the right thing. You don't do the right thing by yourself, do the right thing by Kenyans. Because all those politicians akina Raila, all those people you've mentioned, au pia wamekaa hapo, wanakula, wanangoja tu kukula. And what people have been saying that amekuwa akitumia Wajaluo, by the end of the time, I don't know, anaenda nyuma ya tent, anachukua hiyo pesa, people have died, people are miserable, na tunasema tu ni sawa. Our parents, our grandparents are like, oh, now you know, wametuibia, amjuangi what the backstory is. Let us wait and see the kind of CSS that is going to come up with. Maybe atarudisha wengine. Wale maybe hawajamaliza kulipa ile kitu walisikizana naye, watahurumiwa, warudishiwe. But we should not, asione ni kama ametufanyia kitu mzuri by dissolving the government. Hajafanya kitu ya maana kabisa. Hizo finance bill, now we have known the thing that we should have been pushing was appropriations bill, and we didn't push that. Instead, tulipushio maneno ya expenditure. Whether or not he's going to fix it, we don't know. The other big thing that we should push and push at whatever level that you are is the formation of the IEBC. Then again, he's going to sit down with Raila, Kalonzo, Martha Karua, people I respect so much because of what they have done and the amount of contribution they've made to our to this society of ours. However, when that list comes out, nata tujuangi wamechukua relatives until, I'm sorry to say that, somebody dies, and then ukiangalia siku ya matanga nini unajua, oh, this one was related to this one was whose girlfriend. I respect all that, everything. And then you're like, what kind of people are they putting in these IEBCs? So even when they're setting up these IEBCs, we need to know, how did you decide to put Laura as the chair of the IEBC? Amesoma, amefika wapi? Ushago kwake ni wapi? Ameolewa kwa kina nani? Kama ako vitu kama hizo, you just know everything, so that by the time we are sitting pretty and saying we have an IEBC, we have a system that is functional. Otherwise, if we just let him do things the way he wants, anakaa hivi chini anaamka anasema ndio hii list ya IEBC, kumbe wameenda wamekutana nyuma ya tent, yeye, Raila, Kalonzo, Martha Karua, Wetangula, sijui nani na nani wame come up na hii list, so that unajua and then ikishaharibika ndio unajua, oh, sijui one of the commissioner is so and so's relative, one of the commissioner sijui ni bibi ya nani, mwingine sijui ni sponyo wa nani ameenda. You are like, what is happening in this country? So he needs to do the right thing, and he needs to do the right thing by Kenyans, not by him. He needs to show us, I've dissolved this cabinet, and if there is money that has been stolen, can we see prosecutions being done? The other pressure we should push is at the judiciary level. Have you ever people heard Martha Koome speaking ever since she was appointed? Na nilisikia alinunua sijui gari ya 30 million. Haongei, amenyamaza. Ruto amemnyamazisha kabisa. Again, Ruto should know he should not be going ahead and appointing people who amenyamazisha kabisa, hawawezi kuongea. Na saa zingine wengine wale amevuta sahi ni personal vendetta, because I hear him akisha kuandika kazi haitakikani uongee. Somebody like Hussein, he's such a brilliant journalist. Has he ever spoken his mind ever since he went to work with Ruto? And unanyamaza, unafanya vile yeye ndiye anataka. We do not want a leader who is going to rule us ye mwenyewe alafu na waste tena pesa anaandika watu wale, he will never let them work. The judiciary has gone silent. They are not going to say anything. Now we are going to hear things about the judiciary. God forgive me, because one of the judges is dead. Ndio tutasikia alafu itanyamaza tena. who is even the deputy chief justice, hata nimesahau sijui ni Mwilu ama ni nani, wamekaa hapo, and sadly to say, so sad to say, these are women, they're just sitting there, wanachukua pesa yao, wana count time yao, wanaenda. So hii pressure iendelee, na Ruto should know very well, you do right by us, don't do right by what you think is right, and we know what is right. We have suffered in this country for a very long time. If you're constituting an IBC, we need to know who is sitting there. It is our right to know. If you are reconstituting the cabinet, maneno ya MPs, I feel so sad, even the way the other lady has spoke, Eve, I don't even want to go to hiyo maneno ya MPs, because those ones are other demigods. Governors here are just as corrupt as wali devolve corruption as the way the president is. So if he's doing right, and when we pressurize Ruto, governors should also know chuma chao kiko motoni. We are going to get to them, but they should know. Even the CECs, their point, the who's, we should know. Hiyo pesa alisema anatoa kwa ofisi ya bibi yake na nani, I don't even know whether he is going to do it. But let us not sit down and say, oh yes, the pressure ina increase, tuendelee kwa the next thing. When he cleans and he finishes the, tena ajue tu when he appoints the cabinet, bado tutakuja hapa kwa hii space at 3 a.m. in the morning, at 4 a.m. in the morning, we are going to talk and talk and talk. He will say these people are impossible to please. Yes, we are, because of the problems that we have encountered in this country. Nice people, continue putting the pressure. Follow up what is happening in your country. This is the only country we have, and God loves you, and God bless you all. Mi nimeshamaliza, nimeenda. Thank you so much.
Thank
Bye.
you. Thank you.
Hello.
Okay, now you want
Thank
us
you.
to
Hello.
go
Can I speak?
just a minute. No, just a minute, kindly. Okay. I want us to go in order. So there are some guys wamekuwa kingoja sana. So Thuo, the floor is yours, and we try as much as possible to maintain time.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you hear me? Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay, thank you. I would like to go to speak about 2 points. Ya kwanza sana ningependa niongelele kwa Ministry ya Youth, to be more specific kwa NOS. I guess we should go there. I've been there for the longest time possible, like for 3 years. Mekuwa hapo kutoka 2017, and what is happening there, guys? I can tell you kuna watu wanaumia pale ndani. So you find of course there is always the classing, the group by classes, kuna wenye wako pale juu, the middle class, and of course there are the rest. Now comes in when kuna kuja hii program, the second part, after the paramilitary training, and that is where watoto wengi wanapotelea. That is where the youth get lost. Why? Because you find most of them wanapelekwa kwa hizi shamba zenye ziko mbali, hawana godfathers, so there is no one to track back actually. So the elite ones will go in Nairobi, they will get the good things. Of course they will get the light classes zenye ziko around, wako sponsored. Sasa problem inakuwa kutrace ule mtu mwenye ako coast huko. Most of them wanakaa classes hazitoki and they end up getting lost. So as much as we are going for accountability, we need to camp there, especially right now venye ilifanywa parastato. Trust me you not. I had someone who was from my village. The guy was supplying firewood, hizi lobcast za kupika. The guy could tell me alipewa contract, he could supply firewood of 300,000, but alikuwa anapewa 900. So he was told the 500, this is an account, you just deposit the 500, you take 400 and you are good to go. So the guy was happy because it is an odious tender, no one is following up. So we need to go there. We need to camp there. The other thing, we need to create a system. The system that we need to create is for our parents. You see, when our parents turn to 45, it is automatic, they start developing problems. As much as we are creating a revolution, we need also to come with a system that will cater for our parents in such a way that huyo mzazi akifika miaka 45 kuna system ambayo itaanza kumchunga. Huyo mzazi hataanza kunilalia mimi kama youth, and yet I have not established myself in such a way that I have two burdens. I will have my own burden to carry and my own parents. So as much as tuna try, we should also tell the ones that can push the motion. We create a system. Tuangalie pia NSSF zile tu account tuone, kwa sababu wazazi wengi wanafika hiyo age ya kuretire, hakuna pension, hakuna nini, the money were taken. We also need to come to the NSSF fund tuone, ndio tujue kama tunaweza come up na hiyo system, so that pia huyo mzazi akifika hiyo age anaweza jitegemea, ndio pia mimi nikuwe na hiyo time ya growth. Lakini nikikuwa ati ninabeba mzigo ya mzazi na yangu pia, and yet I am 25, I cannot have that time for personal growth. So as I am winding up, ningependa sana, I am from Thika actually. Kwa huyo mama, I won't even mention her name. The woman is so cunning in such a way that project inakuwa donated by a certain group ya Broadways. She wants to take credit, and yet project mingi za gava huku kama barabara. Personally, nilihesabu gari pale Dual Carriageway, siasa alileta ijajengwa. We need to recall her. So before I forget, kuna jamaa aliongelea hapa Telvin. Alikuwa anaitwa Telvin. Alikuwa anasema story ya public participation. So I would like also to mention this. I have been there. Nilikuwa kwa NYS and I have been used. So what happens, wanatumia machief. They go to the chief wanajua wale watu according to kijiji, wanachukua watu, wana collect signatures, of course people that won't raise issues. So hapo ndio pia tunapigiago kwa public participation. Sorry to say, nilihusika kufanya hivyo sometimes back while we are correcting, tulikuwa tuna collect BBI na wakipush hizi stories za ID. So pia tukiangalia, we should also hold the chiefs accountable. Kwa sababu gani? Wao wamekuwa employed from the direct office of the president. So wakipatiwa zile form, wanapatiwa chini ya maji, zinapitishwa hivyo chini, watu wanasema public participation and it doesn't go through. So we should also hold our chiefs accountable na tuangalie njia yenye pia wanapewa kazi nayo. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ni kama sasa hii occupation tutaoccupy Kenya mzima hadi chief. Anyway, to the next speaker I want to give it to Bob. Bob wa Mjengo, you've been waiting, and then Alice after Bob.
Nimekosa sana bana.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't know if you guys can hear me, although I'm out in public, so it may be a little bit noisy. I don't know how much background noise you guys can hear, but thank you very much. I have 3 points to raise, which I'll try to skim over very, very quickly. First of all, I'm so happy with what we young people are doing for our country. And I would wish it's not something, a one-off thing, where we just do it now and then maybe next day it dies down. We have to raise the bar, okay, and set it so high that anybody who is willing to become a public officer has to know that these Kenyans have a bar that if I cannot hit that bar, there's no need for me to run for office or go to the president, hire me, I qualify to do any job. We need to push it to that level where leadership is not just something they go to mince money, then they go home to their family. No, we need to push them as we are pushing them, knowing that you get a public office, you need to serve the people. You have to work for the people. Okay. Today's sending the cabinet home, it's a good precedence. Like we are showing that the force is like there's a force under. After winning the battle with the finance bill, this is the another win that we have. I don't think we've another one, but this is also another big win. Which one, yes, we should enjoy and celebrate, but two, keep pushing. Like tuendelee kufinya. We should not relent on this. And this leads me now to my second point, where for me, my biggest beef I have is with our MPs. It was nothing to do with Ruto, first of all, but now Ruto has to go because he killed people. But my biggest beef when this movement started was with our MPs. Reason number one is when we started saying reject finance bill, we elected them to represent us, not to represent the executive, but they went on to vote with the executive, not with us. So I really wish this conversation started not with recalling them, but actually pushing the president to dissolve parliament. He has the powers. Article 261 of the 2010 Constitution says that the president can dissolve parliament together with the chief justice if they can agree that that branch of legislature is not working for us. And I wish we should have pushed for that because these MPs will know that they did not listen to us and they need to go back, Mashinani, and push for new mandates to rule over us again. Okay, the one that we're just letting them feel free, despite 204 of them voting yes to something we had initially rejected, and we told them no, don't vote yes to this. We don't want it. Go reject it. We have saved life. We could have saved a lot of time. Although it's also, I want to look at it in a positive way that it bolstered this movement. Okay, which is why I don't want us to relent on it because the quality of MPs we have. I'm not saying they're the best. I'll just give you guys a very short story. Like you see this in the finance bill when they wrote about taxing vehicles. Like it's the most stupid thing I've ever read. Believe me. When they were doing fiscal research on it before this financial bill was written, I know like I have a company that books hospitality for like government officials when they travel abroad. So I know a contingent of some MPs from Uasin Gishu, Nairobi, and some from Western Kenya plus a few, like two governors. They traveled to Italy and France, where I was with them. Then they heard that these two countries, people pay tax annually on their vehicles. Okay. And during consultation, I was telling them, look, here they pay it like that because the tax is not initially paid when the vehicle arrives at the port of entry. Okay. If it's a locally manufactured car, there's zero tax on it. But then if it's an imported car, like Kenya imports 99.9% of the vehicles, there is no duty, there is no VAT on it, which means if you buy a car, let's say 400,000 Kenya shillings from Japan, it will arrive in port of Mombasa or through JKIA if it's flown at 450,000. That's the cost of shipping if in this European country. Then the taxes will be now paid annually. It's called road circulation tax, but the tax is not as 100 or 110% of the total cost of the vehicle like it is in Kenya. So I expected when they go back, maybe they'll say, okay, for any new car imported after, let's say July, 2024, then the tax will be removed, the duty will be removed at the port of entry. So you can bring it in at the price you want, maybe a small tax on it, but there will be no annual payment. When I read it in the bill, it was written like it is paid on all vehicles, right? Those vehicles, they already paid duty, they already paid tax. So they just wanted to implement the European system in the constitution, but without prior research to know why the European system they pay annual road circulation tax. It's because they've not paid tax on them. So I'm like, these are the kind of leaders we have. Like, it's really baffled me. And then the third point I would like to raise also is on the quality of leaders going forward in the cabinet. We have to keep pushing. We need Ruto not to appoint people based on friendship or rewarding anybody or rewarding ODM or anything. We need qualified people for every docket. Okay, this cabinet that has just been fired it has just the worst setup I've ever seen of any. Even school boards have better management level than our cabinet had because they were just people, lawyers running roads, financial people running IT people doing medicine. Like it was crazy. It was helter skelter. So this is another pressure point we need to put where you just don't hire somebody because you know them or you have their phone number or they did you a favor in finance campaigning. The next cabinet, however set up it is, tribal, whichever, we don't care even if all of them are Kikuyus, Luos, Kalenjins, we should have qualified people per docket. Every person who is running that ministry should know from the top whatever it is the shit they're going to be doing once they get off. Thank you very much, Kimozi and Milan. Have a good evening, guys. I'll stay and listen till then.
Okay, can I continue now?
Yes, please.
Okay, so my name is Alice. Good morning, everyone, and good evening from wherever you are. I have 2 points. Number one, I'm going to speak about recalling our MPs or dissolving parliament. Please, we should inject on that because My area MP is one of questionable integrity. He is holding office. Nobody is holding him accountable from the village. He goes there, splashes money, and that is how he is. He is taken for. So we should educate the people of the village that these people are not fit to hold public office. That is point number one. Point number two, as JKUAT students, tomorrow we have a demonstration to seek justice for Denzel. This is not an initiative of student leaders. This came after ex-students, immediate ex-students came to seek justice for Denzel. So I am requesting people, like I've heard someone say he is from Thika, please come join us, support us, carry water, carry a flag. We seek justice for Denzel and any other person who is a victim of this police brutality or a victim of this bad governance. So please come out for Denzel, because the student leaders tried the other day. Nobody came out, and that is why it was not even televised. So tomorrow I will be there. You can DM me, we liars. Please come out. Kimuzi, there's a poster for justice for Denzel. Please let it go round. Let people come out. Tomorrow at JKUAT main gate at 9 a.m. Not tomorrow, it's actually today because it's past midnight. So please come out. Denzel was one of us. He occupied parliament. So please come out. Thank you so much.
Thank you, short and precise. Okay, so now 2 gentlemen, then 2 ladies. So this guy keep from someone has been raising his hand. He's been here for a while.
Million. Tell Alice to kindly share the poster on the space. Then we'll, or she DMs me. Then tomorrow we'll post it.
All right, Alice, I hope umesikia. So
Am I next?
Kingdom. Okay, Edwin, I continue then Kingdom something, then 2 ladies.
Yes, good evening guys. Thank you Kimusi for the chance. So nilikuwa nataka tu niseme huyo msichana, kuna msichana anaitwa Laura Okan bana. Hiyo voice ni kali. And then the next is kuna jamaa alikuwa anaitwa Pop wa Mchengo. Alikuwa anasema mambo ya parliament dissolution. That was something that I really support. Because at the moment hii parliament ya Ruto bana ni kama wanafanyia kazi State House. They are not doing the job for us. For me natoka na Kimusi. Kimusi anatoka Inapco, mimi natoka kwa huyu jamaa wa kelele mingi wa 20 million. Sitaki kuongea mingi kuhusu hiyo chuni, hata ni aibu kuongea bana. Jamaa hata hawezi represent anything in parliament, hawezi raise anything, but amekuwa parliament for at least size inaenda term ya 3. But wewe saona pile nyama introduce kwa parliament. The only thing that anatumia kuhudumia wasasi wetu ni CDF. Kwa sababu ukifika huko nyumbani anatumia CDF yenyewe genuine part. Kwa mambo ya policy making ama mambo ya kutetea haki wananchi ama haki za Wanjiku. Tekai, hata sitaki kusema mengi juu, even you know that I'm abstained parliament for at least more than 8 sessions, but shida ni ako na the speaker. So speaker hawezi sema kitu cho anajua jamani wa Ruto ama nini. So at least at the moment wacha Ruto constitute mambo ya IPC, then cabinet. The next thing that we should force or we should enforce ni dissolution of parliament. At least tuchukue watu wenye wana fight for the rights of Kenyans and for good governance and good policies for our country. And then the next thing, zaidi tunaweza sema tu Ruto ni wakati wa kuokoa semester. As much as anajaribu kuokoa semester, kuna policies mingi yenye iko pending, like hii ya SHIF ama NHIF. At the moment, let me explain something on NHIF ama hiyo mambo ya SHIF. At the moment, NHIF haiwezi function kwa most hospitals, but wana force mambo ya SHIF, wanasema itakuwa operational by mwezi wa 9. As much as watasema itakuwa operational mwezi wa 9, there is someone mwenye anaanza kulipa hiyo the amount of mwezi wa it's October. So for it to be operational, it will take maybe 3 months or 6 months for activation for you or to access the services that's offered by SHIF. So the best thing that Ruto can do is to ensure that watu wenye walikuwa wanalipa NHIF
He's gone mute ama mimi simsikii.
Kama amepotea.
Nilishangaa pia amejamia Sudi sana. Anyway, ni sawa.
Usinipe chance.
Amenyamaza all of a sudden.
Milan ulikuwa umepea nani next? Ama 5 people umerudi bana. Wewe endelea bana juu nimechoka pia.
So acha niongee kidogo.
Kingdom next speaker,
Acha
because
Milan aendelee kwanza. Niko tu.
kunatomeka sana Kingdom take over, try to keep it precise so that tupate kila mtu. Nimeona watu wana DM like atipatie small weeks chance, so try as much as possible.
By the hii space ni very nini equal. Mtu asisema atatupia small week na mimi nimepea hadi jamaa kona 5 followers ama 10 followers, like we are just being open. So usipopata si kila mtu lazima ongee. We are so many, right?
Exactly, we are trying as much as we can.
Okay. Good evening. How is everybody? I hope you can hear me clearly. So,
Very clear.
okay. So I want to speak on about 4 issues, and I'll be very quick. First and foremost is on this issue of Faramali. I think we should inject and push it because if somebody has already put an idea into Ruto's head, that is a very dangerous idea. That means he wants to kill members here. So we don't want that to happen. So we should make sure that we pick a day where we push for this man to be arrested, non-stop. Let's have even 1 million tweets in that day, making sure he's arrested. Let's make sure wherever he hangs out, it's impossible for him to hang out. And let's make sure his life becomes miserable the way he's made ours miserable. On the second thing, I happen to be privileged to be able to sponsor a few kids in Kibera. And every time they bring me their invoices, I'm shocked. Lunch is 41,000, 40,000. So we need to take a step also and push for free education, because I am seeing a scenario where, because I asked the kids that I'm sponsoring, and they told me a lot of their mates have dropped out of school because they cannot afford this. Their parents cannot afford, and the sponsors are not very many that can keep paying for these kids. So there's Olympic, there's Kibera High, there's Soweto, and there's Raila Education. So we will have a problem if these kids don't go to school. They're going to be the people that are at Wanatupigangeta, and they're making sure our lives are very miserable. So, and we also want our fellow Kenyans to go to school. So let's also push for free education, both in primary school and high school, and make sure also that this thing of saying help is only for a chosen few. Help should go back to what it used to be. That way, whoever cannot afford education can be able to go to university. My third thing is on Kenya Airways. I'm an exporter, and I can tell you Kenya Airways is such a disappointment. If you call Kenya Airways today and ask them how much is it to take cargo, or they charge us by the kilo, how much is it to take cargo to Dubai or Sharjah, or let's say the whole of UAE or Qatar, and then you call Emirates Airline, their difference is so huge, and it's so disappointing, because you're wondering, this is our airline. They keep telling us, oh, sijui tunakunywa mafuta places different. Kwa nini wasikunywe enda kukunywa mafuta huko? And Kenya Airways is run like a village kiosk. If you call Kenya Airways, and you say, I want to negotiate for this tonnage to be able to send, they're even shouting at each other, the sales desk, while you're on the phone. They're screaming at each other. Nani anajua bei ya so this and this, like there's no professionalism at all. So they keep blaming the exporters and saying, exporters, we don't give them business. But why will I give you business, yet your price is way higher than I will get from Emirates? Another thing, if you want to fly out of Tanzania to Dubai, and if you want to fly from Kenya to Dubai, the difference is $200. So what is Tanzania doing that Kenya is not doing? So why is the government so quiet, yet Tanzania, people would rather even take a bus to Tanzania and save the $200, So why does the government not care that our neighbors are doing better? Uganda, there's a difference of a whole $300. Uganda was the first one to accept Fly Dubai into Uganda. While we were busy closing our skies, we don't want Fly Dubai, too many politics, because we don't want to make it cheaper for people to be able to travel, you know. So those are the things that are so disappointing. Sorry, I'm not a Gen Z, but I'm a Gen X. When we were growing up, Ethiopia was such a poor country. And today, if you go to Ethiopia, from their airport, from their airlines, they've beat us hands down. So how did Ethiopia overtake us? If we board Ethiopia, you're a business class client, but they still treat you with a lot of contempt because they know you're a Kenyan. Now, Kenyan exporters are being forced to give Ethiopia Airlines business from our own country because Ethiopia Airlines is way cheaper than Kenya Airways, you see? So they're making it very difficult for us to do business with Kenya Airways. It hurts me as an exporter every time I have to load my goods into Ethiopia or Emirates, yet we have a national carrier that is a joke. So we need to sort this out. Another thing, when will Gen Z ever come into business as exporters? Yes, yet right now, if you guys try come do export business, you need like 15 licenses, you know? So somebody that wants to start out business, whether you've been contracted by one company, let's say Saudi Arabia or in Europe, you will not be able to do it because there are so many licenses. It takes so much time. Yet if you walk into Tanzania, it will take you about 2-3 days and you have all your licenses. So we need to make sure that I thought when they said they were bringing e-citizen on board was to make things easier. So they should make sure that doing business is as easy as possible. And the reason why you see investors walking out, and personally, I've brought investors into Kenya, and I'm telling you, you see that thing called EPZ? Yeah. EPZ is how can I say? This is what they are using to make the most dollars out of it, because every investor that walks into EPZ is asked a certain amount of money that is crazy. And sometimes it's embarrassing being a Kenyan national to hear what they're being asked of. So we need to clean the business what is it, the environment, the business environment, for everybody to be able to do business. That if you guys leave campus and you want to do business, it will be very easy for to do business. It's not like us who had to struggle and bribe I don't know who where to get these licenses, you know. And another thing now the government is doing, we are now single sourcing fuel from Saudi Arabia. I was expecting, since they're single sourcing from Saudi Arabia, would be the most competitive in the region. If you walk into Tanzania, actually, most people that live in Namanga fuel their cars in Tanzania, because they have better prices than us, you know. So what is this thing? How is the single sourcing helping us? Okay, they said we cannot do business with Russia. What is our problem with Russia? Yet their fuel is $300-400 cheaper per ton. Why are we not doing business with Russia? You know, let's put up an environment that will make things so cheap for us that even investors will come and do business here. I am frustrated to see the amount of investors leaving our country, and it's unfortunate, but we need to inject. So as we are fighting for everything, let's remember education and the business and the business environment. Otherwise, things will be hard for all of us if we're not able to do business. So that's it from me.
Thank you. As a business person, I totally relate. I'll give the mic to Edwin. Edwin, I think you're back. Oscar Sudi's constituent. I think you're
Hello
back.
guys. Yes. Kulikuwa na shida na my computer kidogo, acha nitumie simu. So, I think the next issue chenye tulikuwa tunaangalia ni mambo na employment, especially on TSC. TSC initially ilikuwa in-employ watu based on the most criteria walikuwa wanatumia ni for how in which year you graduated. For example, someone mwenye aligraduate at least 2014 sasa atapata kazi. Lakini at the moment, as this government ya Kenya Kwanza ama Kenya Kwisha, mtu hata mwenye aligraduate 2023 December anapata job through the MP or governor or somebody. Saizi the government is selling jobs to MPs or to whoever they want to sell to. So, but initially, at least serikali ya Uhuru ama Kibaki, at least they were using meritocracy. But at the moment, hii serikali, kila kitu ni corruption jamani. So, and I think we have to fight that. And then the next thing, hii mambo ya mtu wetu syndrome, at least tunaona sisi wakale mambo si mapaya, at least we are taking the government to accountability. And then the next thing is, kuna hii mambo na
Okay, Edwin, I think network iko na issue. So the next speaker, Dickens, can I continue? And then Sarah.
Good evening, good night, good morning, wherever you're listening from. Yeah, so my name's Malo Dickens. First of all, I just want to pay respect to the people who lost their lives. Probably even there are some right now who are losing their lives because this government is so rogue. This government doesn't have any iota of goodness to it. So it's just a very, very unfortunate situation. And if you look at history, governments have done worse things than this, so evil things than this. And it is very good that we have taken the initiative to stop this and to just speak out loud. Unfortunately, there are people who have lost their lives, and that is very bad. Mtu akikufa amekufa, haezi fufuka. Hiyo ni kitu mbaya sana, and I don't have words for the families who have lost very educated people, very learned people who had a hope and a future. It is very sad. Okay, two, I'd like us to just consider, as much as we're talking, let us look at this. I'm not a Gen Z, but let us look at the opportunity we have right now as Kenyans. We have a very great opportunity in terms of technology. Personally, I don't think I've ever addressed close to 4,000 people. Right now, I'm addressing 4,000 people at a go. At times, you can address 300,000 people at a go. So this is a very great opportunity, and everybody is listening to you. So it is something that we should really take with a lot of privilege that we have and use it to our best of capabilities, because years ago you couldn't have things like this. It was the mainstream media and it was so controlled. The opportunity we have right now is we can control the narrative, and they cannot control the narrative for us. That's the opportunity we have right now. Media are always, I'm sorry if there's a media person here, but if you've watched House of Cards, media are always bedfellows with politicians, and they control narrative. They'll just create an agenda, and even if they want somebody to be appointed, they can suggest a name and that person will be appointed in cabinet. So we have a very great opportunity, and this tool we have to optimize it and use it forever and ever. So going to my third point is we have to be watchdogs. What by watchdog I mean, this is an activity that should continue to go, that should go on forever. This is something that we have to continue doing. I'm sure most of you are in WhatsApp groups, and there are some WhatsApp groups where you'll find even probably your kids joining and using it. So this is an opportunity that as Kenyans we can use this tool, and I know it will continue to develop as time goes by. And so the way we have watched the government using this tool of social media, we have to continue watching it. The opposition long time had something called a shadow cabinet. Nowadays, there's no shadow cabinet. The opposition could come out with a counter budget and challenge the government. Why couldn't you do ABC and this? Because they had a shadow cabinet. But nowadays, when you listen to parliament, you even want to puke. There's no sense. People are talking about dress codes. People are talking of so much irrelevant things. So But thank God we have this online space that we can be able to take these people into accountability and watch over them even more strictly than the shadow cabinet that was being formed by the opposition a long time. So we should continue now even to agitate for more things like dissolve the parliament. If the parliament cannot be dissolved, continue to push for the IBC so that we can be able to recall our MPs. I know that has been said so much. Keep an oversight over the MPs in whatever they are doing, because that's where we go wrong if we cannot legislate and we don't have representatives. But we the people, Article 1, I think everybody knows that right now. We can use that as just a whip for our MPs. Then number 4 is we shouldn't forget our goal. Me thinks this. Yes, Ruto has dissolved the cabinet, but I have so much hate for this person, because number one, this guy will smile, dissolve the cabinet, and then tomorrow morning when you wake up, you hear so and so has been killed. So it's somebody that I don't have even a single trust in him at all. So he should go, and he should go the constitutional way. If he doesn't go right now, by 2027, that's a deadline. This guy should just go, because whatever he's done is irredeemable. It's forgivable, but I don't know. But he should just go. So going to my last point, we should talk more about this debt thing that they keep telling us. I think one day, Kimuzi, you should even try and invite Jimmy Wanjigi. He's been really talking about this for the longest time, about the debt that we have, and he's really done a lot of very good work about the debt that we have. And there are these international bodies that keep blackmailing us in terms of debt. There's the IMF, there's the World Bank. These are things that we can agitate for as Africans. You can start here. This thing is so deep, it's so seated in the African continent, and they have really held hostage so many countries in Africa, and they have really made our citizens very poor. And if they are not, these people are evil. The IMF, the World Bank, these people are evil, and they don't have any good at all for the future of the country. So these are people who should be managed. Kibaki did it. If he did it without them, he did it. So these things are possible. We can do without these people. So I don't know why our leaders are so hell-bent to go to these people. And those are my closing remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, kindly.
Okay. Good morning, my fellow criminals. Kimuzi, wewe umenipa the whole day nikirequest mic jamani, but it's okay. Mimi natoka Eldoret, by the way. Mpigo wangu ni Sudi, so you can imagine vile niko upset. Ruto naye ni wa huko tena Eldoret, alafu tuko na mwingine anaitwa Mandago. Yaani tu ni shida juu ya ingine. Earlier today niliona Buzeki alikuwa hapa. Mzee naye amejua kura karibu mara 2. But ako na nguvu. Hiyo ndio resilience tunahitaji. So, kuna someone ameniambia niongelee mambo ya education. Mimi nilikuwa privileged kusomeshwa na nani? Ule XMP wa niko tu ndo Kapsaret. Anaitwa nani? Ule MP mwenye. Nimesahau jina yake si wase. Nimesahau jina yake mwenye alikuwa muhindi huko hivyo Eldoret.
Mishra.
Mishra. Nilikuwa privileged kusomeshwa na Mishra. Eldipoli, nikasomea engineering yangu safi hapo. Electrical engineering nikamaliza. Na sasa unfortunately niko wapi? Niko Saudia manzi. Just looking for bread to put on the table na sad. Kwanza hiyo maneno education, mtoi CBC, kwanza hiyo CBC manzi inafuta do. Yaani hata kuna vitu zingine wanaitisha zinakaa unreasonable. But anyway, hivyo ndo tunapush. Mi nimekasirika na Kimuzi, wache mchezo ya kuweka watu pending sana. Mi nini
Watu
state
wengi
naanguka
watu
naanguka na
wengi watu
nini
wengi
nikipanda
watu wengi wana request sana, hata nikaa ni Million amekusaidia. Sioni
ni wila nadi na mkianguka naanguka na nyinyi, mkipanda napanda na nyinyi, but it's all good. Mimi like nimejam sana mi, kwanza mi hata hiyo kudissolve hiyo cabinet ijaninais hata kidogo. Mi kitu yenye nataka kusikia ni Ruto akienda. Kitu yenye ilinigusa sana like kama victim of the 207 post election violence, karibu niungulie huko kwa kanisa, niliponea tu hivi chupuchupu. Alafu juzi during the protest nikaona wanarusha that tear gas inside the church. Niliisha hadi nguvu, ilibidi nikae chini nijicollect juu niliona the same thing, ni kama inataka kujirudia. Na venye ungenipata ati 2 years earlier venye nilikuwa natetea Ruto, sahii watu wenye walikuwa nanisikia nikitetea Ruto wananichekelea kama nonsense. Lakini ni sawa, it is the price we have to pay. Mimi kitu tu nataka kuona ni Ruto ameenda, hata ikiwezekana ateguke avunjike spinal cord ama anyongwe na mate akufe kesho. Mi sitaki kumuona, hata hiyo jina yake peke yake inanisinya. Yaani poleni yake. So I think hiyo mambo ya kurecall MPs, me I hope by the time 2025 and next year nikuwe nimehome niende nifanye hiyo kazi ya kurecall MP. Alafu as much as tunaongelea mambo ya kumobilize like watu wachukua idea. My sister alikuwa Mombasa, penye alikuwa anaishi kulitokea incident ya moto of which ilichoma nini yake, passport yake na ID yake. Sahii ni 3 months akitafuta ID, mpaka leo hajawahi pata. So you can imagine kama tuko na hiyo shida ya kupata ID for like 3 months, na ni replacement, si hata ya kutafuta first time, ni replacement na ina take that long, haipatikani. Sasa sahii tunafaa kufinya vizuri venye haiwezi pata time ya kupumua. The moment tu tunajaribu kuwasilia hivi, hata hiyo ID kupata itakuwa ni kizungumkuti, leave alone hata kuchukua kura. Unatoa ID yenye itakuwa ina expire. Wewe umeenda hapo umepanga laini ati unapiga kura, unaambiwa ID yako ina expire. Hiyo kitu ina make sense? Jumi kwangu I make by the way. Na nimeudhika sana. Mi nataka tu kuona Ruto ameenda. Nani anaitwa nani huyo Sudi ameenda. Hata I wish ningekuwa kwa hiyo maandamano ya watu Eldoret. Ningekuwa mimi ndo ningechoma hiyo nini expo yake. Hata nilikasirika sana, niliuliza watu mbona kusoma hiyo club. Ingechomwa yote ikae chini. Plus na Mandago juzi anaita mkutano, anaita watu wa nini wa huko hivyo LD, anawaita na wamobilize ati wanataka waharibu jina mtu wetu kama wenye waliharibia Moi, wamharibie ati ndo wamtoe. Imagine. So sahii tena nataka kutan kale against sisi like other tribes basically. Nilikuwa Catholic people. Sasa sahii ni kale against every other mwenye ana oppose nani Ruto. So hiyo kitu ina hurt sana na inakasirisha. Kwanza niko na contact ya watu wawili kwa contact zangu, nikionanga tu status zao nasikia nimekasirika sana. Ati mfalme apigwe. Mfalme mgani? Mfalme ni wa mbinguni peke yake. Hiyo ufalme wake ajue penye atapeleka. Alafu mwingine akoleko juu yeye sijui ni kama tunafanya kitu yenye make sense. So ati hivyo watu wafai kulead hivyo. Mi hata during like mwanzo hii fight ya Gen Z against the government, ilibidi nikosane na mama yangu. Juu mama yangu alikuwa like anamtetea all in the basis of the church. Mi nilimwambia yeye, kama umesema ni Mungu, mi wacha Mungu ashuke mwenyewe aniambie hii ni mbaya. For now, wacha basi tukae tuongeleshani, but me I will fight for the future of my kid. It's not about me. Kwani nitafight how long? Niko na miaka ngapi yenye ati nimebakisha ya kuishi kwa hii dunia? Ana fight for the generation alpha wenye anakuja, at least wakuwe na better education. at their time. Kama sahi hata education yuko guarantee mtoto atasoma hadi university amalize. Sahi hata primary pia ni shida, public primary ni shida. So na imagine mtu mwenye ana struggle kuput hata kuma 10 bob kwa siku kwa meza, haget hata hiyo 10 bob. Hiyo 500 unaitisha sijui ya maintenance ya shule ya public school. Ni uniform sasa atanunua ama ni desk atalipia. Na vitu kama inauma. Aya, mtoto bado tena anafaa ingie sekondari. University ndio wamepandisha 50% juu. Hadi unashangaa kwani hao watu wanataka tuishi aje? Kama wataki tusome si waseme tu. Ni nini nawasumbua like mimi nimekasirika sana. Tanielewa tu, mimi nimekasirika sana. Like nimejaa mbaya sana. Nataka tu kuona Ruto like hata exist kabisa. Shida wenye watu wenye wanataka wakufe ndio wakufanyi tunaishi miaka mingi. But ni sawa tu. Tutaongea baadaye kiasi. Nimejaa maneno.
By the hiyo story yako ya ID zi hutokea very fast time ya ikikaribia hizo madei za elections, time watu wanaambiwa register IBC, hiyo ndio time ma ID zitaona zitaanza kutokea mbio sana. Saizi wanaweza kuwa na hizo madelay, but ikifikanga almost time za election wanazitoa mbio. Also story ya tribalism nini venye wanafanya huko Eldoret kuambia watu wazee ati wanataka kutoa mtu wao kwa kiti bla bla bla. Sijui mbona wasiwa huko ndo huwa anabebwa hivyo ufala hivyo sana.
Ni wenye hawajasoma Kevo, mimi natoka huko lakini wenye hawajasoma.
Nasema watu wazee ndo wanabebongo ufala sana. Au na wazee wa Jaka. Okay, vita most zinakuanga hiyo side. So ni ngumu sana upate watu wa Central wakifight hivyo sana as much. Na pia watu wa Northeastern ndo wanakuanga na hizo madivision. They listen to the wazee sana. So it's upon you guys to educate your parents, your grandparents, etc.
Kevo, unaweza pea jamaa mashauri wa Costa, ameomba sana.
Nani hiyo?
Mashauri wa Pwani.
Sawa, mashauri wa Pwani, you can go ahead. Then nimeona pia Ashley anashinda ameinua mkono. You two can go ahead and speak. Then after them we can know from there tasikiza nani.
Good morning, comrades.
Good morning. Nakusikia.
Once a moment of silence kwa fallen heroes. Thank you for the host. Thank you kila mmoja. Mimi ni Mashauri wa Pwani, natokea Mombasa County. I'm happy to be here by the way. Nikianza na cabinet kuvunjwa sasa hivi imevunjwa, tunafaa kuwa happy. Ni kama ni mwizi tu ameshikwa na polisi. Hiyo ni kama ni mwizi ameshikwa na polisi amewekwa ndani. So amepelekwa nyumbani, wacha tupate wenye watu wanaweza fanya kazi, vitu zifike mashinani. Kitu ya kwanza izaongelelea, tunafaa kufanya awareness. Mimi ni youth mwenye pia ni upcoming artist mwenye najituma pia kivyangu, kisanaa, kimuziki, but mimi ni Gen Z.
Mnaweza sikia msanii?
Hata mimi nilikuwa niulize, nadhani niko na shida.
Hatumsikii.
Ndio natumia microphone ya studio ni ngori. Ashley, you can go ahead. Kabla rudi.
Good morning guys.
Ashley.
So mimi
Kwani
nilikuwa
Ashley ni mwanaume?
Ashley ni mwanaume?
Catfish.
Yeah.
Aje sasa wewe ni catfish bwana. Chuje huyu jamaa bwana. Ni catfish ama nini bwana?
Sikia. Mnanisikia?
Tunakusikia, sema.
Yangu ni fupi. Kitu nasema na insist hiyo story ya civic education. Juu parents wetu wenyewe wasikii hiyo story. So kitu na propose ni at least as much as tuko na hizi maposta, pia tuko na maposta za kueducate wase. Juu unajua background yetu tunaijua fiti, watu wako tribal sana huko. Hata sahii tukiweza amua tuna change prezo, lazima kutakuwa na hizo mastori. So at least tuanze mapema kueducate wase. Hiyo tu.
Na wache kukatfish.
Wazi.
Watu wanafaa ujue. Hii ni handle gani hicho tuambia watu? Rui Creatives. Tutaambia watu wewe ni mwanaume. Kazi hapa ni on that note, tunaweza enda kwa juu tumesikiza na mawili, tunaweza enda kwa huu Prime Kasha ameshinda akiinua mkono na Houseman.
Hello, hi.
Hi.
Mnanisikia? Ni Prime Kashata zile tamu za coconut.
Yeah. Go ahead.
And I'm a lady. Mimi si katwi.
So mimi nimejam sana na omseka. Huyu jamaa bana anakatfish watu waje bana.
Hata mimi ilikuwa nimtoe hata before anze kubonga, nikaona tu maybe anaweza bonga sense. Acha nimwache ya proceed.
Na unajua ameni DM na zile emoji za wasichana bana, nimekula nare bana.
Wala.
Leo hakuna kazi Kenya.
So anyway, mimi naitwa Gloria, and thank you very much for giving us the chance to have a voice. Kwa sababu mimi ni moja wale wako na 5 followers, 2 followers, but I still get a voice through these spaces, which is very important because you're amplifying the small person's voice yenye imekuwa imefungwa na our politicians. Like everybody now is able to have a say in how the country is being run. So kudos for that. And we keep doing that because that's our strength. We've realized that's our strength. And one thing I want to remind us is that Ruto was, is, and will always be a conniving, manipulating, and heartless animal. He's not going to change. Yeah. So he does not do stuff just because, and he's trying to disarm us. He's trying to make us believe that he's doing something ati ametusikiza sasa. You guys, unajua, after a long consultation what? It's because whatever he tried failed. He tried brutal force, he failed. We did not relent. He tried dialogue, we did not allow him. So now he's on the third one. He tries to disarm us with one gift here and there, then we forget our goal, we forget where we were going. So for me, it is important to understand, do we have like political analysts who can go through historical events, similar events like that one of Kibaki, yeah? So what happened and what exactly, so that we anticipate what he's planning, because this guy has plotted before he even fired those people. He'd already plotted and planned, and he knows what he's doing. Yes, him jinga, and someone who is conniving will always be a step ahead of us. So as we are celebrating and also trying to find a way forward, we should also know that he's also planning a way forward. That is not someone who's going to give up power easily. And also the guys that have left, au wametolewa, they have stolen like ile pesa wameiba. Me, I think hata wakitupatia village yetu manze tunaweza omoka sisi wote forever. Like hiyo ni generational wealth wamebuild in months or a few years. You don't build, like, it's called generational wealth because it's built through different generations. Hii yao imebuildiwa in so fast, meaning they've looted so much money, hata wakifutwa they'll still survive. So what we do now is we attack mahali wameinvest, kama ni hizo foreign countries. All of us, all Kenyans now tuko pamoja. So wherever they are, this is where now the diasporans become important. Why? Au ndio watasikia kuna mtu amenunua nyumba the Louvre, tunatuma huko mtu watu and petition. Yeah, we shine a spotlight on every investment they've made. Kama kuna mtu anajua kuna fununu ya, there's someone I saw, he's bought a house somewhere in the US, you know, mulika kabisa, because kama kuna kitu wazungu wanachukia kumulikwa, hawapendi kelele. Na wakiona people are making noise about something, they will withdraw. And that means these people, wherever they've invested, they will not be allowed to invest. That means mtu yote anafikiria kuiba, before aibe atakuwa anashindwa atapeleka wapi hiyo pesa anaiba. Like, you know, we are trying to make kuiba unattractive, because over the years we've made it so acceptable such that like 90% of people in power right now ni watu wa 49. That's why hizo 20 million zinapelekwa kwa kanisa, ziendi kufanya projects za kanisa. If you look closely at those churches, there's nothing literally going on in those churches, you know. Ni pesa inaoshwa, ni laundry, inafanywa laundry machine, you know. So if we can attack those places where these people have invested that loot and make it visible, so that kama wameinvest in a foreign country, wamenunua manyumba, fuata hiyo. We have soldiers everywhere in the world, literally wametutuma nje, wametuma kila mtu nje aende akatafute kazi. Hata kama ni Saudia, tuko na watu Saudia, we mulika them until they have nowhere to hide the loot. Wanairudisha mahali inafaa kuwa. And the people who come into power will have, yani we make stealing, corruption so unattractive that before mtu akae chini afikiria hata kupatia anti yake kazi ama kitu, anasema no, this is like literally a death sentence for me, so they'll not do it. So I think that would be the way forward. And what else? What I wanted to ask is, a country would be like the largest business unit. Yeah, the largest business unit. When you have a company, an organization, hakuna siku a big organization will have a sales manager being the CEO, being the operations manager, being the HR, being the tea girl, being the cleaner. Unajua, na sisi the biggest business unit, which is a country, tumeifanya the, like, you know, politicians are salespeople. Sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah, continue.
Yeah, politicians are salespeople. Like, they literally, hata akisoma manifesto, most of people don't even understand what is in that manifesto. Walienda nini inaitangwa Upwork, wakaambia mtu niandike manifesto, they are just reciting. They are salespeople who don't really understand what happens on the ground. They are not operations people, you know. So we are employing salespeople to run the finance department. We are employing salespeople to run the operations department. It doesn't work like that. We are employing salespeople to operate the IT department. It doesn't work like that, because those people are just that mouthpieces that market something, market a product. But sisi tuna employ watu who are not qualified, then why do we expect them to perform? When we employ someone, like, mi napatiana example. You go into a hospital, unaambiwa huyu, by the way, ndo huyu Sudi, ndo surgeon wako. He is going to save your life. Lakini ujue, alifika standard 2. Si hata heri uende ukufe kuliko kuoperatiwa na huo mtu. So why are we handing over our lives to these people? They are not qualified, and we don't even go through the, you know, vetting, like proper vetting of these people before we elect them. Tunatoa tu mtu mahali ati kwa sababu anajua marketing. We can't employ marketers to implement. Their work is just marketing. So I think moving forward, we should also put people in place that are qualified to run these places, these departments, to run this organization. Because if we employ people who are not qualified and then we start beating them, in fact, sisi hata ndio tumekosea. And that would be all from me. Have a nice morning, evening, and tomorrow, those who are able to go to JKUAT, more power. We wish you all, you know, strength, we will be retweeting and tweeting everything else because some of us will not be able to be there physically.
Yeah, thank you. Next ilikuwa Houseman. Lakini nyinyi watu wa diaspora jo. Kuna mtu alisema mnakuanga lonely, mnashindanga kwa spaces. Ni ukweli. Sisi huku tunasikia usingizi, but wacha tumalize kwa host.
Mi niko kazi, nimebeba kazi yangu hapa, nimeketi hapa nikiwasikiza, niko kazi, but I'm very passionate, my God. Mimi nina tweeting with my 2 followers. I retweet and tweet and natukanana kabisa, hata kama ni mtu mmoja ataona matusi yao. So yeah, must to enjoy. We are actually very, very passionate. Na tunaumia because some of us, if the government is still on, we cannot come home. Zile matusi tumetupa, tutashikiwa kwa airport. Tushamulikwa. Me, I've seen people like, monitoring me, and I know nikifika hivi kwa airport nitakuwa nimengojewa hapo if this government is still on when I am coming home for visiting. So I am also afraid for my life, I have my sisters, my cousins wanaenda kwa kwa maandamano, so we are all in this together. Hakuna mtu wa diaspora na mtu si wa diaspora. Kenya is home. Kenya is home.
Sawa. Usman, endelea.
Okay, good evening. Imefika hata asubuhi. Nawashukuru kwa kunipea hii chance. The likes of Kimuzi, 5 people, Milan, you are the guys we've been following for a long time. And I like your spirit. Venye tu mna advocate, you speak your minds. We are here to listen to you all day. Hata saizi saa 7. So my point was around 3 issues only. Considering today venye wame dissolve your cabinet, guys, let's not lose focus. No, those are just, ilikuwa tu that step number 2. So mimi nikiona tu nikaa venye it's like mtu mwenye ana own ng'ombe, alafu ikikataa kutoa maziwa anajaribu kulaumu mwenye anakama, kumtishia venye atamfuta kazi nini. So kufuta kazi mwenye anakama, ama hata uende kwa jirani, uende uangalia mbona anapata maziwa mingi, urudi tena uimplement vitu tofauti kama hiyo story ya magari venye mlikuwa mnaongelea, unaona. So those are the issues we should be championing for. Number 2, us as youths, unajua penye Ruto alikanyaga bana, ama medic, yani me I'm still studying, alafu imagine you are in school, alafu the likes of Moses Kuria, they are speaking arrogantly kwa mtandao ati nani alikwambia uende ufanya medicine. How will I feel? Aya, hiyo kwanza hata kama inakudemoralize, hata uendelea hata kusoma ile motive yenye ulikuwa nayo. Hata hiyo workforce yangu ili nipeleka hata Saudi Arabia, nipeleka country nyingine, wengine wapate chance wenye wanaweza pata kazi huko, unaona. So aya, alafu cha muhimu sasa ni how we organize ourselves huku mtandaoni. Tusi give up. Kwanza nyinyi wenye mabig wigs hapo hivyo tunawategemea bana. Champion for us, si pia tunasukuma, unaona. It is not for granted. After a while tutaona results, unaona. Saizi Ruto amepanic. There is nothing he can do. Advices zote nje. And the best space we can have as Gen Zs ni hapa X platform, unaona. It's because of X is whereby things are, vitu inaendelea hata yenye hawakuwa wametarajia, unaona. So mlisikiza juzi venye before president anaanza kuongea, hapo na followers wengi Twitter, lakini anasema haya kumbe hii platform ni mzuri ni mzuri yani they are not even in Twitter. Hao watu wako television huko hivyo na wazazi huko hivyo they think, wanadhani sasa ati all Kenya mzima yani iko tu kwa TV, unaona. We should be this platform. This is our platform. We should champion for it. And then as we are in this platform, tukue considerate juu kuna wengine, there are some big wigs wenye wana mislead. Msikuwe swayed na hizo ati conflicts za sijui Osama nani. You know, there are some guys, kama kuna mtu amekosea anaenda yani anatusaliti, we just tunaongelea kidogo na inapotea, tunarudi kwa issues zile main, of which the main thing hapa ni kujipanga, unaona. when we organize ourselves well, tutaona fruits in the next 3 years. Kenya itakuwa vile iko saizi, unaona. Aya, alafu issue ya mwisho ni this MPs, how I was thinking of maybe we should champion kubani CDF kwa sababu na wa dissolve kuja tu, sijui kazi ya MP kwa gani, unaona, because hiyo ndio inawapea kiburi. Tell me why there is someone who mwenye anataka kazi huko village. I come from county ya Murkomen, this motherfucker, natoka county yake, constituency yangu ni Marakwet West, tuko hivyo, unaona. So as we were mtu ameingia ofisi hivi kidogo, alafu after a while unasikia kuna kazi TSC, unaona. You will find someone mzazi mwenye anafaa employ mtoto wake employwe, anauza shamba ati ndio apate kazi ya TSC. Sasa ukuuza shamba ya 500,000 and uniambia hata ukiandikwa JSS ama sijui ni gani ya ualimu, how will you recover those money? Hii ni PR tu na ufala yenye watu hawezi deliver, unaona. Umekula CDF, bado tena unakuja unauzia watu kazi. Sisi youths ndio tunaumia kabisa. Na venye Kimuzi amesema tu, unaona, from 95 mpaka 205 ama 90s tu, kuna watu wa 90s wenye wana kazi kabisa, wameng'ang'ana. Sisi ndio tutaumia in the next government, na tumepanga, tumetenga, sijui tumetekeleza nini, hizo vitu zote sisi wenyewe ndio tutaumia. So tukue careful guys, and thank you. So venye tumesema Twitter pia bana, ukisikia pia unifollow, tukue tukiongea huko Twitter. Asanteni sana. Those are my issues.
Wazi. Tutaenda kwa Tony, then Acheng, you had already spoken.
No.
Okay, so Tony, then Acheng.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Uko na earphone, jaribu ku try maybe earphone or my Bluetooth so that we can hear you vizuri.
Okay. You can hear me now?
Yeah, we can.
Oh, okay. Thank you for the good work you guys are doing. It has been a commendable job. We have seen how this battle has been fought from.
Boss yangu. Tony.
Yes?
Tunakusikia but ni kama uko mbali, I don't know why.
You can hear me now?
Yeah, jaribu basi kuongea na nguvu kiasi.
Okay. So I was saying, thank you for the good job that you're doing, you guys. It has been a commendable job. The journey has been tough, but slowly but surely it's yielding something, a step at a time. And we have set a precedence, where I am. I usually receive calls from very many people from different parts of the world. They call me and ask me, hey, what's going on in Kenya? Hey, are you safe? They think that everything is the way it is reported out there in other media stations out there in other different countries. They think Kenya is, is burning because of these young people. But truth be told, the young people have set a record to other people in the world to know that truly the power belongs to the people. I think William Ruto underestimated the power of the young people. For far too long, unajua watu wamekuwa wakifikiria during the times of Moi, unajua ilikuwa KBC channel 1, ile ilikuwa inasema tu mtukufu rais, sijui rais Daniel Arap Moi amefanya, sijui every tagline inaanza tu na hiyo. But nowadays the kind of communication that is reaching out there, the kind of connections and network and information that is going out there, the information is traveling so fast, more than the media stations they can keep pace with. Hawezi to keep pace because people are able to relay the information fast, hard. They are able to relay information very fast. So kama ni kitu kidogo imeonekana, inakuwa, it is called out there and then, and people are informed. So this is not the generation ambayo ilikuwa pale wakati wa nini, wakati wa Moi, when it's only one media station which was there. And good, and it is a very big awakening that now people have realized we have a new media here, like this channel here, whereby recently niliona watu kama 700,000 have tuned in. You know, reaching that people, that number of people within a single sitting is not so easy. Hiyo ni kama kujaza Kasarani Stadium kama 10 hivi, ama 15, you know. And those people are getting the same information, the same message at the same time, at the same with the accuracy that it calls for. So anyway, what I'm saying is this: this is a good cause that has started, and we are really going to redefine how our country is going to be governed, how our country is going to be shaped. And my only advice is this: you know, there is a book called The Art of War by Sun Tzu. You know, Sun Tzu says that if an injury is to be done to a man, it should be so severe that his revenge need not to be feared. You know, that if you want to destroy a man, you should make sure you have destroyed that man completely, so that you don't give him a time to re-strategize, to come back again for you, to retaliate, to revenge. And what you have done to William Ruto, you guys don't know what you have done to him. You have completely dismembered him of some of his powers. The only thing, the only arsenal that you have is not to give him any space to re-strategize, to organize himself. That is why he called Baba Juzi. Yomana aliita Raila. People who could not see eye to eye during last elections. Sahi akamuita. It's like during the crucifixion of Jesus Christ. The only time Herod and Pilate came together. People who were big enemies, they never saw each other eye to eye. But wakati walisikia, according to history, ati Yesu anasurubishwa, wakakuja wakashikana, wakakuwa marafiki sana. Because they knew someone who was claiming to be the king has come to take their territory and they don't want it. So this friendship ya Ruto na Raila is basically because of survival. You know, during the second administration ya Uhuru Kenyatta, Raila aliingia kwa hii kitu inaitwa hii government ya nini, ya handshake. They borrowed 7 trillion Kenya shillings. Na hiyo pesa ikikopwa ni kumaanisha bado Raila anajua kuna pesa ilikuwa hapo ndani. Pia alipewa matenda, walifanya nini, watu wake waliingizwa huko. So any misappropriation anajua ikikuja venye these young people are calling for total auditing of all the odious debts. Anajua wakishikwa hata yeye atapatikana hapo ndani. That's why they are coming together ndio wajaribu kuficha hiyo maneno. So we need to press further. We need to accelerate to make sure no stone is left unturned. When Moi was leaving office in 2002, he left 28% out of every 100 shillings that was collected. Out of 28 shillings, out of 100, 28 shillings ndio ilikuwa inaenda kulipa debt. Kibaki akakuja hapo in 10 years time up to 2013, akakuja, he reduced that debt to 18 shillings per 100 shillings. So in every 100 shillings we collected for taxes, 18 shillings was going to pay taxes, or was going to pay debt. Uhuru Kenyatta, when he was leaving office in 2022, he left 70 shillings. Out of 100, 70 was going to pay debt. As we speak right now, according to the books, Ruto's administration, out of every 100 shillings, if we do proper computations, proper calculations, almost 90 shillings inaenda kulipa debt. So what does that tell you? We are only left with 10 shillings to do development, which we don't. So we need to get to the bottom of this thing. How has this thing been going on? Kibaki alichukua economy 2002. He multiplied the revenue collection. Alipata Moi akichukua taxes ya 200,000 billion, 200 billion. He multiplied that to 5 times when he was leaving office in 2013. Aliacha a trillion Kenya shillings in tax collections. So meaning he multiplied the tax collections during times of Moi by 5 times. When Uhuru was leaving office in 2022 alikuwa ana collect about 1.8 trillion thereabouts. So meaning he didn't even double the amount that he found 10 years ago. What does that tell you? But he multiplied the debts. So what does that tell you? There was a lot of incompetence that transpired during that period. Na hiyo ndio lazima, we have to get to the bottom of this matter. We have to make sure no stone is left unturned. When everybody will see that nobody is on their side, kila mtu atasimama na atarudisha ile pesa amekula. We cannot pay debts. We have been enslaved for the next 70, 100 years with this debt if you are not careful. And we have to call these people in order and make sure they return all this money that they have stolen. And it's not going to be business as usual. We are going to use all the methods and avenues possible. Wale wanaandika kwa magazeti waandike, wenye wana hold these meetings online wa hold meetings online, wenye wako kwa ground they do the thing, wenye wako everywhere in the media stations, in mainstream media, these people need to be called out. Jana niliona sijui ni governor wa Kiambu Tatu Sete, sijui inasemekana anasema apewe sijui 4 billion shillings huko, they want to misappropriate like 4 billion shillings. How on earth can you do that to an investor? Someone who is bringing money to your country, someone who is bringing employment, someone who is coming to invest, and you cannot even feel ashamed of that. Aliko Dangote, when he came to Kenya, alikuja kufungua kampuni huko Kitui ya cement. He was asked, I think 4 billion, 5 billion Kenya shillings bribe. Akakataa. Akaenda Ethiopia. The cement that he was to produce in Kenya, he produces in Ethiopia, and it's sold in Kenya in a cost less than the one that is produced in Kenya. What does that tell you? There is a lot of corruption that is going on left, right, and center, and this war should not be quenched. Na tukifika hapo pia tuangalie on our side to be the devil's advocate also. We need also to examine ourselves as Kenyans, because you will come to realize that corruption is actually, it is a moral, it's kind of a morality problem in ourselves. Ukiangalia, those of us who have tried to vie, nilijaribu huko Bakasi North 2017. I'm telling you for a fact, you can't make in this position, political positions, without money. And you're going to spend a lot of money, hard-earned cash, to campaign. And eventually these people who have stolen, they will come with millions of shillings, wapatiane huko, diwapewe hizi viti. How can you explain this logically? You spend 50 million or 100 million for a seat that ukikombine the whole salary, haitafika 20 million for the 5 years. There must be something huyu mtu anajua. Kuna kitu huyu mtu anajua. There is no way you can spend 5 billion for presidency, where you know it's only $1 million shillings. Ukikombine 5 years, hiyo pesa haitatosha hata kufika a quarter of it. But that person is using all those resources. Why? It is because there is something he knows that money atairudisha. So it is also for us as Kenyans, we sit down and evaluate how are we going to structure this. If this movement can set precedence, iweze kuwa na very good way of doing things, tuonyeshe ya kwamba we can get someone like the western way of doing things. Tuchukue mtu, huyu mtu, we sponsor this person, we logistic wise na kila kitu, kukue na committee na everything, and then this person, when he gets there, he will not be thinking of stealing so that he can return the money that he spent. You know, we have to set this way of doing things like, and educate people completely. Ya kwamba not everybody who is coming to give you 100 shillings, 200 shillings, 1,000, that money, that person is going to make sure amerudisha after amechukua hiyo kiti. Right now in the United States, the reason why the Democrats cannot change huyu mtu anaitwa Joe Biden, ambaye ni wanasema anafaa badilishwe ndio nini, because he's kind of not going to make it to the pale, yani ashide huyu Trump. The reason ni, if they look for another person, already wako na $300 million ambayo wamechanga ya campaign ya Biden. That money cannot be transferred to anybody, to somebody else. Hiyo pesa haiwezi kutransferiwa kwa mtu mwingine. So wakichagua mtu mwingine, they have to raise money, because if in US, if you campaign for a position, people give you money, and The money that remains after you do campaign, you give it back to the government. It is not your money. So if we have a system like that, to make sure even if you are a billionaire, you're not going to spend your money, you're not going to spend your hard-earned cash, you're not going to spend money ambayo utakuja kutuimbia huko mbele, so that we can have an opportunity to recall you, to question any misappropriation. We have to educate our people through civil education, through educating these people and making sure that they understand the work of MP. Ukiangalia the work of MP in Kenya, ukikaa chini na hawa nini, MP ndiye analipanga rent za watu, ndiye anasomesha watoto wengine, ndiye anafanya nini. He's not even doing the work of representation per se, making laws. Anafanya kazi ya like a kind of a charity nini, charitable organization. We need to educate our people that leaders are there to represent us in making laws, in ensuring that ile sheria wanatengeneza, even the worst person, even your worst enemy, he cannot use that law against you. We need to educate our people on that so that we can shape the future of our country and ensure that we have a bright future for our children. Because if we go to that with this trajectory, the way things have been, we are doomed. But if we go with the trajectory about tumechukua saa hii ya kwamba we call out these people, drain the swamp, we are going to have a bright future, and the next generation of leaders, they are going to come and change the country. Hii mtu wetu syndrome ati sijui Wakikuyu wachukue hii percentage, hii serikali ni ya shareholding, hii serikali ni sijui ni ya nini, that's bullshit, that's hogwash. Everybody in Kenya is a Kenyan, irrespective of whether you are Turkana, you are a Masai, you are a Redile, you are from where, you are a Kenyan. Na ukisimama, you will be able to deliver, and people are going to really support you if you have the agenda and you have the capacity. In 1830s in the United States kulikuwa na nini, before 1830s kulikuwa na hii kind of dynastism kama ile ilikuwa Kenya. People who used to rule the United States walikuwa wanatoka zile big families, billionaire families from Massachusetts and wherever. Kukakuja mtu anaitwa Andrew Jackson, akakuja na kitu inaitwa Jacksonian Revolution. Jacksonian Revolution ilikuja ika-change the whole system of governance in US, such that anyone who has an agenda, anyone who has the right qualities can lead the United States. And from that time, that is why somebody like Obama, who did not have $1 billion in his account, he was able to rule the superpower, the most powerful nation on earth. It can happen in Kenya too. Someone from Tugen, the smallest tribe in a Rift Valley, mtu ambaye ametoka huko kwa nini, huko kwa Wagiriama, he can lead Kenya as long as the person has an agenda, akona kila kitu, and we can change this. The biggest hurdle tulikuwa nayo 2022 ni kuondoa dynasty. Hiyo ndio ilikuwa the biggest hurdle, because if we didn't succeed in that, they would have ruled us for the next 1,000 years. But now Ruto came with an agenda ya kusema sijui hustlers na dynasty. He didn't know this is going to be his Waterloo, because to change Ruto is very easy. It is very easy to dethrone him, because he doesn't have that financial muscle ya kujanga na dynastism, who are supported world over by superpowers and whatever. So we have a very good opportunity to change the country. And as I finish, thank you so much, Kimuzi, for the good work and all the people who are participating in this. God bless you, and let us not quench the thirst of asking for better leadership and good governance. Thank you.
Hi, Acheng over here. I'm going to be co-hosting for a minute. Nataka small wigs, wale hawajaongea, you can DM me, please, tafadhali. I want to hear the people with little or no followers kama mimi. Next speaker. 5 people. Nani alikuwa next? Okay, the next speaker, kindly just unmute your microphone and speak. Sylvanas, your hand is up. You can speak.
Asante sana. Habari zenu?
Nzuri.
Yeah, mimi ni Juma, but I want to highlight a few things here, and I'll be speaking in Sitaongea haraka, but still I will not take a lot of time. Yule ambaye ako na kalamu anaweza kuwa anaandika, or if you have somewhere. So number one, we always say that the devil is in the details. What do I mean here? What I mean here is that our constitution has a big problem. Ukiangalia vizuri, constitution yetu number one inasema that the president is immune from prosecution even after leaving office. Please, can we highlight this somewhere so that we can champion this? We need to do away with this from the constitution. Sababu, some of these guys, some of the things they do, like corruption, killing people, is because they know they will not be accountable even when they leave office. It is something that we need to address in our constitution so that someone knows that when he is in power or when she is in power, hata akitoka, he can still be taken to court and be answerable for the ills he committed when he was the leader of a country, our beautiful country, Kenya. That's the one thing I wanted to highlight. Number two, I want to go to the Senate. Our Senate is basically powerless. Those of you who live in the US, you know how powerful the Senate is. The Senate, puts brakes on what, the National Assembly does. In our constitution, the National Assembly, members of parliament, the lower chamber of parliament, which is, the National Assembly, is more powerful than the Senate. And these are some of the loopholes which are making people behave the way they are behaving. So we need to do something in our constitution that gives the Senate more powers. I don't really know what the functions of the Senate is, rather than talking about revenue allocation to counties. I have never seen senators taking, governors into account. So these are some of the weaknesses that we have in the constitution that need to be addressed. And I could wish that those of us who are here and you have more followers, if we can put this across so that it can be some of the issues that we are championing as we go ahead. Because now we have a good opportunity, we have a good platform where we can champion these issues. I want to say that what are my MPs? Bado musiwape time. Those who have not come home, wacha wakae pahali wako wamechivicha, because they are basically doing nothing. For example, wakati Duale, how could they go back to parliament? I don't know whether it was in the midst of the night, and they give Duale powers to deploy the military to come to the streets and, to come and kill people. It is horrible. They still don't learn. They are not for the people. So these are some of the things that we need to look at. That MPs, we need to have them, being accountable. Number three, I'm still on the constitution, because I know all these problems we have are emanating from the kind of constitution we have. Those who live in the US here, where I live, you know that the Constitution of America is very, very, and it cuts even into the homes, into the villages, wherever it is, So I am championing that if we can have a constitution, for example, which makes the police to be accountable. Our police is like, they can do whatever they want, and basically nothing happens. Since 1963, those who are in power, they have used the police to do whatever they want when they are in power. These police, they do what they do because they know that they will not be, nobody will take them to court. I've never seen, police being taken to court, getting sentences. Even those who have killed, those who have been killed a few days ago, we are not going to see justice coming, as we have seen from the past years. All this is because we have a weak, very weak constitution. We need to make our constitution to go deeper than what it has now. It has to say, and I'm proposing that this constitution should give more powers to the people, such that, you can successfully go and, take a police officer to court. You can take Kome to court. You can take anybody to court. And the court should successfully, if you want any police officer to resign, the court should successfully make a police officer to resign, whether it is the Inspector General of Police or whoever he is. So our laws are kind of, they are very passive in some areas. If we come to the IEBC, for example, how can we have an IEBC that is tribeless, partless, leaderless? Right? We need to have laws which make the IEBC tribeless. The IEBC that is not formed under tribes, under parties. Like now, you find that the IEBC is controlled by a party that is in power. It has been so hard to have an IEBC that is independent. It has been so hard. Even now, these kind of laws that they passed the other day, I don't know whom they are benefiting those laws. The laws that they passed the other day about IEBC, I see nothing. The bill that was passed the other day, I see nothing in it. It is still the laws which govern the former IEBC that we used to have, which is not accountable, are the same laws which are still in place. And anybody who is in power can still use the IEBC to achieve his means of being a leader of our beautiful country, Kenya. So I think these are some of the issues that we need to look at. If we come to CDF, for example, CDF, by the way, according to me, is a good, it's not bad. But still the problem we have is that we don't have strong laws which govern the CDF. For example, why can't we have an MP giving a budget of all the money, of all the CDF money for the whole year? And this budget should be pinned outside for everybody to see, so that people know, okay, this money, this is what it's going to do, bursaries, how much is going to be in every ward, so that everybody know that this is how the money is going, the CDF money for this year is going to be used. But now they keep it as a secret. They dish out, they keep it as a secret where they dish it out to friends and relatives, They just give it out the way they want. This is the kind of accountability that we need. Laws. We have to champion about law, because laws, the constitution, is what makes a country what it is. If there are laws, if the country has laws which are not strong enough, for example, if someone is found stealing public funds, should get like 100 or 120 years, then people will be stealing no matter what, because they know they can still go and, go about the constitution and get off the hook. Who has ever seen anybody being jailed in Kenya because he stole millions or billions of money? The people who are taken to court are those people, you know, small guys, the small fish. Those are the ones you can see who are being taken to court. Big people, they make deals just to return the money, and they are never taken to court to pay for their sins. It's very, 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 very horrible. But all this is because we have a weak constitution. A weak constitution. We need to have people who steal money get very stiff sentences. Even if they return the assets they have stolen, but they should also get like 50 years or 100 years for participating in corruption, in stealing. Why do we have such a constitution which is not strong enough that can make people, you know, people steal because they know that, you know, the courts are not strong enough, you know, to convict them, because the laws are, you know, they use flimsy, I don't know what kind of laws we have that I've never seen anybody, you know, being jailed because he stole money. And that's why people know that they really need to steal, because in the court, they can do what they want. I mean, they can do what they want anyway. So I'm actually championing for a strong constitution. Governors should give us a budget for the whole year, just like MPs. We have to get a budget for a whole year, that this is the budget I've gotten in my county, and the projects for a whole year are these ones. We have to know, even up to the tenders, how the governors give out tenders, whether the tenders are genuine or not. We have to audit. We have to audit all these tenders. So for me, what I'm saying is that we are championing for, you know, the current situation, but we must also champion for laws, because laws are the ones that keep people in check. Even when you go to court, we use the law to get someone out of the hook, or we use the law to convict someone. Why can't it be easy for us to record an MP? Currently, if you want to record an MP, these guys, when they came with the constitution, they make it so hard to record an MP. Currently, if you start recording an MP, it's a very lengthy process. Why can't we have laws which make it easy for people in a constituency to record an MP or an MCA or the president himself? Because the laws we have are the ones which are making these people misbehave, to do what they want. They are not accountable. They don't want to give answers to people. They rude, you know. So for me, I was asking that we champion more on the laws that govern every institution, every entity, everybody, that someone knows. For example, in South Korea, right? That president was taken to court and she's serving a jail sentence. I don't know whether she completed the jail sentence, several years. You know, in South Africa, it is easy for the president, you know, to be kicked out of power, like Jacob Zuma was kicked out of power. Someone does not have to finish his whole term if he's been found to be incompetent, corrupt. You know, we must have such laws which make it easy for the citizens to, you know, to record someone very easily. So for me this evening, actually, that's what I wanted to say, but let us keep the MPs currently, those who voted yes. They should not see their constituencies. Let them go and hide until 2027, because they have nothing to say so far. We have already had a vote of no confidence, you know, on them. So we actually don't want to hear about them. I come from Kisii County. There are a few MPs there who voted yes, and I can tell you they have not seen their homes. And they are not going to see their homes soon. Yeah, because people have said no. People are looking for them every time, every day. They want to know where they are, but they are being protected by GSU, by the police. But let me tell you this. If we continue like this, we are going to put this country, Kenya, our beautiful country, Kenya, on the right trajectory. Let nobody cheat you. Other countries are here, Nigeria, they're starting protests like the ones we have had from the 1st of August to 10th, because they are borrowing from us. I think Ghana might follow suit. So countries are learning from us. It is a cancer that is actually in most African countries, and Kenya can be a good example. We can set a good example. So let us keep on pushing. Let us not give them time. This is a good opportunity. Strike the nail while it is hot. That's how it is. So let us strike now. Don't give up, inshallah. We are going to achieve most of what we want. Yeah, that's what I think I wanted to say for today. Thank you so much, Kimunsi, and everybody else. Asante sana.
Thank you so much for your sentiments. The next person, the speakers, the ones who nilipata hapa, Victor, umeongea? And if you've spoken, could you just kindly drop off, because I also had to drop off as a speaker because tuko wengi wale tumeongea na tuja drop off. So if you've spoken, just drop off so that I can accept requests za watu. But nonetheless, Chemutai, you can speak, and then Kimutai. Chemutai, are you here? You guys can hear me?
Yeah, si tunakusikia. Chemutai ndo
Oh,
ni kama
amelala, amengoja sana. Kimutai
hata
Kemboi.
sikulala, microphone yake imedisappear.
Or it may disappear. You can request again, but
Hello.
meanwhile, Kimutai, you can speak. And then, guys, ni late. So, tujaribu kuweka time 3 minutes, 4 minutes, so that kila mtu aongee before tulale.
Right. First of all, thank you for giving me the mic. Nimefurahia sana to what is happening. It is it is a small victory, but it's still a victory nonetheless. And tunasonga mbele. I agree with most of what most of the speakers have spoken before me, especially the hidden guy expose. And I think my only request is let us allow him probably one of the spaces to just really delve and just expose it more, because it's more important for us to be more aware of what is happening and what is not happening, and then we're able to be stronger, we're able to be more accountable, to hold the people in government more accountable, etc. I think I shared this before in another place where people are weak, but the systems will never fail us. People can always change, but systems and institutions will never fail us. That is why we need to build institutions that will last a lifetime. Our children need to be more happy of what we are doing right now than we to our parents, because our parents, they were just walifinywa. We have no choice but to really hold these institutions to account and build them literally from the ground up. I really appreciate the time. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Kimutai for president. Mwana amechukua how many minutes? Okay, next I want Kiptonui.
Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Mnanisikia?
Good evening, we can hear you.
Asante. Mine will be also brief because of a lot has been said, na itakuwa repetition tu tukiendelea kupush sana na kunini, because also people are tired and everything. So nataka nishukuru everyone for the effort, for everything, for the achievement so far. Tumetoka mbali since we began and until this point. It's grace mazee, tumekazana na Mungu anatusaidia. A few things to put across. Number one, as we continue with this agenda, we have goals and aspirations, and we need to have those short-term goals and also the long-term goals that will really align us into a specific course, and we'll get there. So first of all is that we need to have, as people have said, civic education. We need to inform those people back at homes, kila pahali mashinani, and I'm glad because watu wanasikiza and they already see the importance of all these events, and they also see that we really did something good, and so they are in support of all this, and we should keep pushing. Number two, sorry for that, we need to push also for these hashtags. Kuna kama kina IG Kome, hawa watu wanafaa kuenda nyumbani bana. They really caused a lot of mayhem and pain to people. Walisababisha vifo vingi, and so he needs to be called to book and to face the wrath of the the legislature and those organs. Kitu ingine ni kwamba as we continue with this IBC thing, to hope itakuwa sawa, and then we recall all these MPs. They need to just go home. They are just pigs, and they don't represent us in a good way. So our they are useless, and they don't need any space within us in this democracy. Ya mwisho, because of time, ni tena, we need to follow each other. Tufuatane hapa spaces hapa Twitter, hizi social media, because this is what will give us an upper hand in terms of pushing also these hashtags. Tunaweza kulike, tuna repost, tunafanya kila kitu. Yeah, so hiyo itatusaidia sana to follow each other, tujengane hivyo, na tunajua hii venye imefanya it will even do more for us. The other thing just to close with ni story ya content.
Amepotea mami, nasikia zangu
Nakusikia
Amepotea.
na Kimuzi, na ni wewe umepeana namba yangu ama nini? Kuna dem hapa anashinda hapa amenicall sijui 5 missed calls. Hadi namuuliza unanipigia hii siku yote ya nini?
sijapena. Mulwa naona amengoja sana.
Amekuja ati amanaiti analyst. Hata asemi handle yake ni gani, ati anataka mic. Ati amengoja 2 hours kuongea, na tumeshinda hapa tukipeana mic. Ati kindly convince me your difference is the chaos. Nakwambia nini unanicall over 5 minutes usiku? Ati and I'll keep calling you out because how will I be requesting to speak since me hadi nashanga.
Edith Mulwa can speak.
Wait,
Maybe
who was speaking before? Ekwa Kiptanui?
amepotea,
Ndio
ameenda.
unamwona hapa kwa speaker ama yangu iko. Okay, then Mulwa you can speak. Mulwa. Kimuzi unanisikia?
Si tunakusikia.
Yeah,
Okay.
na sijui
I think the speakers
watu ni
that
hadi.
are over here walisha drop. Okay, let's try Victor to a drop, and then let me pick other speaker. Okay, Kijana Mtumba, you can now speak. If Kijana is not ready, Zakayo Shuka, Zakayo, Ora for Ora. Ruto must go. Please represent.
Kuna shida na space or
Watu
I keep adding
wamelala.
speakers na ikubali.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we
Acha
can hear
nijaribu
you.
ku-add.
Yeah.
Yes, we can
So,
hear you.
okay, thanks. Just sorry, it feels like it's
Zakayo, internet yako inaanguka na wewe.
Zakayo ni dem pia.
Kwani hujasikia sauti?
Catfish.
I think she's dropped off. So let's Kijana Mtumba one last time before
Kimuzi yangu inaweza add.
Hata add speakers juu yangu hizi add tena, just add them kabisa na ubalance both female na male na geopolitical region.
Sawa. Na wewe dem pia ananicall usiku bana. I'm not your boyfriend bana. Sema handle yako ni kwadu, uongee ama unyamaze. 5 missed calls bro.
Sons of the Soil, you can speak.
Hello, guys. Thank you, host, co-host, and the fellow revolutionaries. Well, I'm happy, appreciate being given the mic. I've been here for the longest waiting, but that's nothing. The most important people have spoken. They've said the most important things, and one thing I'm happy about as a person is that Kenyans are now able to speak. We are able to talk, and we are able to tell the rot that has been in this country for the longest time, ever since we were kids to date, and it's something that is still going on and on. I remember a few years back, I did say that the only way, I told somebody that the only way Kenya or we will regain our country is when Kenyans will come out and now demand for what is rightfully theirs, and we are at that moment. About the question of tuendelee ama tusiendelee, I don't know if that should even be something to think of, because in reality, what is there to celebrate about what Ruto did today? There is absolutely nothing to celebrate over that. Well, some people have said it's a small win or something, that's okay, but that is not what we started this for. To be very honest, we cannot trust this man, and we remember why we started this is because we cannot trust this man with whatever he does. We cannot trust a government that is being held hostage by the people like IMF, the organizations like IMF, and many others. This man has literally become a puppet of either some institutions or some people, and it is us Kenyans, we're the ones who are paying for this. It is sad and pathetic that you hear a government borrows, even for example, 10 trillion, and what is reported or what is recorded is maybe 2, 3, 4, 5 trillion. The others go missing. There was a time I spoke to a guy, an ex KRA guy, who was a senior official in the KRA, who told me this. I don't know whether that statement was true or if it was just something, but there is something to it. Who told me that, you see, the tax that Kenya reports to having been collected in a year, actually, as KRA, they collect that tax between 6 to 9 months. Meaning, there are some months, there are three or 4 months that go unreported, go unrecorded. Where does that money go to, in case that is true? And that is why when we say we need an audit, it is important for us to get that, to demand for that as a country. Because if in case that is a fact that it is happening in this country, then we don't have a government. Because there is a lot of money that goes out there, and we don't know who is taking that money, why the person is taking that money, or where is that money taken to. But at the end of the day, it is you and I who are going to pay for this. For a long time, we've been told that, oh, we are the future leaders, we are the whatever, but this is that future. There is no any other future. The other future that we have is the future for other generations. But because we are here, if you look at this fight very well, it is no longer about us. It is a fight that is opening doors to even many other African countries. If you listen to this space, how people are talking all over the world, one sweet thing is that this is no longer about opposition leader in Kenya called for a maandamano. It's not about a sect in Kenya. It's not about some tribe or whatever, but it is about Kenyans coming out in their numbers and demanding for justice. Kenyans coming out in their numbers and demanding for accountability. And that is the best thing. And now we see other countries, as there's a guy who spoke about that. We see other countries are now starting again saying about that. Right now, if you go to Tanzania, they are having their campaigns. I think they're having the elections sometime this year. But they are talking about Kenya. They are talking about the good things that Kenyans are doing. The next thing, you never know, it could be Uganda. The next thing, it could be another country. Why? Because we have started, and we could be the voice, we could be the change, we could be that, we could be that thing that Africa has been waiting for the longest time. But what we can do is by pushing on, because what we are saying is that it's the regime. Whether Ruto send all the CSs away today, tomorrow he comes and pick another person to be in some office or whatever, look into the whatever, all the records and anything that they want to do. The reality is, it's still the same regime that is being held hostage. So there is nothing actually new. And for sure, if there is any Kenyan out there who is for Kenya, I believe whether they are invited or whether they meet all the merits or anything, no one will want to work with Ruto if they are for Kenya. Meaning, if it were you, if it were me called now, come and work with us, I would say no. Because you don't deserve. You don't need to work. You need to be out of that office. And that's to be very honest. But if you see a Kenyan who will tomorrow say, take an oath that they are ready to work and blah, 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 it means that person is a betrayer. Because we are just in 2 years since we had our elections, but look at what has happened. It has never been there in our history before. But today, this is happening. The question is, why? If I am an honest Kenyan who feel the pain of other Kenyans there, I will say, no, thank you for inviting me, thank you for giving me this opportunity, but I also feel you don't deserve to be in that office, so I cannot work with you. Meaning any other person who is going to accept Ruto's invitation or appointment to work in any office right now from those offices where people have been vacated is also a betrayer to me. And that is my feeling. And the same, we demand this parliament should be dissolved. And I want to challenge the opposition. They've been all over saying, oh, we support you, I don't know, the Gen Zs and the whatever. They've been over and over and over saying how they support and everything. But this is the thing, even the opposition is not clean. I've been the strongest supporter of opposition for the longest time, but I want to say it is not clean. But if they are clean as they claim right now, let them crack the whip. Not just telling us, oh, you know, this particular a member of parliament was in this position, I don't know, in this committee, and now we've actually decided to change them or whatever. The thing is, if they are clean, we know during the debates, even before that, they wrote a letter and told their members of parliament to be present during the two voting whatever sessions in the parliament. But we know a number of them missed. The question is why. I know, for example, my MP missed on the second debate, claiming to have had something that he was going to do out of the country, but he was in the country. He didn't attend. The question is why. Probably there was something that happened, and even in their missing, because that was a vote. And if they are sure that they stand with the Kenyans, let them crack a whip and write to the IBC and say, these people are no longer with us. This is a decision that has been made with the party or the coalition and the whatever. and so that fresh elections can be called in those particular constituencies. But if they can't do that, if they still hang around with these people and saying, we are looking into this and that, they are part of the problem at the moment. So right now, it is not about a position, it is not about a tribe, it is not about a sect, it is about
Son
us.
of the soil,
Son of
could
the
you
soil, could you
summarize,
summarize? Yeah,
please?
sorry. So I feel as Kenyans, we can say now that tusiendele, it is a time we have to go on. We knew why we started this as a nation, and let us go on, let us soldier on no matter what, and we have to achieve that goal. Thank you.
Thank you for
Thank
those
you for those
insights.
insights.
Mike. And then Chemutai had dropped off, but she's back. Chemutai, do you mind picking up from where you left and just to kind of give us a refresher of what you were talking about because you dropped unceremoniously? Chemutai. Oh, she's dropped off. People are dropping off. Okay. If Chemutai has dropped off, Lauren, can you speak?